假任务的歌词成的
啊，所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看这个03年、36个国的是吧？
啊
07年注册58年，
对啊。
那这个哪一年？这个11年，概况80。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
With each breath, pain and destruction, my world is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready. this pain, a fire consuming me. So I search for you where souls float to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I know we'll meet again someday. The flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gates. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. We'll meet in NARAKA someday. Let's crush them, dun dun. Did you see this coming?
Tôi là Lam Xiao Lũ, tôi là Triết Công Thái Sơn Nhân, là xa số Minh Cô, xa số phân số cái chân sinh nhân.
在小兔子嘴巴，在最穷国你们仨，小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我sai是只，就喜欢对着台山唱歌，喜欢坐山林都跑啊跑。是只，只有老人头上嘅盘王雞， 可以教我電腦族譜。我爺對我講，平穩鐘是不你在台先嚟以後將可以做嘅，所以我經常拿佢嘅平穩鐘對照將在看待新言，夢想地個台先嚟以後就像平穩鐘嘅用途。每一次一趕場走前，我都好衝着去讓路，就為了多睇幾人信仰條上生好嘅法子。當時懵裡懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活大會，更是台人為大老都衝對過，其實都是平穩包容我人衝台，就符我人自由嘅象徵。這條台先來，就像是太太外班嘅時候是先落用處。體驗生活也好，網絡也好，出台小時都當然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
妈，你干嘛？老给我带这个呀？我想带上这个。
伴隨我女面面台先來，也面面教我，像啲細時隻外運對平旺嘅熱愛盡心落書。所以我十分堅決將頭掛上。我啲過一次當作出發。我想對地個嘅體會當作有平旺鐘。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一輩子。現在我在舞台上唱出地個嘅故事，啲民俗嘅真心都上了革新嘅色彩。革新意義唔只是俾你在相處嘅標誌。而是俾我人勇氣，讓我人無拘無束做啲個嘅披風弄開腳。愛來自山下，我是熱愛嘅勇氣弄英雄，我是憧憬平旺嘅傳道中嘅一個。愛也是平旺，愛是書記，愛心無懼。
fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I hope we meet again someday. Someday, the flames of fate torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. I know we'll meet again someday. The sky is frozen by apathy, desolation, fear and catastrophe. But I won't stop hunting with BLADEPOINT. This pain, a fire consuming me. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I know we'll meet again someday. Someday, the flames of fate torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. We'll meet in NARAKA someday.
这俩任务是各自成的，
所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看这03年3要5是吧？07年这个是58年，像这个哪一年？这个是11年，再看8。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
如何成为一名永劫高手？重点在于学习。我每天会花费大量的时间去研究刀法。
刀不是这样用的，你这样用刀是不会有人想看的。 对吧，兄弟们？
那应该怎么用？
一句话，人刀合一。
难道说这就是
百战无限？
怒火焚身！
啊！
wanna take it higher. Light it up like we on fire. Yeah, we wanna take it higher. At the top, we be singing like the choir. Yeah, we building the empire. We the chosen, we the kings, we the leaders in the ring. They can't tell us not a thing. Yeah, we running the game, we gonna win. Yeah, we wanna take it higher. Light it up like we on fire. Yeah, we wanna take it higher. Yeah, we building the empire. We the chosen, we the kings, we the leaders in the ring. They can't tell us not a thing. Yeah, we running the game, we gonna win.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our final day of this bi-weekly trios qualifying into the bi-weekly finals. We got all the teams today fighting it out, scrapping it out to try and make it to this weekend's finals. I am joined here with the Oog, the one and only #1 Western coach, caster. Hey, my boy, my good friend, the Raven PLZ. How you doing, Raven?
Wonderful, Duncan. I'm happy to be here. It's always a pleasure to cast with you, brother. But today, trios, last day, like you said, probably the last time that we will see this patch. We're going to be starting out the day with 3 Holoros into 3 Morrises. Man, it's been a good time looking at this patch, these phases and everything. But I'm not going to lie, Duncan. It's been a year of this. And it's it's been pushed to the absolute limit. We got the modern day cannonball, kind of like the modern day Transformers. For the first time, we don't really see Monk in the meta. Instead, we see this Faria, Yuashan, and Yodo with the nice little ice pick variation with the Justina. But first, today, for all of you guys tuning in, if you're watching for 15 minutes, you may receive some Tay, 30 minutes for 200 for some Spectral Silk, and 60 minutes for an actual gift. Now, on all the bi-weekly finals, as long as you are here with us for 60 minutes, you will this week be able to have the Champions chest here. Ooh,
the champion bubble choice.
I have to lurk the channel as well to make sure we get this prize as well.
Indeed. One thing though to note is that if you don't have your account linked, as in your NARAKA account linked to your Twitch account, then you're not going to be getting any of these things, none of these goodies. So make sure to go and get it linked up, and you can do that on the official NARAKA website. You'll be able to link it through there. And one quick thing, if you're unsure if you've got it linked, click in the top right hand of your screen, your little profile icon, and it will give you a drop-down menu that says drops and rewards. You can click on that. You can check if you've got it connected. You can see if you're progressing those drops. Make sure not to miss out on those goodies. But another thing to make sure not to miss out on is today's series, ladies and gentlemen. We've got quite a few teams lurking in the bottom 6 right now. All of them haven't played more than 1 day though, so I imagine the majority of these teams are going to be moving up in the standings. Unfortunately for WBG though, they didn't have the best day 1. Their second day was a lot better, but it's definitely not going to be enough to keep them in that bi-weekly final qualification bracket, so to speak. They're not going to be able to stay in, as DRG are right below them with less than a point difference, and they've got today to play. Same thing with J-Team. J-Team might be facing elimination as well. We'll have to see, unless all of the bottom 6 teams just absolutely brick it today. I expect J-Team to also be just eliminated. But yeah, I know exactly what you're looking at, and it's BBE sitting atop the leaderboard with 141 points. Damn! Yeah, damn!
going into bi-weekly finals 2, they were in second place. The surprising thing, WBG right on the cusp, like you were pointing out, they were the winners of the second bi-weekly, and it looks like the lobby has adjusted to compensate for what WBG was pulling off during the second weekly. Now, looking at the actual matches afterwards, WBG, even though they played super well, they were running a lot of off meta with their Tessa Monk and their Justina Yue Shan Yodo versus a traditional Cannonball. A lot of the times when the Justina does come out, it's used to counter Vipers on a lot of the Firefly days. So I'm wondering how and what the lobby did to account for that. It's a lot of high risk, high reward, and it looks like their day one did not go as well as they would like. But I'm sure they'll be bouncing back. The exciting thing though is seeing BBE finally put it together. The first 2 weeks, I saw them do super well on their Viper Wu Chen Tessa, their Attack on Titan variation, and they've always been really good at this super high execution playstyle. Something that they struggled with though was that nice super slow defensive play, which at the end of this meta, it looks like with Takeda and Sand Siphon and Cannonball being there, you have to play very methodical, just because both these compositions need all 3 ultimates to finish each other off. On top of the fact that there is a V3 Vipers lurking around on the map. With the phases being implemented into trios, we pretty much have the same type of lobby every single round. We got 4 Cannonballs or a Justina variation with Ice Pick, 4 Sand Siphon, and 4 Viper compositions. So right now, out of all the metas I've ever seen in trios for the past 2 years of competitive NARAKA, it's probably the most volatile as far as being able to stay alive throughout the whole round.
Indeed, I was. So as you started talking about that, I was going to ask you, what do you think BBE has done to get themselves to this point? So we saw them at J Cup, and they obviously weren't doing as well as they are now. They've definitely stepped up their game. And what do you think that it was? Or do you think that it was that they just learned to play the slower game, play a little bit more methodical in general? Or do you think it was something else that they've managed to figure out to allow them to compete at this level in NBPL?
I saw a couple of highlights from their MVP rounds, just watching the MVP rounds on my own, and it looked like they were able to get a lot more value out of their Cannonball. Now, normally when they play Cannonball, they would simply just get outclassed, because a lot of the Vietnamese teams, their variation where they run Justina, they enjoy a lot. They mainly play versus Viper, but it's very different beating the world-class Sand Siphons. The Takedas are very good at avoiding the bursts. On top of the fact, off 1 or 2 shoves, they're able to finish you off. Well, the Justina variation really fell off, so they had to adjust to playing Faria instead. And this slow, very high execution playstyle with the F3 variation instead, where you have to play off of your teammates, all 3 people have to be on the same page, is a lot different. And I think the big difference is they realize that playing for Yang with Cannonball is kind of hit or miss. So playing for the actual chest instead is where you can get a ton of value, because most of your kills, just like traditional Transformers, comes in that end game. Now, in the modern day NARAKA 2024, we're having like 20 people end games versus the 40-man end games. So Monk is unnecessary with that. But the next best thing is having a constant Faria laying down siege to everyone else, just shooting out mortars the entire time and controlling the space and distance, with the constant threat of the Yodo coming out of mech and absolutely decimating you. So I think BBE finally figures out the tempo for their particularly Cannonball, and they're getting a lot more value. But it's the same thing with Takeda and Sand Siphon. A lot of the times the mirror matchup is incredibly hard of who you went for. I remember when IDC was practicing against them, their main target focus was either zipping or Takeda, and I feel like the modern day is a lot more dynamic, and it really depends on how the Takedas end up matching up, of who gets low and how quickly you can target swap. there. The win condition is very, very different than it used to be. So I think I haven't seen their heads up matchup, but I'm guessing looking at their Takeda matchups in the past, they probably ironed out a lot of details there. And again, transitioning to that end game, finding a lot more value as well. A lot of Takeda endgame is strictly making sure that you outlast the other Takeda composition, because you can close out the match very easily. When that tiny circle goes out, it's very hard for a lot of teams to survive just because of how oppressive the Takeda ult actually is. For V2 2-second stuns like a viper coming out on you on that end game with just an egregious amount of range jades going down. Especially, this is still the old patch. On the new patch, I imagine not as many teams are going to have those oppressive jades, but at least on this old patch, there's usually at least 4 to 5 teams who are just juiced to the moon. They're just so stacked with loot.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, your Rupture Gale Orbs, your Merciless Havocs, your what else? Hepta, even Cavalry Bloom, even though it's a purple epic jade. You know, if you have a Takeda, as you said, with his V3 4 charges, you know, he's just running around, he's cutting the grass, he's got the lawnmower out, and just running the end game, just server admin, and just putting everyone in the dirt, cutting them all down with the Cavalry Bloom. And there's so many other things, but yeah, as you said, with the new patch, I'm not sure if any of you have gone and tried out Immortal War. I do recommend that you do. Go play some Immortal War when it is active in your region, ladies and gentlemen. Try it out. It's a lot of fun. It's very, very different to a normal rank. It's very different. One of the big differences that was the case beforehand was that you could buy weapons in the shop, and you could, when you rolled for jades, when you bought the random jades, it would be purple rarity minimum. It was extremely important investment to make as a team when playing Trios Immortal War. But one of the big changes that they've made in the patch that we're going to be playing on next week, I imagine, is that now you can't... Well, it's way more expensive. The way that you get money from kills is different now. As the game progresses, the longer time that you spent in the game, the more money you get for getting kills. The random soul jade is no longer purple rarity minimum, at least not for the basic one. And then you can get the purple rarity minimum, but it's going to cost a lot more money, and there aren't as many of them in the shop. There's actually a limit to the number that can be bought, all of that sort of stuff. Lots and lots of interesting things. If you're interested in checking it out, just go in, jump into Immortal War. Usually it's in the evening, afternoon time that it becomes available. You do have to be a minimum rank to be able to play it, but I do recommend it. It's a lot of fun. Let's get Immortal War popping in the Western regions, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, we're going to be jumping into our first game of the day. And we have a lot of Cannonball. We do have a Sand Siphon, though, coming out from Wolves. No, not Sand Siphon. Sandformers, sorry. I'm so used to saying Sand Siphon. It's Sandformers instead. We've got the Tumulk, Feria, and Tianhai composition coming out for Wolves. Definitely an interesting composition that's seen some play in the past, but we haven't seen this played in a very long time. I don't think, or at least not actively played by all that many teams. Not since, God, I don't even remember. Do you remember the last time it was played commonly?
I heard this week from Moxie that it made an appearance. The Sand.
Did it make an appearance last week? I must have not caught it, but...
Nope, it didn't make an appearance last week. The only variation we saw was Tessamunk. So it looks like WBG made this adaptation due to the phase rules that they would keep some of their points alive so they could have their normal Sand Siphon with Takeda alive for match point when it goes 8 rounds. So this might be an adjustment that some teams are exploring this idea. Now, the reason why Sandmech kind of fell off was the old Viper with Silence was just too much a pain to deal with. Just running into that consistently through that mid game, and even in end game, it did a really good job of executing you because you didn't have that UA Sean to
Wait, we've got 2 teams running it. JJH are running it too.
Yeah,
what?
2 teams are running it. I was very surprised because I'm curious to see whether or not this composition can win versus modern day Sand Siphon. We never really got to see that matchup fully flush out because generally when everyone ran Sandmech, everyone was doing mirror compositions or transformers into it. So we shall see if this works. Maybe this is an adjustment as well on the CN Scrim server with the new talents. Now, technically, we are still on the old patch, so this may be an old habit, but we shall see if this min-max goes down. Sandmech was used exclusively on Holoroth because of these wide open angles and the ability to control space in that endgame. So I'm excited to see this, Duncan. Finally, something new, something to spice
Yeah, something spicy. Yeah.
I like it. A little bit of Szechuan tactics in the trios.
Szechuan special, tasty. We got no Taka yet. We'll get a Taka game 6. Copium for the mouth.
Wishful. That's wishful thinking, Duncan, that we're gonna ever see a Targa in CN
one day,
trios.
Raven, one day. I mean, thing is, so I mean, this is a very copium, but with the new patch, with the new glyph system and everything, Taka, I mean, I've been testing it out. He feels a lot better to play in trios because he can run that full stam along with the rage. It's still not good, but it could be one of just those turbo niche picks that gets picked up in like a game 8 of a finals or something goofy, you know. We'll know. We'll never know until it actually comes along. But for now, we're going into our first game, and JL find themselves in a scrap here on the eastern side of the map up against JDG. They lose 2 members, trade for 1. But unfortunately, they're not really able to capitalize on this lead. JDG just getting immediately jumped onto by EWG. EWG being one of those teams that kind of needs to step it up. They need to have a pretty solid day today to be able to secure their qualification into the finals. I think they were currently sitting, all the way at the bottom in 18th place with 25 points. So they definitely need to secure themselves a 40, 50, 60 kind of day. If they don't, it might be really, really close. It will definitely come all the way down to onto the wire. What we're moving on up to the north. GG, they lost a member. They're going to see if they can find this cheeky little res here. TE lurking, as well as DRG and KLA. This is going to be an absolute brawl, Raven. This is going to be crazy. Oh no, he's already getting jumped on. LXM. He's trying to get up off the floor. The Tessa all coming in to save him. Peeling for just a moment. DRG now on the back foot. Potentially the Moonbane getting called in by KLA. We love Moonbane. At least there's only blue ones in Immortal War. That is one thing, that if you don't enjoy Moonbanes in your ranked games, Immortal War, only the blue Moonbane can be bought and used in that game mode. So if you don't enjoy it like me, then you can always avoid them for the majority of the game. KLA picking up a kill onto XZai. 17S trying to chase down the last remaining members of DRG. Wuxing 98 is going to be taken down, and KLA picking up 4 eliminations off the rip.
Unfortunately, Duncan, though, even though they're blue Moonbanes, they are basically gold in Immortal War. KLA known for their Moonbane timing attack within the first minute. Running in with this giant timing attack, is able to fly in, pick up a kill. Now we're going to get TE versus KLA. 2 juggernauts of the lobby. V3 is going to be invested, but the Yushan ult is going to counter the Viper ult. Yodo trying to create some space for his team. The TE's LYD on the Tessa, former world champs, showing up to the party, taking advantage of this cannonball Feria. Vulnerable, giving her mech up to the Yodo, but Leo is going to port them out. They are going to grapple out and opt to back off here. Unfortunately, not able to find the burst attack, not able to connect perfectly and execute one of them. And this is one of the tough parts of being this Viper composition. Even though you get that second life, you have 4 minutes to basically earn your next ult. We're going to get EWG versus JDG. EWG successful off spawn. They need to have a big day right now. Feria invested and Moonbane invested. JDG with a nice disengaged right here, getting to the outside, keeping most of themselves alive, but Feria from the top ropes landing some oppressive shots, and it looks like EWG is not going to give up on this play. They still have the UA Sean ult to their name. EWG in hot pursuit, but JDG's splitting up and they're ready over the mountain. Early Swan, pretty tough, not having a ton of grapples, but EWG had a really great timing earlier, so they should be pretty stacked. Unfortunately, not for JDG. JDG only at 3 grapples, white armor on the Justina, on this ice pick comp. They do have double ult, and if they do get invested on it, they can turn around and take down the scene. But the name of the game on this map on Holleroth, triple ults everywhere. It's very dangerous to invest your ultimates going into fights. See a lot of these teams fighting for loot, sitting on the outside, trying to really narrow down their focus fire, not trying to overextend. We see JJH on the Sandmag. This is a team that I personally want to see. What's going down? We're going to find FPX here. Monks, Godley, looking for the opener right now. Looking for that good positioning. All we see is a Temi here. It looks like FPX already did get things down. So this is just a nice free pickup here. Can they hold on to the semi? FPX, Xiaohu taken to the skies. Nice scale rush coming out, trying to break line of sight, but the Monk is going to catch up to him and denies the getaway. It's stuck in the corner. It's looking cooked, my friend, but the Temi ult is going to be invested. Nowhere to go. Goes right back into the Monk's loving arms, and Godley is going to pick up a free kill with that RMB.
Definitely a nice little pickup for them. A cheeky little kill. They haven't picked up any kills beforehand. And they're going to start looking to, I would say, definitely go into the realm of Yang here. Even though they're not the traditional Transformers, you know, they still do benefit considerably from scaling. They're the kind of composition that wants to run that endgame situation. They don't want to get caught out by these Vipers. Do you think, so one thing you were talking about before was that the Sand Mech sort of fell out of meta, fell out of use, as it was very difficult to deal with these Viper compositions and the silence. How do you think they're going to be able to deal with these V3 Vipers that we're seeing in this game?
Wonderful question, Jonathan. Easy peasy, because V3 is a lot easier to deal with. You have to be very proactive. Now, the name of the game versus Viper, as long as you have good terrain, you're able to dodge a lot of the silence, a lot of the bursts, and as long as your Feria or Temi does not get stunned in the situation, the V3 comes in as a Goomba Stomp peeling off, or the Temi comes flying in and absolutely disrupts your burst in, so you only have the duration of that V3 to come in. The Tessa ult won't be able to follow up. That's why the actual stun end up being a lot bigger when it came to executing teams. A lot of teams in the past were using V2, and it wasn't Tessa at the time. A lot of the times it was Takeda. So the amount of stun and crown control was insane. The Tessa discovery was really only at this last J-Cup where everyone transitioned to V1. People were running like V3 variations with Tessa, but it wasn't as prevalent with like the 8-second stun you basically landed on people. But we've moved on to V3 just because everyone's movement, everyone's mechanics after playing NARAKA for this long is just too good to hold one person down. You need that extra pair of hands to hold people down. We're going to see, looks like Wolves, the other Sand Mech, finding FPX is zipping. FPX in a struggle bus situation, not able to get much going. Now Water having to invest her ultimate, but getting caught out here. And this is the name of the game for the Sand Mech, finding these solos and duos, these weaker white armor teams before they go into Yang. Also, the great part about Sand Mech is the box. Playing for box, absolutely. A lot used to. You got that Temi ult to block off all the damage and claim these Morrises either in early, in mid, and even end game. First, second, and that final gold box that gives you an excellent play because you can out-muscle a lot of the Sand Siphon teams. But speaking of Sand Siphon, we get the pleasure of watching OUG versus KLA. Both of these teams some of the best 3v3 Yang teams in. You just being picked up by OUG this season. He's probably the best Takeda in the league right now, I'd say. Mechanically, we're going to get his POV taken to the skies with the gold fan. What's he going to be able to do for us? He does have purple ult online. F1's going to be invested. Now he's diving in, looking to get onto the ferry. Attempting ult is going to be invested.
Oh, no.
Ferry can go nowhere. But KLA's 17S is able to go in, but you see you just absolutely decimate him. That brief moment of him going in the mech, because he's so low, he gets his knees shot up by the crossbow, and you see Yu's excellent movement, avoiding the Yushan and Yodo ult, diving onto him, and now it's his turn, baby, with these shoves against the Yushan. We get a nice value shove onto the Yoda, but the Yoda is doing a great job of fighting this off, and now the Yushan taking on OUG's Yu with the focus, like Duncan said, but it's not enough. Great peel coming from you, able to bob, weave, and unlike before, Takedas who got to do whatever they want are not thriving anymore. You need to have that quick movement, and Yu has an excellent amount of it. Known for his Wu Chen on KLA before, he's able to take down his old teammates in deciding factors, and OUG's Sand Siphon is a force to be reckoned with. They have the only 30 bomb in the league, and it was on their Sand Siphon.
Indeed, I remember that. That was an absolute banger of a game. But again, looky here, FPX is just having an absolute mare of a game. This is not going well for them at all. Each player, I feel like, has just been caught out at one point or another, just on their own, trying to find some kind of way to get their foot back in the door, just let me in, bro, just let me play the game. Nah, it's not happening. All of these teams are absolute vultures, lurking, waiting, biding their time to find that opening on anybody that they can find. Speaking of, JDG has definitely managed to find an opening onto EWG here, and EWG just seem to be falling apart, unfortunately. Even after they've come out with a Realm of Yang win with that Vermilion Bird's might, they're taking this fight, they're feeling themselves, but unfortunately, this Justina. I saw the Z, thought it was, no, it's ZDI. This Justina just dominating in this fight. Those dashes doing so much work, able to lock down EWG. And unfortunately, they're just not able to get all that much value out of their Yang win. Again, FPX, it's just, oh my god, it's just rough, man. They're having a bad first game. Hopefully, I mean, I think at this point, it's safe to say that FPX is likely going to be taken out before we get to endgame, and they're probably not going to be able to get all that many kills, if any. But the thing that I'm wondering about is if they're going to be able to recover mentally from this first game, as first game of the day going that horribly can be a bit difficult to come back from, as if you just feel really rough after that first one. It's an absolute tilter, and you just need to say, okay, it's just the first game. We've got 5 more games to play. We can still do this. We're chilling. We don't have all that much to climb up in the leaderboard. They're sitting in 16th place, but with 48 points, they only need about 20 to 30 points for the day to actually secure their place in bi-weekly finals. But we're going to have to wait and see. Oh, yeah, and there it is. They are eliminated from the lobby. TE Han taking down the final remaining member of FPX. Alliance, though, they have this Yang depletion debuff. They need to get in and fight this out. They're forcing the fight in Plume Castle. They're locked in the caverns underneath. The Tumult ults have been sent down. The Wisps going all just going crazy here. This is an absolute chaos. You walk in here, you're getting blended to shreds. KLA, they want a piece. They want a little snack. They're coming in. They too have that Yang depletion debuff, and they don't have very much time to cleanse it. Only a minute remaining less. They're committing the Yoto ult here. OUG SS trying to make it out, trying to disengage. He pops that Tumult F, but it's not going to be enough, I imagine. He doesn't have ult to keep him alive, to lock down the enemy team, and KLA managed to get one. Are they going to be able to cleanse all of them, though? Alliance Revenge coming into the mix as well, along with Bo. All of these teams, they need the Soul Blooms. They need to cleanse this debuff. Revenge getting held in the sky. He's trying to move. He's trying to play the game, but he's struggling. He manages to get the zipping ult off, surviving for just a little bit longer. CXZ, 20 seconds and counting. EWG now coming into the mix. They see this fight. They can smell the desperation. They're coming in, and CXZ just can't do anything in the face of EWG. EWG, perfect timing. Bo getting a huge heal off with that F1 on the Takeda. Don't blue focus Takeda, ladies and gentlemen. Not when he has this F1. That heal doing so much for him, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. He does get taken down. I'm not sure if that was all Yoto ult damage or what, but that was a lot of damage. He disappeared from the face of the earth right there. And EWG coming in pretty pleased with themselves, picking up a few eliminations. But now we're calming back down. The calm before the storm, the calm before the yang. And a few of Alliance's members have made it out alive.
Calm before the yang. EWG does an excellent job right there. Their Yodo execution, the name of the game is getting on top of your target and getting maximum slashes off. That's why everyone runs F2 in the modern day Yodo. The F2 snaps you to your opponent and does a huge damaging slash on top of the fact that it is a gold focus. Now, JDG had a rough start off spawn, getting timing attacked by EWG, but now they are snowballing and controlling, able to take down their ops, EWG, in that first transitional part from early game into that first Yang. Will JDG be able to win this Yang? A lot of the times we're seeing teams wait to that very last second to see who is going in to contest. A lot of the times the second Yang is uncontested, but we're seeing a pretty big stack here with 29 people alive. But the first week bi-weekly champions and the second bi-weekly second place OUG, the Titans of the lobby. Another pleasure. We're gonna get another example for you, showing us why his Takeda is a force to be reckoned with. He's gonna take this guy and landing a nice LMB focus on the Yodo. 2 focus attacks in midair, but JDG's Justina ZDI is activating, getting nice double freezes going off. Tell me else gonna be invested. The Yushan B3 not able to get their Justina out of there. She's gonna get pushed against the wall. The King with the uppercut combo is gonna get caught though, and ZDI putting the King into the montage, able to get another freeze. The King getting connected on perfectly with the Yushan, and Justina isn't gonna be able to get away. No way he can leave there, but the Yodo on JDG down to 1 HP, needs to survive right now. Yu is trying to connect, but he is getting peeled perfectly off. He does connect, gets the LMP into the Assassin's Life's 2v1 situation. This happened at Worlds. Yu almost could clutch it this time around. Can he do it? He still has 2 shoves to his name. The clan comes down from the combo break of the Justina. One more. Can he get this Assassin's? He does get it. Wants hit point situation. Gets the parry. OUG's Yu. The 2v1 situation. Let's go! Into the RMB, and JDG is gonna get clutched by my man OUG's Yu, coming in big, sealing the deal. And this is why, Duncan, I say he's the best Takeda in the league. My man gets the parry, switches that over, 1 HP situation, keeps up the pressure. I'm wondering, like, why is he on the dagger? We got Assassin's Lunge in the pocket, that reverse Uno cord, that ace in the hole, and he's able to pull off some big damage. When you do big damage, Duncan, you're going to get some kills.
Absolutely. That's actually insane. I mean, thing is, one of the big reasons why he was able to pull that off in the end was because he had his ultimate available, right? That he was going up against 3 people that were a little bit scattered. One of them was really low, was looking to try and heal up, try and stabilize the fight, and they were trying to just lock him down initially without just healing up a little bit, sending 1 to heal up, sending 2 to heal up, getting one of them to hold them down just for a moment. But the thing is, they couldn't really do that because of the Takeda ult. And I'm not sure if it's because of the fact that he just didn't have Takeda ult to begin with going into the Yang, or if he opted to save it until the end. I would imagine that he just didn't have it initially, and then just got it up as they were fighting in the realm of Yang. Oh, Lane just barely getting that heal off. just barely. They're going to be running into another team as well. Wolves very close by. We'll see if they fancy coming out of the bush. I'm not sure if they will. But yeah, I'm not sure if anybody. I didn't manage to catch it. I don't know if he had his ult at the beginning and just didn't use it, or if he did use it, used it very quickly and then did enough damage to regenerate a second ultimate. That would be insane if that was the case. But regardless of the situation, extremely well played from you. I feel like saying you, it just feels so silly. It's like, you, wait, me? No, you, no. We might have to find a different way of saying his name because it's going to get confusing. But JL scrapping it out here, fighting it out, but unfortunately, nothing's really going to come of it. Wu Chen ult is going to get used, it's going to get utilized, and the two teams are going to go their separate ways for the moment. Neither of them, I don't think, had the Yang depletion debuff, so they are chilling for the moment. But EWG lurking in this bush, but spotted out. JL immediately popping that 3-ban zone. Fox Alter not looking to fight immediately, not looking to take that initial position, but you know who is? ZDI. This Justina has been going crazy this game after that 3v1 loss in the Yang. He wants revenge, he wants blood, he's trying to close out these kills, but again, the Wu Chen ult is going to come in and save this team from getting frozen up by ZDI. ZDI? I think ZDI is probably easier to say. Oh, he finds the freeze though onto 3-3. Oh, I don't think he's going to be able to do anything with it though. The Tessa ult going to be coming in, locking him down for the moment. Oh, he's getting shot by the ranged weapons. Managed to find a rock to hide behind, but it's not looking too good. They need to force this. They have less than a minute remaining on that debuff. They need to try and find an opening. GG. They're not looking to come out of this 3-ban zone. It looks as though JDG, they're just going to have to heal up one more time and go for the full commitment here. They find the parry, though. Unfortunately, no capitalization. The Wu Chen F coming in to save him from that damage. But that martial art hook will form, whatever it's called. The Jade, the dual halberds Jade that we all hate getting hit by. Doing so much work there. 3-3-0. Again, he's been hit again. TE, though, they're coming in for the third party. The F3 from the Viper and the Tessa ultimate are going to lock them down and take down I keep saying Zai. I'm about to say Zai, but it's Justina. Jesus. JDG, unfortunately, they're not able to cleanse this Yang depletion. The last remaining member still has it. 3, 2, 1, and it's cooked for JDG. That 3v1 loss in the Yang really costing them the game here, unfortunately. TE coming away with a few more kills. Third party coming in from OUG, but I don't think they're going to immediately commit, as fighting within the 3-ban zone can be a bit risky.
That's the problem with that ice pick composition. Now, if you get an isolated fight versus the Viper compositions, you definitely have the win in the long run, especially when all 3 ults are invested. 3 offensive ults versus 2 offensive ults, you usually win out. But when it comes to these multi-way fights, these 3v3v3s, we are in a battle royale.
Exactly.
The reason why Wu Chen has been so prevalent throughout his introduction to the game is that ability to allow that guerrilla warfare to come in and out of situations and find these kills. Now we're seeing Wolves playing that nice, slow, and methodical way with the Monk. Monk stacked to the teeth, juiced up with the gold armor, ready to go transition in this endgame. And I always love game 1, Duncan, because the game 1, usually everyone's warming up, everyone's ready to start out the day. We're going real slow. We got 25 people alive, not like the old 40-man endgames, but still, I look forward to these 25-man endgames. And will we see a resurgent of Monk coming back into the meta? For a while now, we haven't seen Monk in rank. Everyone avoids kind of playing this character because he's a sponge for the Yodos and Farias. But looking at OUG's You, the King, SS, transitioning to this endgame, this is also where this team is exceptional. Now, normally we talk about endgames like the likes of GG and XCG, known for their slow methodical play, known for their slow Takeda play, where they're able to get here with so much loot. But OUG is coming out with this new style where they're winning Yangs, they're taking notes, they're winning 1v3s with their new player U, and they're absolutely dominating. Unfortunately for JJH, they are going to be taken down. Their Feria does get taken down, but Godley still chipping the chair. We're still alive. We still got air in our lungs. We're looking for the grabs. We're looking to get reloaded in here. Alliance Lane, though, hiding behind this hill, though, looking peekaboo. There's a monk over here looking for this grab, and Zipping is gonna get grabbed. One grab. Do we get a two grab? Temi is going to be invested, and they're going to turn it onto the monk, absolutely shredding his leg. But the new monk, oh no, taken to the skies, flying away, only flying into OUG's arm, and he is going to get picked off. First monk down. Can Wolves prove the difference with their Sandmex still alive? What do you think, Duncan? Does the monk make it past this endgame, or does he get cooked? All of these sand siphons.
Oh, wait a second. OUG. Like I was about to say, if they can hold some ground, if they can find that little bit of real estate and just chill, get a good positioning as this zone starts to close smaller and smaller, then I do think so. I do think they'll be able to do so. They have that gold armor. They're very stacked. And not only that, when we saw the Soul Jades on Wolves before, I went, ooh, because I saw two Mortal Defiances on the Feria and the Tumulk. So both of these players are going to have that extra life. It's like they have zipping. It's like they have a zipping. So they are going to have that little bit of safety. If they do take some fatal damage, they're going to stay alive. They are very, very stacked, and it looks as though they're not receiving all that much pressure. On the other hand, though, OUG are definitely taking a lot of pressure from the lobby here. They've got their back to the zone. DRG trying to get them lobbied here, trying to create some openings, but it may have been a little bit too much for them. They bit off a little bit more than they could chew, and they are forced to use that Wu Chen teleport to disengage. The Wu Chen coming in so clutch this game. OUG's U is taken to the skies, trying to stay in the air, trying to not get focused down. And it looks as though he may have bought himself a decent amount of time here. TE seemed to be the next on the menu. Oh, beautiful Wu Chen TP. That was actually perfect. Wu Chen's popping off this game. Crazy. The Wu Chen managing to iframe the charm from the enemy Tessa that was going to lock them all down. But they were able to iframe it, but unfortunately they get teleported right into the clutches of two enemy teams, and Leo and their other player as well are going to be taken down. The Lonely Viper now is left with the objective to either stay alive, potentially get a res, but it's going to be a tall order. JLVVV taking a lot of damage as well. Another Wu Chen teleport going to take them out of danger for the moment, all the way to the top of the tree. TXJ trying to find some space for them to drop down into, but Wolves, as I said before, if they're able to go uncontested, if they're able to find this space to play with, then they're definitely going to be able to run the lobby as it gets smaller and smaller. This monk is going to be so unbelievably powerful going into this endgame with the golden weapon, golden armor. He's going to be extremely hard to take down. OUG's U, the man who we thought would never die, does finally get taken down, unfortunately, by Wolves XEM, and OUG now falling apart, it seems. Another player getting taken down. OUG the King unable to use his ultimate before he gets sent back to the lobby. And we got one remaining member of OUG left alive, and if we know them, then I would not be surprised if he's able to stay on his feet until the very last moments. But now, as the end games progress, do you think Wolves got this? Do you think?
I think Wolves have cinched it in the bark because Alliance is doing really, really well with their blueberry armors. Their team play right now, holding the ground on their side of the maps, decimating way more stacked teams. We still have EWG to contest with right now, but Wolves on the high ground, absolutely dictating the pace right now. Wolves ZK on the Feria, laying down fire onto them, but EWG does manage to get a Feria to match them. Wolves ZK trying to force this Feria out of this, force him into zone. They still have their monk ult on deck. once that mech goes down for EWG, Wolves does have a chance, and like I said, the monk ult is going to come out. We got 2 transformers, baby. EWG's 14 is going to get grabbed out of there. Now Wolves looking to close out this lobby. 10 people alive. Yodo ult is going to get invested, going onto this stacked monk, but it doesn't matter. He's going to grab him and absolutely mush him against the ground. Now Alliance lane. Alliance doing a good job before, but it looks like they are in shambles. All of the Sand Siphons are in shambles, not able to find their footing, but Wolves able to navigate this endgame perfectly. They were only at 3 kills. Now they're up to 7. Another Pharaoh mech coming out for Wolves on EG, looking to find these kills. 3-3-0 in the trees. Everyone in the trees, not squirrels, all in the trees, but Wolves on the ground. They want fresh meat. They want to pick up all these last kills. OUG's SS trying to ladder up, trying to get some more placement points, dodging, weaving, getting out of there, flying into the sky again. Everyone in the sky. We still got 6 players left. We got EWG, GG, and OUG all posturing to try to outlast each other.
Oh no,
SS
did you see that?
is gonna get sniped out of the sky. Great shot by Lee from EWG. Wolves still on the ground cooking everyone, but EWG's Lee getting that last kill, securing that 2nd place for his team, is going to try to win this out, has the mech in, but Wolves does as well. Can't,
he's going to get
pushed out the
kill.
zone, is going to win there. He does pick up 1 more kill, like Duncan said, and it looks like Wolves on the Sand Mech, bringing a composition out of the graveyard, having a ton of success, is going to take down game 1 of this 3rd week bi-weekly, Duncan.
That shot from Lee mid-air with the F3 on that barrier, that was beautiful. That was your kind of like 360 no scope kind of montage kind of shot. That was beautiful. Hey, we love to see it, the spiciness coming out. And Wolves, yeah, they were able to do it. They were able to have their back to the zone, hold that specific spot. They got so much value out of their Feria ults. I saw them just constantly pumping out damage. They had the Feria online, the mech online, it being used by ZK back to back to back, and bullying the rest of the lobby, preventing them from finding any entrances, and they held the monk ult for so long. And it's like, if you see a team running that composition, if you're in that end game and you see the Feria mech is online, but you haven't seen the monk use his ultimate yet, then if you look for an engagement, if you try and force them, then you're going to just be met by the Tianhai transformation and then immediately have to disengage or try and do something. I mean, they could have tried to get them lobbied, but they just had that solid positioning, keeping them safe. I don't know. I don't think that they could really die at that point. They had the Mortal Defiances, they had the gold armor, the purple armors. We had a few blueberries going into that end game who, when they see a team like that, they're just not gonna try because it's very dangerous. The Samolk constantly throwing out wisps left and right. Beautifully done by Wolves. OUG, I did say, I bet, knowing OUG, he's going to be able to stay alive until that end game, and he did stay alive for a very long time, so they are going to be able to get a little bit more out of their kills, a few more points with that multiplier and the placement points as well. Very nicely done. EWG as well. I'm not sure how many kills they got in the end. I think it was 10 or something. They were on 9, and then they got 1 extra kill in that end game in the 1v3 with the Feria. So I think coming out with 10 kills, 2nd place, is a very solid start to the day for EWG, and that's exactly what you want to see as well, considering that they were sitting in 18th spot. But the thing is, that may have only equalized them with the 17th position, as they were very far behind, sitting on something like 20-ish points. So they may have been able to equalize themselves and get them up to that 17th spot-ish area, but they're going to have to keep it up, keep going into the rest of the series, and see if they can actually make it into the bi-weekly finals.
Yeah, I think EWG will be able to pull it off. Momentum is key when it comes to these high pressure situations. You're all the way in last place. You got a game plan dialed in, and they execute their game plan perfectly in that game one. You see EWG able to clutch up that last kill, sending actually OUG's SS. He was the one who hit him with that Feria F3, launching him into the zone. Nice 360 no scope coming out. But beautiful stuff coming out in this endgame. We get to see the 1v2 clutch from OUG's U. Most people don't really realize this, but for J-Cup finals, it came down to TE and KLA as well. You actually was in a one. It was HLG, but TE and HLG, that's what everyone focuses on. But KLA was in the running for first place as well. You happened to be in a 1v3 situation inside Yang, and he was able to take down 2 of the players. The last player did end up double pairing him to win it off. So every time I see him in that clutch situation, I know my man wants to win it, wants to always show up for his team, and I know he's capable of it. This time around, with the Assassin's Lunge, he's able to get that Snake Eyes parry and follow up. Now, something that I've seen that's changed because of OUG is these end games. Everyone's end games have gotten a lot stronger now. Everyone's playing it a little bit slower. Before, everyone was trying to get ahead, overinvest, and now people are realizing still going into endgame with those 2 or 3 kills, you are able to still find a lot of traction. We see Alliance with their blue armor is able to cause a ton of damage and actually grief a ton of teams who are way more scaled with them. Now looking back at the MVP, Wolves, a lot of satisfaction on their face, playing this endgame perfectly. JJH not able to navigate and keep their team alive, but Wolves playing perfectly on that high ground, using that Feria mech to constantly control space, just like the other cannonballs, but with Monk on deck to follow up. Great play. Unlike the traditional cannonball, for Sand Mech, Temi actually goes into the mech over and over while the Feria builds ultimate, and you're seeing the amount of damage from that Feria just building up that range damage going in. Like Duncan was saying, EWG had a long way to go today. They were starting out with 25 points, but they get a juicy 17.9 starting today, skyrocketing up to 40.1. Now the threshold is going to be around 65, so they do need to have consistent games for the next 5. GG, rare sight to see them all the way at the bottom, but they only had a day 1 at 41 points. 41 points, pretty insane. 65 points the threshold, so they're already 2/3 of the way there. Now looking at the top, WBG, they're just hoping, they're crossing their fingers they don't have their destiny in their own hands. Same thing with J Team, same thing with JJH. Their spots in contention, but 5-2-1, another foreign team, another Vietnamese team securing their way into finals, it looks like. Now KLA, JDG, OUG, Bauda doing really well this season. I heard their the XEG coach actually moved on to Bauda. Wolves doing really good in week 1. Now finally, I think they had an inconsistent week on week 2, but now in week 3, pulling it back together, showing their consistency. Good googly moogly, 118 points on a day 1. They basically doubled the amount of points needed to qualify going to the game 3. Now going for points here still matters if you get in the top 12, because you still get to take 9% of your points going into the weekly finals. Now looking at the highlights, Duncan, what was your favorite play of this first game?
I don't know. It's definitely between that Feria F3 in the end zone and the 1v3 in the realm of Yang. I would say it's tough. It's tough. I think it was probably going to come down to the 1v3. He played it so unbelievably well. He was playing. The thing is, with Dagger in that kind of situation, you know, you have to be so careful with the Assassin's Lunge. You have to be locked in to actually be able to get that parry off or to avoid it entirely. And then you lose some pressure. So I think it definitely is going to come down to that 1v3. I still don't know if it was that he just didn't use his ult or didn't have it to start with, and that's why he had his ultimate to go to win that 1v3 at the very end. I don't know, but regardless, it went so unbelievably well for him. This was very nice from EWG as well, managing to get just that one extra kill. You know, we see a lot of teams when they get to this kind of point in the game that they'll just run into the zone and go quietly into the night. But he did not want to do that. He wanted to see if he could get himself an extra elimination, and he did manage it. So good on you, EWG. You're gonna need every little scrap, every single elimination that you can to make it into bi-weekly finals, and that is exactly what they have done in the first game. But Wolves, the MVP, the first MVP of the day, and ZK's first MVP of this split as well, seemingly, on the Tumulk. Not a crazy amount of damage, nothing too special, you know. But you know what's quite funny is the fact that the most damaging thing was his skills and ultimate. So does that mean that he did 4,300 damage with the Wisp?
No, he did it with
in the Farrier.
In the Farrier.
Was that the Farrier ult? Because sure, yeah. I was gonna say surely, right? Surely he couldn't have been throwing out that many Wisps. But he gets quite a chunk of damage out with that Farrier mech, and we saw it in the end game, back to back, constantly getting that pillar down, getting the value, and doing work. And it's lovely to see, because Wolves has been one of those teams that, unfortunately, in the past, we've just not seen do all that well. There's been glimmers of hope here and there, but they just weren't able to do it. They weren't able to achieve what they wanted to all that many times. But you know what time it is? Yet again, ladies and gentlemen, our first answer for treasures of the day. You know the drill. Answer this question in chat, put your answer into the chat, and then a random person will be chosen out of the many. You'll be able to secure yourself a Spring Split random gift box. And the question is, how many kills did JDG get in game number 1? Was it A, 8, B, 9, C, 10, or D, 11? Make sure to get your answer in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, as well as keep an eye on the chat itself and your whispers, so that if you do win, you don't miss out and it gets sent to a different person. You don't want that. You don't want to miss out if you happen to win. It's a game of chance. You want to get in. Although I have to say, this is actually kind of a hard question. I can't remember how many kills they had. But yeah, no, one thing that I wanted to ask you, if you happen to know, was, did Wolves get a new coach this season? Because I'm pretty sure
there's a big roster shuffle this season. A lot of teams went one way or the other. I heard from one of the AOW members that a lot of is being switched up this next NBPL. So it looks like Wolves got the better end of the stick with their current roster, able to shape up and show up. I mean, first bi-weekly, doing super well in the top 5. Again, doing super well in the third bi-weekly. Now, the bi-weeklies, this is important setting up for finals, but finals is really what matters. In the qualifying round, it's kind of nice. You get the 9% of points going into the actual finals, but the finals is what set up the points for the big grand finals of each NBPL season. So even though Wolves is doing well right now, the Pro League is extremely competitive. The adjustments teams make, and for what I've seen, especially from Worlds, is that macro game, that map control ends up being so big right now. So whatever Wolves is doing right now, the lobby is going to dissect, go back and look how exactly they set up to get that position. Because like I said before, Monk, Faria, Temi, really slow composition. It really only hits that power spike right at the end. They were able to secure that gold armor for their Monk, and if you notice, the Monk barely ulted in that end game. Unlike JJH, where their Monk was forced to ultimate, they kind of kept the Monk ult on the back foot and mainly ran their offense through Temi on with the Faria mech over and over to him. Now, the cool thing about getting a Monk to that end game is that he is a little bit stronger than a Yodo. As long as you get him to full health jades and that gold armor, he is a force to be reckoned with. Even with everyone shooting at him, it is very hard to take him down, especially with the support of a Temi. So really good stuff from Wolves, and innovative strat too, Duncan. I love to see new stuff. being brought out. Just when you think a meta is solved, someone pushes the envelope, takes a chance.
Yeah.
For this case, Wolves did their gamble does pay off, and they're able to take that game one, continue their momentum, because they got 118 points on their previous day. They could technically coast today. Just be like, whatever, let's keep some of our strategies, but they're still limit testing. They're still seeing what's possible, and we'll see if this Monk composition still keeps doing well. I was hoping that we would see WBG play today as well. See if that Tessa Monk still can survive after 3 weeks in the circuit in this competition. Did anyone figure out how to deal with Tessa ulting their Feria and Monk getting that easy D-mech? If you didn't know this and you're just tuning into the Pro League, a lot of high execution, the most beautiful NARAKA you'll see played. But in the Feria mech, Monk is able to punch into the Feria as long as she's not in turret mode, that right click mode. She can get demeched and completely get her ult neutralized. But what most people don't realize about Feria is the Monk can demech also from behind, pushing his arm through the actual Feria and landing that grab and demeching her. So a lot of finesse exists with that Monk v Feria. It's just we don't see Monks in this modern day. So I'm always excited to see these pros show up and show us some Monks. I'm wondering though, OUG, super good on their Sand Siphon, with you going crazy on the Takeda, but do they have a Transformers comp? Because for the first time in this current meta, we don't see Transformers, but will Transformers come back in the future? We already see Monk poking his head out of the hole saying, hey guys, we're still alive. Wolves resurrecting the comp, bringing it through. But will we see more Monks in the future is the question. I feel like you can never count out that character just because of how powerful the double grab is, how powerful he is in endgame, and how much influence he can have just carrying his team to victories inside Yang as well. One of the most oppressive characters. Now, with all the meta right now being fast, quick to the point, triple ulting, maximum rush down, will we see the resurgence of this slow play? Because we're already seeing it a little bit on this Holoroth. And with the first 3 days being on this daytime Holoroth, no Fireflies, I like to see this slow methodical play. But first game is always really slow. Everyone's warming up. Second game, we're picking up the speed. Everyone's going to play a little bit faster. We didn't see the Viper teams have a lot of success. We saw TE, we saw JL in and out around Plume Castle trying to find these assassinations plays, but they just couldn't get it down. The defense of all these slow compositions, able to survive, able to weather the storm of that V3 Viper. So will we see a resurgence of the V2 and V1 Viper in the future? Because I know V3 Viper definitely does a really good job of locking down Kurumi in the new Sand Siphon. She's actually very vulnerable to the V3 Viper, unlike the Zipping, who can use a lot of her mobility initially to avoid the drop on. But we shall see going into this game too. And this is one of my favorite parts of the modern day NARAKA, the phasing. New phase picks coming in to the league. It's a little bit confusing at first if you haven't seen phase rounds, but basically you are put into a group randomly, A, B, and C, or first, second, and third, and you rotate as the rounds progress. So A to B, B to C, C to A, over and over, and it just allows you to pick first, and the point system has been reduced to 9. Now, if I could quickly get this across, you just cannot pick the same characters if you are in the later phases, phase 2 and 3. So you generally see the S tier picks coming out in phase 1. So if you're looking for a composition to play, you're looking for the right map to play it on, looking at phase 1 and what these pro teams are playing in phase 1 is a good indication of what the S tier picks. And you're seeing that Sand Siphon coming out, but we're seeing a new thing with the Sand Mech. Usually for phase 2, you just see a clear shot of Viper Wuchen with Viper on V3 and F3, looking to get that big nuke out with the F3, looking to have that extra pair of hands to chase people down with the V3. And finally, in phase 3, we're seeing mainly Cannonball or Ice Pick with the Justina variation as that last pick, as that modern day transformer that plays slow.
Yeah, indeed. I'm surprised though that JJH and Wolves are both opting to go. They're running it back. They're going with the same composition as their first game. Wolves definitely. I mean, yeah. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, they're gonna run it back, and they're gonna try and do the same thing again. But as you said, are they gonna be able to get to that end game scenario? As more of these teams are gonna be picking up the pace. We've got quite a few of those Viper, Tessa, Wu-Chen compositions who like to come in for those assassinations, and they like to skirmish. They like to try and pick people off. Just jumping in and out of fights using that Wu-Chen ult. We saw so much value come out from the Wu-Chen in that previous game. These teams have been practicing a lot. They've managed to get that timing down very nicely. We saw the perfect iframe on the Tessa charm. Iframe meaning thing is, some people say it's invulnerability frame or invincibility frame, something along those lines. Regardless, they managed to avoid the charm and go unscathed, but unfortunately they did teleport into another team. It is what it is, it still happens. But we're going to be jumping into our second game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. And one thing I wanted to talk about is that we've been so... Back in the day, it was almost always Tomolk running V3 so that he could go into that sand wall, grab the sand wisps and throw them out and just continuously get value from that, constantly throwing them out, looking for those opportunities to lock somebody down and just burst them with range weapons or whatever they have available to them. But time and time again, we saw it initially get picked up towards the end of last year's second Nbpl split and then get used quite a bit in J-Cup, where teams were opting to run the V2, the second variation of Tomolk's ultimate, which instead of giving you those wisps when you walk through the wall, it gives you passive increased stamina regeneration, I think it is. And this is something that at the time we thought this is essentially to help you in that sand siphon mirror, where you want to you have the edge over the enemy Tomolk in that mirror matchup because you have the extra stamina and you're able to just play around certain lines that you can't typically do unless you have the stamina to do so. But now it's almost become the standard. It's almost become the standard that teams will opt to go for V2. I've seen it far more commonly than V3 or even V1. We saw V1 a few times as well. Do you think, Raven, that it's going to circle back around to V3 at some point, or do you think it's just always going to be down to that Tomolk's preference?
The team that really pushed the modern day Temiel is GG because they had the most dominant sand siphon for most of the year. Speaking of GG off Swan, we'll get back to the idea. The main idea, though, is that V3 locks Temmie from using his F correctly. And with the modern day Tessa and Viper being so heavily executed, you need to have your Temmie ready to iframe using his F. And less necessary for the damage. His peel is necessary to survive that burst, or you just get executed. Now, Yushan Ruins, we're going to get JL versus DRG. JL, former champs, being moved over to JL. BBV and TXJ quickly making Zai into mincemeat. Now Alliance popping with a great timing attack. Now TXJ is going to get taken down. Alliance perfectly timing their attack, able to instantly execute two members of JL, able to pick up two team kills over here. Now DRG not down and out. They have two members up, and now JL's VVV. We got a new scrap off both of them. Both of these two guys working together. VVV known for his 1v3s as well, looking for the half charge armor, be able to get that LMB off. DRG still fighting their way out of this vote versus Alliance, and the first two teams will have their revenge onto DRG. JL's VVV still getting tons of value for now, and it looks like the call has been made. Salty runbacks, baby. We're back in there. JL coming in with the vengeance. You will not claim our Yushan Ruins like this. Yushan Ruins and puzzle position, both S tier locations for the amount of loot that you can get, and that excellent rotation with these teleports. And now JL defending their turf, defending their loot. This is our town. Get out of here. Now looking at down at the other S tier location, this spot was highly contested every single weeklies. KLA, OUG, two of the strongest teams. We're not letting OUG get this for free anymore. You're seeing the Ballista, you're seeing the scrap off going down. Now FPX also jump in. 521 used to be here as well, but KLA will not let OUG run away with these tournaments anymore. This landing puzzle uncontested is just outrageous. You get that free gold weapon for your team on Siphon or on Cannonball, and it's just really, really tough when you're just giving you, or this time, this is something that's interesting about OUG. They sub in their characters. You sometimes plays their Yodo, and sometimes he does not. Nice shot coming out from KLA's Ballista play. The burn is coming in, and the flying F3 from the Viper is gonna take him down, but OUG fighting their way out of this. They're still not down and out. Can they find another clutch? The King with the F3 is not able to get much value out of this. Clean play coming up from KLA, but FPX is going to activate with this Moonbane timing, but the Wu Chen port is clutch, just out of line of sight, and the hard grapple is going to deny all of this Moonbane. You love to see it, Duncan. No Moonbane value.
Yeah, no Moonbane value. I have to say they jumped the gun a little bit on that one. I know I'm not a fan of Moonbanes in general, as you may know, but thing is, like, I can still recognize the value. I can still recognize when they've been used well and when they've been used poorly, and that is definitely an instance of when it was not used very well. You know, like, they could have very easily just, you know, oh look, wait, what's on that team? Oh, there's a Wu Chen. Okay, let's not use the Moonbane and just wait a second, see if we force out the ult first. No, they're just like, get in there. And it didn't really pay off, unfortunately, but thankfully for them, they did manage to secure themselves that gold weapon from the puzzle box. They're able to go underneath. If you don't know how to do this, go underneath the podium, the platform, and there is a circular tunnel that on the walls beneath the statues, it shows the direction that the statue above it needs to be facing for you to be able to unlock this puzzle and secure yourself some lovely little loot, and even some red armor. Red armor, you can only get it from that puzzle box. You can't always get it. It is still a matter of chance. But if you do, you are going to be a very tonky boy. I don't think that it's available in Immortal War, though. I don't think we've ever seen red armor in Immortal War, and I'm pretty sure that it was just... No, it's just not possible, yeah. But GG here, heading on over to GG up in the north. GG, I have to say, they've not been having a good couple weeks. You know, this week, they've just not managed to secure all that money, all that many points. You know, 40 points is not great, but especially in solos as well, I'm pretty sure GG Shy's just not been having a good time, unfortunately. It is what it is. Some teams, they just have bad weeks, and it's strange because GG's been one of those teams that's just done so. They've been a staple team in the past. They've been able to do consistently well, getting those points consistently in the top brackets, but something's just gone wrong. However, on the other hand, we've got a lot of teams that in the past have not been able to do all that well and now are doing extremely well. Bowder, for example, having that new coach hey, I didn't know that they got XCG's coach. It's definitely done a lot for them, as Bowder was one of those names back in the very beginning of Nbpl that we would see talked about or hear talked about a lot, but all of a sudden it just sort of felt like they fell off the map, but now they're back, and it's good to see. Bowder, just one of those solid OG names. Same thing with Wolves. Wolves just weren't able to really do anything for a long time, but now I'm pretty sure it must be a new coach. I'm pretty sure, because I see this coach sort of on stage talking to the players a lot more, when in the past I could have sworn that I just never saw him. I've never seen him before. He's always just there. He's very involved. He seems very engaged. And it seems as though it's definitely paid off, especially for Panda Man as well, or CDY as he's now called. He's been doing a lot better in solos. So, hey, they're definitely doing something right.
Yeah. With the new 8 rounds and match point, the coach comes in really, really big, and teams are being pushed to their absolute limit when it comes to their character picks in solos and their character picks in trios. 8 rounds is absolutely exhausting, so consistency is the key. Your overall strategy does go out and shine, and the most consistent teams will pull out ahead. There's less luck as rounds go further and further, and not only that, you have to MVP now. Before, teams could coast, kind of play a very safe and secure round, let NARAKA come back to them, but now teams have to invest in this very, very aggressive play style where sometimes if things don't go your way, you need to make things go your way. Fortune does favor the bold, and GG is going to be fighting with the V3 invested. GG playing very, very slow and methodical, sitting on the outside. Zipping's trying to get executed on. B2 is going to be not invested yet. Takeda ult just invested, and they're going to absolutely shred KLA. Unlucky for KLA running into this super, super stacked team. And this is what I was saying earlier, Duncan. GG, known for their slow, methodical play, known for knowing how to loot up the map. Now, we talked about platform and Yushan Ruins being one of the S tier locations. It looks like GG was posturing to go into Yang, but KLA takes a shot at them, takes their best shot to assassinate them before they're able to get into Yang. Now, unfortunately for KLA, Takeda was juice to the top, able to fight off that execution just with a singular ult. But we are going to see TE going in. Now, TE's got a lot of heat for not showing up in previous rounds. They are the world champions. Just 2 of their members did get split away, but 2 members are still there, and they issued the challenge and they rose up to the occasion, letting everyone know that this is still a championship team. TE Han going to the skies with the dagger, looking for the LMB. Can he see that miracle match just like you did earlier? Assassin's Lunge on deck, flying in. Yushan peeling onto Han, and now the Yodo ult is going to be getting invested. Kurumi circle out, but keeping her team alive. Leo is taking so much damage right now, just trying to stay alive with the Yodo push coming down. Han as well. Temi ult's going to get invested to neutralize some of this Feria pressure, but now Temi is vulnerable as well. But one player is taken down by DRG. Great play from TE with the perfect ult rotation, able to pick up the skill, but it's still not over yet. Yushan still has a little bit of fight left in him, but TE Han with the LB looking to get that Assassin's Love activated, but no more Transformers for DRG. The beginning of the end is upon us. TE chasing down Wuxian, but he's trying to stall it out. Can he get the stall out? 40 seconds is pretty ambitious. Dreadful Whale is out on with the F1, trying to get that slam down, but TE looking surgical out here. Great play from Leo. Kurumi so hard to play in this modern day NARAKA meta. The cannonball of the Feria, of the Yodo shove, pushing TE in and out. It's like being in a washing machine, but Kurumi perfectly keeps her team alive, and TE is going to come out on top. Another adjustment. We saw week 1, Cannonball fall short to Sanso. In week 2, Cannonball shows up and absolutely dominates. What will we get this week 3, Duncan?
Well, I mean, we've already gotten something reasonably caliente from Wolves and JJH. Caliente.
Muy fuego. Very fun.
Yes, muy
spicy.
Fuego. Muy caliente, hombre. Vamos a hablar en español ahora. No, I'm joking. We're not speaking in Spanish. Not casting in Spanish. I can't imagine casting in Spanish, though. That'd be kind of crazy. I don't think I'd be able to manage it. My Spanish is good, but it's not that good. However, DRG, we're going back into the action. Both Yoto ults now online. DRG up against JL. TXJ definitely won out in this sort of Yoto ult fight. Well, we're going to see the Feria mech come out now. All of these, they're trying to find some openings, but it's just going back and forth. Nothing is really happening here. WFZ, though, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get all that much value out of this Farrier mech, considering that he has to find the time to heal before he gets brought out of it. But the thing is, I feel like both of these teams are in for a nasty surprise, a rude awakening. GG, CJS, crouch walking up behind them, sneaky, and he's coming in, he's unleashed. Pulls out the Takeda ult and immediately annihilating the members of DRG and JL here. LXM, he's not looking to let them go. He's trying to find the chase down onto VVV, and they've managed to do so. VVV climbing up on top of this building, managed to buy himself a moment to breathe, but I don't think he's gonna survive this zone. Oh, he's hiding. Oh no, he gets spotted out. 3-3-0 manages to find him, and it looks as though only 2 out of the 6 players here are gonna be able to make it out alive for the moment. JL definitely coming out the getting the bigger end of the stick there. Thankfully, they're able to live, and potentially they will be able to get as I say it, they buy the rebirth charm from the shop, and they're going to be able to get back their downed teammate. But thankfully for JL, they are still in this game. Wolves, I'm curious as to where they are right now and how it's going for them. Also, one thing to note, unfortunately, as expected, WBG WBG has been eliminated. They aren't playing today, and they were sitting on very thin ice at the bottom of that qualified top 12 and have been overtaken by DRG, unfortunately for them. So they're not going to be going into the bi-weekly finals this week, but hey, you know, they did very well last week. Just it just isn't their week, you know, it happens. And Wolves, I do see them shopping in the city of Tang, but we don't have time for that. JDG, oh, they don't have time at all, though. They don't have any time left. The Yang depletion forcing them into an engagement against FPX here, and they just get taken down quietly into the night. FPX very happy, picking up 3 eliminations, but they are sitting on that blue armor. They're gonna have to try and find themselves a little bit of an upgrade heading into this end game. They don't want to be blueberries going into that final zone, especially if they are running this Sand Siphon. Sand Siphon, one of those compositions that kind of does want a little bit more armor to play with, but ooh, jumping into the realm of Yang. GG scrapping it out. CJS popping that Takeda ult mid-air, getting the knockback into the follow-up. JDG forced to use their Wuchen teleport to disengage, but it's just they're just immediately met with the onslaught that is GG there. Absolutely cooked. Just up against the wall. Talking about
GG. You were saying, and I've learned that
they heard me, bro. They heard me.
For the OG teams, you could never count these guys out.
Yeah.
They had a solid first day, and easily you're gonna get over this finish line. They're one of the most consistent teams, and what they're known for is getting that Takeda to gold ult. That was first Realm of Yang. Getting your Takeda to the gold ult requires a ton of planning, a ton of effort, and a ton of good looting. So I'm curious going back to see what GG's loot path. I'm gonna have to mentally note this. Game 2. But first, we got Alliance Revenge lane on the Justina. What can he show us? A lot of this is carried by their Justina Thunderstrike and ends up flying out, trying to keep the Monk locked down. Temi ult invested. Justina perfectly going straight up, getting out of this situation. Now JJH has the offensive Revenge with the Yoda ult, just trying to create some space, and now Flames going into mech. Nice job by Alliance to ice off a lot of this transformation pressure, but all of their burst was iced off. Now can they survive? Can they thrive in this situation when they're on the back foot? They're Yushan coming into a little bit late. Monk de-transforming. He needs to be able to hold down this Monk. Now it's JJH's turn. They have the defensive Godblade. Does get slammed in midair. 1 HP situation. Nice slam coming out from Alliance Bow. The Yushan doing the work, confirming the kills. That mid-air slam Really, really difficult to land. Alliance now has them against the ropes, but they are going to lose one of them. It's a 2v2 situation. Flames on the Temi, buying some time for his teammates to make some plays. Alliance bow really, really low as well. Can JJH bring this back? The momentum's going back and forth. The drama is unfolding. Good scale rush coming now. Now Bo in a last focus attack situation. Both of them in a last focus attack situation. The focus slide's coming out with the crouching LB, is going to secure it. 2v1 situation, but focus slide 2 OP, unlosable neutral, as Brostovis calls it, a teammate of Alliance. That focus slide into crouching LB on Pulsar, just doing massive damage, securing the win. Alliance is gonna take that second realm of Yang.
Very nicely done from them. But yeah, as you said, focus slide, unlosable neutral, just does so much. If you don't know what focus slide is, it is a Jade that is only available in team modes. It used to be in solos, but they removed it because it was just too strong. But it's still in team modes, and it essentially gives your slide blue focus, so you can slide into somebody and knock them up. It's not parryable. You can blue focus into them, and you can potentially stop them, but it's just one of those things that's really hard to avoid at times, especially in chaotic situations in trios. And one of the best things to use alongside it is a pulse sword or a great sword. You just get that slide and immediately go into a slide horizontal. It's free damage. It's so strong. And I don't know. It's just one of those Jades. It's kind of like It just comes out of nowhere. Sometimes you're just not expecting it, and you just get absolutely cooked. Alliance putting it to good use here. Absolutely. We've got a team. Oh, they're going to be rezzing here. It looks as though they might have spotted out Alliance that are close by. And there it is, the Yang depletion situation that we talked about. The desperation. You can smell it. At this point in the game, there are plenty of teams that sort of sitting a little bit back and just waiting to see if one of these Yang depletion teams goes full ooga booga and just tries to run down a team, as quite frankly that's just what they have to do, especially on this new patch that we're not actually playing on just yet, but it's sort of magnified in the next patch that we're going to be playing on next week. But both monks, the monk on monk, Godley taking a bit of damage initially, gets the jump up onto this platform here, gets a grab as well. ZK, he's in the hand, he does get slammed out. Definitely very good from Godley, not going for that greedy second grab to try and get the double slam, just committing for that first slam, getting the damage out, forcing out those Tumult ultimates. Both of them are down now. Godley coming out of that transformation, immediately jumping into that Ferrier mech. ZK having lost all his armor, trying to heal up. He's in the Ferrier mech as well. JJH, they might be the grief factor that gets Wolves killed here, as we have Alliance waiting in the wings to engage at a moment's notice. Godley, he's getting held in the zone by the Ferrier turret shots, just managing to make it out. He goes sky high, but the burn damage though, the fire arrows coming in and cooking the remaining sliver of health that he had available. But here we are, Alliance coming in. The Justina ult has been popped. XEM just taking a bunch of damage, avoiding the thunderstorm, getting that silence, but it's only 3 seconds. It's not going to buy them all that much time, having already lost a member. Wolves is on the run. ZK, he's trying to get out of there. A bit of a movement error there. Does an R&B slam to the ground, but he may have broken ankles here. JJH, they're confused. Flames still going. Oh, Moran finds him in the building. ZK on that white armor. Not very much effective health to play with. Unfortunately, he does get caught by the RMB, but immediately goes into the sky. The F3 coming in, though. XEM has come in to try and protect his teammate, but unable to do so before he gets taken down. But he does win the 1v1 in the end, clutching it up for his team. But unfortunately, he's not going to be able to go for that res just yet. He might be able to do so after he's healed up, but that zone 4 does a lot of damage. The anti-heal does so much. He's not able to do it just yet, but KLA as well going to pick up that kill onto Alliance Revenge. It looks as though 2 members of Alliance got taken down as well. They may have jumped the gun a little bit. This third party has gone awry for them, as KLA able to come in, and the third party, they're on the chase though. They found XCM on that ferrier, trying to disengage, immediately running over to the other teams, trying to run them into each other. Go QGG going for that ambitious uppercut. Oh my, see, that's what I'm talking about. That's what we're talking about. The focus slide gets the horizontal, immediately slide LMB just destroys him.
Sliding LMB coming off KLA. We got the third party, we got the fourth party, we got a NARAKA festival going down with the amount of Viper attacks just coming in non-stop. That attack on Titan, still to this day, we're still finding the Titans ulting, we're still finding these kills going down. Even though the Viper slightly changes, the same strategy still exists, the hit and run style, picking off these Titans in their mid game. Unfortunately for JJH and Wolves, the only two Monk teams, they find a way to grief each other, so we will not be seeing that same Sandmech going to these end games. And that's what I was saying, game one, a lot of these teams not firing in all cylinders, a lot of the Viper teams not able to break the slow defenses. But as some of these teams open up, as some of these sand siphons try to make things happen going into that mid-game transitional periods with the Yang depletion situations, we're seeing the Vipers converting on those fights. Every risk is super risky in the modern day NARAKA. You have to really calculate your positions, and we're seeing GG navigate this perfectly, able to get their Takeda CJS to that gold Takeda ult, and having that nice big cannon. Oof. Going into this end game, a lot of Sand Siphon, all of their offense runs through their Takeda, similar to how in the mid game Vipers go around, they're looking for you to commit your ultimates. The second any of these Sand Siphons, their Takeda sees you invest ults, they will be diving in to come in, clear you up with their singular Takeda ult, eating up those soul balloons. We're seeing TE in this mid game perfectly getting lucky with this position and grabbing that gold armor for their Takeda. One of the new additions this season, Duncan, is this 80% Moonbane, I like to call it. It kind of forces everyone to the edge zone, so you can't really hold the best position in the middle. You can't sit there with
Would you say the middle is the best position? Because if you're in the middle and surrounded,
depends on each location.
True, yeah.
I would say the middle is a low-key spot. Free gatekeeping being opened up. FPX actually in the first J-Cup showing why in the middle it ends up being one of the safest, because most of the teams on the edge aren't actually looking in. They're looking to their left, they're looking to their right, so the middle ends up taking the least amount of pressure. As long as you have some type of hard cover where you can ISO and look back out to the edge, the middle ends up being a very safe location. But this 80% Moonbane pushes everyone to the edge here, so you end up having to play this end game where you have to find the best position transitioning to this first Moonbane so you don't get forced out by these range attacks. The name of the game here is holding on to your ultimates and forcing people to ult first. Now, in one of these really great positions, we're seeing the scale rushes coming out from the pole sword, coming out big, and the assassination coming out. Great pickoff from KLA's QGG with the scale rush, an absolute devastating attack. That scale rush confirming into the RMB, and we see the EWG in the house just holding their ground, trying to stay out of sight, out of mind. The cannon shots ringing in from OUG, but it doesn't matter. The attack's coming out with we lose our Viper, but we keep our team alive. Now transitioning to this end game. Really interesting stuff. We got a no ult zone end game, Duncan. Who do you think is gonna take it?
It's kind of difficult to say at this point. The chaos has started to ensue, and every team is scrapping it out. Wait, what? Sorry.
Going with GG. They had 12
You're going with
kills.
GG? I mean, GG, they are pretty
closers, baby. They're closers, baby. But they know to seal the deal for these end games.
But look at FPX here. They have a really good position. They're up on the high ground there. Although ultimate high ground isn't necessarily just the win condition that gets you these wins, it is super valuable if you can play around it effectively. OUG not in the worst position. They're trying to find these eliminations in this endgame, as they've not really managed to find all that many leading up to it. EWG lurking in that house. The Viper ult has been popped. OUG is going to get staggered momentarily, but that Yoto ult is going to be pulled out immediately. Tessa ult has been locked onto OUG the King and SS here. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to capitalize. Oh no! VVV drops down. The King just surviving, just avoiding it. SS taking damage from the armor pierce though, and TELYD is gonna pick up an elimination onto SS. Beautifully done. The armor pierce doing work there. But look at FPX, they're just sitting pretty. They're just raining range projectiles down onto the other side of the zone. I think they might have found themselves that god spot for the moment. KLA and OUG as well losing members. JLVVV managing to find that elimination. The armor pierce again though doing work. VVV taking a bunch of damage, but the Soul Bloom is going to top him back up. EWG 9 over there in the back eating a bunch of damage, getting locked down, and FPX managing to pick up the kill. Just coming in for a moment and then immediately disengaging, heading on back to their spot, to their little home over there. OUG the King, a sliver of HP as well. TE Leo going to be able to pick him up. CJS in the sky, trying to stay in the air, but they've lost a member. So GG, even though they do have 12 eliminations, they've lost a teammate. And Dongxing, he's about to get oogly. He's getting in there, popping that F1, the staff out. He manages to get that confirmation onto Han. Han goes down. Dongking, he does get hit by this parry follow-up. And unfortunately, the 3-ban zone is still active. They're trying to buy some time, I believe, to... I mean, they can't use their ults. Nobody can do anything, really. It's just neutral play at this point. They're just trying to stay together. EWG 14 does get taken down by Dongxing. The jabbing doing so much. CXZ running straight into the corner here. Also getting picked up. FPX doing work in this lobby. They were able to buy so much time leading up to this point. They have all 3 members alive. They're just running the lobby as they just don't have anyone that can contest them at this point. They're playing together, they're playing safe, doing a good job. Waters lost some armor here, but he does have that Soul Bloom to pick up, get a little bit of health back. VVV with that Cavalry Bloom trying to make something happen, but unfortunately not able to really do all that much. Now that the 3-ban zone has expired, the ults come out. Dongxing has popped that Takeda ult. Water getting taken down dangerously low. VVV cleaning it up, getting that kill. The turret shots knocking these players into the zone. Dongxing, he's trying to stay on his feet. He does get knocked again and again. One HP. Oh, the Mortal Defiance is going to save him, though. He doesn't have anything to work with. He doesn't have his zipping to keep him alive. GG 330 still alive. TXJ and VVV. It looks as though it might be a JL victory here. GG. They're trying to get in the zone, but they're not being allowed in. TXJ managing to get a little bit of damage on the 330, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter. Why is he in the zone? He just drops down from the safe zone, tries to get in there, and just lets the Takeda go into that small little bit of what? I'm not sure about that one, bro. I'm not sure about that one. He's like,
really great play from GG there. Your call out was almost there with FPX
almost
being on the high ground in that no ult zone. It comes in huge, but JL and GG, veterans of this endgame, you see masterclass. Even though they only have 2 members live, they have their 2 carries live. They have TXJ and VVV, those 2 together. Absolute monsters at the J Cup finals. But GG has their Takeda up, and when you have that Takeda up with the gold ult and a zipping, he can still do a devastating amount of work. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. So we see JL and GG team up against the stronger FPX. FPX trying to find the kill onto the enemy. Takeda ends up overextending, not able to find the kill. And unfortunately for them, they run into the Faria of VVV, and TXJ VVV hit him with the 1-2 and take down the critical Takeda for FPX. But those 3 teams, FPX, GG, JL, absolute titans. JL normally not up there, but they have 2 of the world finalists, VVV and TXJ, to carry their name, to carry their banner over the finish line. What an excellent end game right there. No ult zone throws a wrench in everyone's gameplay right there. Like the one house, the one hard cover, you just see so much action going down over there. And unlike GGG, FPX sitting on the outside, kind of like playing it slow. They control the zone really, really well, but GG actively poking, seeing what's what, seeing if they can weaken one of the stronger teams. Unfortunately for FPX, I feel like their target selection was a little bit off there, going for the enemy Takeda. The big threat that throws your team off in that end game is most likely going to be that Fairy and Yoda, because whoever they invest their ult into is probably going to get taken down there. I think if FPX forces VVV and TXJ into the last duo and don't let them dictate the tempo there, they definitely take the round. But again, I feel like FPX had that in the strats, had that in the books. The no ult zone really throws off their tempo, so they're not able to capitalize on how well they positioned in that endgame.
Yeah, true. I think if Dongxing had been able to actually utilize his ult more in that end game, you know, he would have been able to get more value for sure. Unfortunately, the moment that the 3-ban zone goes down, we have the Ferrier ult, we have the zippings. It's just like he just wasn't really able to capitalize on his ultimate, unfortunately. Potentially the play would have been to just try and hold on to it a little bit longer, wait for that Ferrier mech to go down, but staying alive with the Ferrier mech in play can be rather difficult. So it's a bit of a toss-up, but we'll never know. Hindsight is 2020, but here we are yet again, ladies and gentlemen, the answer for treasures. You know the drill. Make sure to get your answers in the chat to have a chance at winning yourself a Spring Split random gift box. The question is, how many players chose to mulk in game number 2? Ooh. Was it A, 2? Was it B, 3? Oh, I can't read the rest of the answers. I didn't have enough time. Well, you saw them. But anyway, we're going to the standings of that game, the scoreboard from that game. GG sitting on 16 eliminations. God damn. 16 with that first place finish is going to net them a considerable number of points. 26.4, 4 ranking points. What a performance coming out from GG, and we're just rushing through these screens right now. Got the stats coming out from GG. Not a crazy amount of damage from any of them in particular, but solid damage across the board. They're able to get these kills quick and clean. 7 eliminations on CJS here, 5 for 330 and 4 for LXM doing work. I mean, there's nothing too surprising. F1 V2. You know, actually, I wanted to ask you, we saw a little bit of F2 zipping coming out in solos. It's never coming to trios, I don't think. But do you think this resurgence of F2 zipping is going to continue in solos, or not really?
Yeah, definitely will, because F2 is a really, really good solution to Akos, modern day Akos, and Child. Just because the Akos lunge, it gives you another option to be able to fade that pressure. And with at least the modern day glyphs, now on this patch, it's actually a little bit weaker. But with the current patch, I know in China, Mike has shown constant videos of this, that zipping is a S tier character. She barely takes any damage when she pops that V1. Now, will Mike switch over? He's still using F1, I believe, just because the amount of healing potential it gives you. But Spider, for a while now, has been playing F2, and Spider loves going into Realm of Yang when he's in there. Now, in trios, will we ever see F2 zipping? Pretty hard sell, be considering you're trying to buff your teammates as much as possible, and Zipping's role in the Sand Siphon is to keep her Takeda alive. And generally, F1 is going to keep him alive. Is he going to take some light attacks? Yes, but he's mainly chunking a lot of damage, and the F1 gives flat damage reduction and plus healing, so it's always going to be a little bit better. Wolves still maintaining their top spot, a mile ahead everyone. Bauda scratching the surface but not playing today. OUG probably has a chance to go through. OUG during all of the weeklies doing super well, playing very consistent, and I'm seeing a great adjustment to their gameplay going into the third bi-weekly. Now the second bi-weekly, they were kind of just running their traditional strats, getting away with murder, essentially getting all of the loot, and we see them there at the platform getting challenged again. But this time with adjustments, they're not just like getting timing attack and not realizing it, but GG showing up big. Like I said, I've been studying these guys for the past year. They were the best Siphon team. Now I believe OUG has caught up, because I feel like even though GG navigates endgame better, with OUG picking up U mechanically, just dueling wise, their 3v3 overtakes GG. Unfortunately for them, a lot of this game is not just fighting, it's also this macro, it's also this leveling up, it's also this positional play, and we see a masterclass of why GG was the most dominant Sand Siphon, why they dictated the meta with all of their picks, with their change on Temmie. You pointed out before that all the Temmies in the league were running V3. GG was the first team to start running V2 Temmie. Now they've moved on to even V1 Temmie for that extra 2 seconds. Normally when Temmie's both ult, there's a lot of Temmie on Temmie action, especially with the old Jade system where you had very little stamina. So if the Temmies were able to peel for their team, you could ice off a lot of the pressure. And we're seeing the MVP going down to CGS. Look at how stacked my man was. Tons of health, Mortal Defiance with the fan, 8k damage, 4.4k with the twin shot bounce going into that end game. Cannon just so pivotal in controlling tempo in this end game. You're seeing all of the teams picking up Cannon, but mainly the carry. So a lot of that end game, GG able to keep their Takeda ult online, doing tons of damage with that Cannon attack. Now unfortunately, the no ult zone stops GG from getting a lot more kills. These guys very active in end games. They know how to control positions. They know how to leverage every little bit of utility that they're able to squeeze out of their early and mid game. And we're seeing a lot of that magic come back today on this game to Duncan Holleroth. GG doing super well. I'm sad though. Sad about the monks griefing each other. Why do we have to take each other out? I wanted to see some more interesting monk play of how it deals with this modern day. But like I said before, Sand Mech, all the monk teams kind of phased out, because in this mid game, it's very hard to survive. Now, don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to take a short break, and there's still a lot more of NARAKA Pro League trios ahead of us. We will be right back after this short break.
With each breath, pain and destruction, my world is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready. frozen by apathy, desolation, fear and catastrophe. But I won't stop hunting with BLADEPOINT. This pain, a fire consuming me. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I know we'll meet again someday. Someday, the flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gates. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. We'll meet in NARAKA someday.
We're in game 3. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for the third bi-weekly NARAKA Pro League Trios. What an exciting day. I am Raven PLZ. I am joined by the great sword connoisseur, the Tarka known around the world, Mr. Duncan Donuts. Today has been a beautiful day so far, Duncan, with the leaders kind of shaping up. We're seeing the old guard bringing it back, new faces at the top. But last time in the second bi-weekly finals, we didn't get to see all of the old guard in there. I always want to see the new faces face off to the old guard to really establish themselves, to really let everyone know that a new guard may be happening. With the roster changes this season being vast and massive, coaches going different places, teams going different places, new rule set, we got phases now in trios, we got match point. In this qualifier though, we're still in the qualifiers. Last day, we're gonna have solos tomorrow, solo third week finals, trios finals following that day. So these teams are fighting to get there, to earn their right to win one of these weeklies. KLA doing a really stellar job today. Wolves really surprising me, able to maintain their consistency. I'm definitely a Wolves hater. That team always used to in the past just play so passively, not really taking any action. Unlike this team, JLVVV with the classic chin up, always so confident, looking into every round. Him and TXJ, an absolute unit of a duo, showing us in that last game why they were able to win this last Worlds J Cup. But going in to this next game, I'm loving what GG was showing us. I definitely want to go back and check out what exactly they did, because OUG and KLA have been absolutely dominating normally on their Siphon teams. Also WBG, unfortunately for WBG, we're not going to see them today, not able to contest. They do get pushed out the second weekly finals. WBG also plagued with inconsistency, so we'll have to see in week 4. But first, this week 3, we're still seeing that same type of picks, but again, Wolves going against the grain. We're seeing some innovation coming out where they're saying, like, we don't believe
wait what
Siphon is the best comp. We're gonna just still keep going Feria. We think that Feria is a little
Raven,
bit,
do you see?
what do we see? The Zai Matari.
The Zai Matari.
Wait a second. JL coming up with a new technology. This has to be a troll pick. Are they actually gonna lock this in?
It's
Please,
locked.
God.
It's locked in, bro.
No more Zais everywhere.
What is that?
Currently a plagued and actual ranked. If this works, Duncan, that's looking like the old Juggernaut strategy where you had Matari and Zipping. The original Siphon comp was Matari Zipping, buffing up Takeda. But in this instance, Zai? I'm wondering why you... Oh! So if you didn't know this, Matari's ultimate actually refreshes one of your skill cooldowns. And if Zai, in her ultimate, uses her first gold F and then goes invis, she will have her next F up. So technically, if Zai is pressuring Takeda, she will have 3 combo breaks to continue staggering him over and over, or the enemy team to stay on her target. Interesting stuff coming out from JL. So more innovation, Duncan. Oh my goodness. This is definitely going to be a fun
to see
comp. If I hope the camera stays on them, and I definitely will go back and watch this because we haven't seen a competitive variation of Zai in trio since the SEA region ran Yushan Zipping Zai when she initially came out.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
It was all of the jam just because of how durable Zai was and the amount of damage she was putting out. But after the balancing nerfs toning down her impact, she pretty much was phased out of trios completely. But JL, DXJ, and VVV, known for innovating where everyone in the league kind of stays on notice and waits to see what they do. I'm really excited to see how this comp plays off because Matari, good counter to Viper comps. And if Zai is going to get a triple gold F from Matari, I see the theory behind it. It could possibly...
He's running F3! I knew it. So I was gonna say
F3 is pretty well. We're just double commenting out of there. Oh,
bro, if they're running F3, then they're gonna get the Matari refresh on the F3, and they're just gonna comment these Takedas, just be like, "Come here, boy," and just fly at him. Matari ults against the backstab
of how they win versus Yodo and Feria. This is. I don't see how it wins. I feel like
yeah, the Yoda Feria is gonna be rough.
And Feria just have their way with Zai. She has no answer to them. The comment is just aesthetics at this point. She gets to fly through the air a little bit and enjoy herself. But the pain of the Feria Yoda. We'll see. I'm crossing my fingers that they show me an answer to this. They are the world champions, so if anyone can make something weird work, I've been saying for a while now that with the current meta, I believe there is another composition that exists that no one's thought about. With how powerful Zai is, with how powerful like V3 Justina is, with how powerful Tessa is, there's some weird variation that exists going in, and especially with the new character dropping, we're going to see a big musical chair shuffle in the future of NARAKA. But first, I'm excited to see this last game of Hollow. It's game 3 off spawn. We're going to see KLA in Imperium facing off against Alliance. A lot of the timing attacks happen in Imperium. There's just so much good loot around here, especially where it's high yield. The northern part having so much loot, multiple platforms having loot, just outside having a ton of loot. Now, no Fireflies on engage, but we see looks like we have OUG versus GG, 2 of the strongest dueling teams, 2 of the strongest macro teams, but OUG on their Tessa Viper looking for the opener right now. Tessa going in, the F3 of Yushan being invested onto Tessa, damage reduction tickling everyone. F2 from Yodo is coming out, but the pressure from OUG is just too much. They absolutely shred GG with that F3 Viper coming in hot. OUG's you on the Wu Chen. Man, they make that look easy.
That was just slice and dice coming out from OUG. The Hang Sword doing so much. They were grouped up. The vertical blue just decimating GG. Unfortunately for them, they're gonna have to go and find a rebirth somewhere else, most likely. But we're heading back on over to Imperium Village. KLA fighting it out against Alliance. QGG taking a bunch of damage here off of a parry that wasn't even meant for him, but thankfully he's still on his feet. They managed to buy themselves a little bit of time, but OUG are coming into the mix. They are engaging like, oh, they just got this beasts just going crazy. Just the jaw lock, they are locked in, and they are not going to be letting these players go. Alliance Bo, he's trying to disengage, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make it out of their line of sight. As for the moment, OUG, they recognize that there's other teams close by. They don't want to get caught out chasing people down unnecessarily. Stabilize. It's just like tempered ugliness, and I love it. KLA, they're coming in. They're trying to find an opening for themselves. But oh, the Tessa ult's coming in. The Viper ult as well. KLA. Oh no, the bear trap catching QGG, but it's not gonna matter. OUG, they're focusing all of their attention onto this Karumi, but unfortunately they're not able to take him down just yet. Manages to get that ultimate off, and they're forced to disengage. They're forced to try and step back for the moment. The big parry coming out from the Wu Chen, and it looks as though they're just going to use that ultimate to disengage. Alliance Bo, where is he? Is he sitting in a bush, or is he just hiding behind? He's just hiding behind a rock. He's just sat there crouched, hiding behind the rock, trying to see if he can pick up a kill here or something. I don't know what's going on, but we've got the re-engagement coming out again. Oh, Alliance, the kick coming through. He gets the kick onto the Takeda. QGG, he's so low here. He's not able to stay on his feet. Alliance, they're going to be just picking up the scraps here. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Alliance picking up 3 eliminations.
OUG plays that perfectly right there, really dragging out the resources of KLA. You see OUG not wanting to invest their Wuchen port until Takeda ult goes down. Now Alliance able to close that out, but now we're gonna get the rematch. OUG versus Alliance. You took our kills, we're coming back. Wuchen port is gonna get forced out, but OUG really good at hunting, gonna try to sniff out exactly where Alliance went. But Wuchen's port, that was an S tier port, all the way out in the soul. Max range gets to go away from there. Now we're gonna get EWG versus JL inside Metap, and we're seeing the new comp. The Zai ult is already invested. Just this composition is just so for fun. I want to see it work, and it looks like TE's pressure does get neutralized here, and that's one thing that I think the comp does a little bit better than a traditional sand siphon, is that you're able to disengage out of these moonbane situations because you're invisible. When you're invisible, you're not able to get counter grappled, and it looks like JL is able to find their way out of here. Unfortunately, EWG, fresh with a triple ult, does see them on their exit strategy, and they are going to get doped on. JL, no ult to the name. Temi ult gonna get invested here onto Matari. The good thing for Matari, though, she can port away, so she is a great sacrifice here, creating a ton of space for her team to get out of there. Temi ult's already down. Can JL find a way back? This is a nice job by VVV. Great presence of mind from JL to fade back to get to that ballista. They don't have ultimates, but they do have this ballista to their name, and now EWG has to reconsider how they're going to enter on here. No Temi ult to their name, but they still have that Takeda ult on the outside, though. Investing into this would mean that they would be all in, and it looks like JL is actually able to survive that situation as well. Great job avoiding the moonbane pressure from TE, and then great job from avoiding the full triple ult pressure from EWG. Now off the platform, we're seeing EWG getting invested on into DRG in these canyons. Nowhere to go. JJH also getting taken down. Yodo getting juggled against the wall. Nowhere to go. Flames now running for the hills. Can't go anywhere. EWG on his heels with the shoves coming out. Where you going, Flames? You're going down. Give me these points. We're gonna slurp this up, and EWG on their quest to get the 72 points. The goalpost is moving higher and higher, and EWG definitely has their work ahead of them if they hope to qualify for this third bi-weekly finals.
Absolutely. We're heading on to the podium. GG fighting against Wolves here. The Thorny Roller just coming through again and again, but they don't seem to care. They're just gonna keep on fighting. ZK managed to attach himself to that ceiling, able to avoid the Thorny Roller. They're trying to chase down GG LXM. He's immediately just full disengaging with those grapples along with his teammates, and it looks as though they may have been able to make it out alive and disengage fully here. But unfortunately, I don't think EG is going to be able to do the same. KLA coming in with that perfect third party, the timing attack, catching Wolves with their pants down, having just fought GG. Oh, no, but the re-engage again. Another timing attack coming out from Alliance here. Alliance seeing all of this sort of scrap. They know what's happening. They knew there was a Moonbane here not that long ago. All of the teams just coming on over to see what's going on. They find them slipping. They find KLA having committed their ultimates and not having the cooldowns available. And they just take them down one by one. It seems this lonely Karumi trying to disengage, trying to scale rush and grapple away. 17S, he's not going to be able to do it, unfortunately. And he does get cleaned up by Alliance. But now OUG coming into the mix. The Tessa ult has landed onto Alliance's Tessa. Lane parrying just a little bit too early, unable to prevent this pulsar damage from coming through. And the forced Wu Chen ult is going to take them to safety for just a moment. I don't think OUG is aware of where they teleported to. And engaging on this team in that space underneath the podium with the Thorny Roller in play is a bit dangerous. I do think we have Realms of Yang up as well, but none of these teams seem all that interested. All of the teams just fighting around the podium. They're ready to go in, though. I said that it was a little risky. They are ready to take that risk, engaging immediately. Exactly. All of them getting onto the ceiling. Yeah, the triple scale rush coming in.
Alliance was actually setting up a nice trap there with this triple scale rush, and I was like, are they going to fall for it? OUG was like, you got a triple scale rush? We got the triple scale rush. What's up? Flying V formation, ducks fly together. We're going out there. Like you were pointing out, Duncan, Realm of Yang. We got another pleasure seeing JL in here with the Zai. Can this beat Siphon is the question. We got a JDG's Toot. I can't even pronounce this. On the Takeda. Zai is going to come out. F3 is going to be invested. Flying up. We're going to get another F3. He is in the Temio. He is just getting put in the blender. What can he do? Getting shoved left to right. Popped right now. But we do have that material. He can pick himself up right now. Will he be able to find the kill? VVV able to pick up his health up. Another shove coming out. This Sand Siphon is very, very juiced up. Purple armor on everyone, but JL is able to weather the storm and match right now. Now it's coming down to a neutral situation. Dragon Bro is going to come out by Fong, controlling the space. Now VVV takes to the sky, looks for the flank. He's going to get it. F3 is going to come out with the flying and the parry. VVV going crazy on the Zai. We still got B2 on our zipping. Are we going to close this out? JDG has a chance to come out. VVV is popped right now. He's going to keep up the pressure. Light attacks are coming out. 1v3 situation. And are we going to get the first upset full Blueberry team? With the Zai is going to take down. Oh my God. Tell me this isn't real. What am I watching in 2024? Zai, Matari, zipping. Oh my God. This is going to go everywhere in ranked. This is going to be absolutely nuts, Duncan.
Oh God. Oh no. Oh no.
F3 Comet Zai flying in.
Is the Mado special. They watched the EU scrims. They saw the Zai prow. And if you guys don't know, the EU scrims for trios took place recently, and we had Mado, one of the OG EU players. He's definitely a Zai enjoyer, along with his V3 Justina. And he gets so much value out of these off-meta picks. It's actually crazy to see how much value he can get out of it. But yeah, I somewhat doubt that JL was watching the EU trio scrim. I slightly doubt it. It's probably something that they've been cooking up for a little bit themselves. But hey, JL with the F3 Zai pulling it out, showing what's up. Hey, maybe Mado wasn't smoking that copium. You know, maybe he was onto something all along, ladies and gentlemen. VVV, he's looking to make something happen yet again, committing both of his Fs. The parry coming out, but unfortunately, the zipping not able to keep him alive. Just gets absolutely obliterated. Even with that gold damage, I think they could have committed more ultimates, but I think they were just gonna try and see if they could do something with just the Zai, and then he just instantly disappeared, and he wasn't able to stay alive, unfortunately. Oh, JL, One Feng, very nice little turnaround there with that Dragon Roar, managing to pick up that one elimination. Now in a 1v2 situation, he's not gonna be able to do this, I don't think. He can't prevent the res here. He's using the ultimate, interestingly enough. He's going for the Dragon Roll. He's trying to turn it around. Actually gets the confirmation, but the Tessa F is going to prevent it from continuing. And OUG are going to be able to pick up JL. What am I watching?
We cast a curse now.
Just
immediately go in
disappeared.
and just that's what I'm saying. Zai is not a unit. She is very, very vulnerable. First, OUG is going to get dove on by EWG. Coming in hot with the Temi ult investment. OUG is going to be able to pour it out of here. Nice counterplay with the Wu Chen denying that Temi pressure. And OUG is going to try to make their way to the bush, to the no-walled zone, and fight this out, surrounded by all angles. We got Wolves in here, as well as JDG fighting on the outside. EWG just got so many options to pick off from. It looks like they're going to pick from this buffet of fights over here at the wall, over here at the bridge. Wolves not seeing the oncoming danger lurking in the shadows. That is EWG. EWG making their way off, looking for that focus fire, looking for that ambush. Wolves recognizing, wait a second, something is afoot, something is in the air. It's EWG. The DMAC is going to come down, and now F1 activating on the Takeda 9, looking to get that opener off. Temi trying to close the distance, hold down this Yushan. Great jump parry coming on from Yushan, and now EWG's 9 has to reel, has to slow this down, but JDG coming in the flank. The hunters become the hunted. Now Wolves activating as well. Another NARAKA festival going. Now we got a third party, we got a fourth party. It's just a giant festival, all mosh pitting in. R&B's coming out. JDG's toot gonna get deleted, and EWG fading out of all this pressure, finding their way back into this. 80% on Takeda, looking to get this ultimate 9. Did I just see F3 Zai coming in hot? JDG, JL joining in the party. We got VVV on the Zai, almost has ultimates up. The Kurumi is going to be investing her ultimate, but JL staying active in this mid game. They're not playing this slow at all. This looks to be a very active comp, countering the current meta of this V3 Viper and the Siphon. I would like to see this comp versus Cannonball and how it fares, but looks like the fight selection coming out from JL with 5 kills is looking to find these Sand Siphons and these Attack on Titans when they're vulnerable, and finding that F3 jump in when they can. EWG somehow surviving all of that chaos with no ultimates. Good job to them. They still have their work cut out for them. They're still trying to qualify to go into this third bi-weekly finals.
Indeed. That was JJH going into the realm of Yang, seemingly uncontested for the moment, but yeah, that is something that it looks as though they're just going to go fully uncontested. One of the main reasons that we see this occasionally happening, we see most teams looking to contest the first realm of Yang, but the secondary realm of Yang isn't always something that teams want to go for, as it's later on into the game. A lot of teams are very stacked, and then some not so much. Some of these teams have blue armor. Speaking of, we have OUG with blue armor on 2 members. Managed to find the Tessa confirmation onto 9. 9, no ultimate to speak of, and just gets cooked here. SS as well, though he's taking a lot of damage. His teammates trying to peel for him. They managed to find the peel, and 14 is also going to be taken down. EWG in a very bad spot here. It looks as though XG, yeah, he's the. I did think that one of them may have survived, and that does seem to be the case. But is he going to be able to creep his way into the zone? The anti-healing is starting to stack up. Dun, 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 dun. Oh no, he's found. They found him. He does avoid the Tessa ult. The V1 does dodge away, but he does get overheld by OUG's U. The fans. That was rough. Alliance coming in to pick up the scraps. But back to what I was gonna say. There's far fewer teams, and a lot of these teams are looking to go into that end game. They're trying to stay alive, and they're not looking to fight all that much going into the end game unless they are forced to do so. If you're in that end game and you've gone into the realm of Yang and you've lost and you have Yang depletion, trying to force fights can be very detrimental to your game. You just, a lot of the time, you might not be able to find teams who are even willing to entertain the idea of fighting, or even just like playing the initial just sort of back and forth, and you're forced to commit so hard. You're forced to overcommit a lot of the time and just go YOLO and just try your very best to actually get anything. And a lot of the time, there are a lot of teams that are aware of this, the Yang depletion situation that we talk about. They're aware of this being a possibility, and they're just waiting to see if there is a team lurking around trying to force fights, wait for them to do so, and then come in for that third party. So you have to be very sure that you're able to either secure that Realm of Yang win or potentially have Soul Blooms. But that's the thing, though. Soul Blooms, they're not ever present now. Once you kill somebody, once you take them down, they do expire after 2 minutes now. I don't think it's on the patch that they're currently playing, but it will be very soon. FPX, though, we're going into quick replay. EWG up against FPX in the Realm of Yang. Dongxing getting tossed around, hasn't committed the ultimate yet, but now pulling it out, having lost some armor. The Ferrier ult and the Yueishan ult, all three members using their ultimates here, trying to lock down this Takeda, and they're able to do so. 9 getting cooked. Dongxing taking a lot of damage as well. Is that F1? No.
F2. Whoa,
I think that was F2, yeah. Yeah, when he threw it in the
excited
air, I wasn't
there,
too sure.
Duncan, when you saw F1.
A little exciting.
Off meta connoisseur Duncan. FPX is going to be closing out this fight, though, winning the Realm of Yang on their Cannonball versus EWG. Nothing left to do. Surgical play coming out from FPX, closing this out. No bad blues, only light attacks, closing out that zipping. Nothing she can do to bring that fight back to FPX on the Cannonball. Now, we saw them in game 2 play that end game perfectly. You pointed them out on the high ground, absolutely out positioning the rest of the lobby. Now we're seeing them posturing going into this end game, but this is what I was saying. First game, very slow. Second game starts getting a little bit more heated, and now going into game 3, we are starting to get up to that red hotness where all the teams are comfortable. They know that everything is on the line right now. They need to make this weekly finals. Everyone's comfortable, and we're seeing that comfort level through the roof with JL trying out this Matari Zai zipping composition, a version of the Siphon. So the lineage of Siphon, we used to call Siphon with Takeda, the Matari zipping, where you give that Matari ult to the Takeda, giving him an extra shove, and you just ran your entire offense through that. And it was actually V1 zipping back in the day, because every shove that Takeda does heals him for his damage. Now, as the game has progressed, Takeda has been tuned down, so his heal isn't as prevalent. Now, before that even happened, Temi ended up being a better partner for Takeda, just because it minimized a ton of the pressure from monks. It also gave you the option of challenging these chests. Now, fast forward to today, fast forward to JL showing another variation, going with a little bit of a schmix here, an old school remix, changing out that Takeda and putting Zai instead with these V3 Vipers going around in this mid game, able to challenge these Viper teams. So low key, no one really knows that Zai is an absolute menace when it comes to these Wu-Chen Viper Tessa teams. The transformation, their attack on Titan does not really qualify for dealing with the Zai compositions. We're gonna see DRG's WFC gonna get taken down, and OUG is on an absolute tear. They are just rolling through this lobby with you in the back line on the Wu-Chen. You got to imagine that these guys are super comfortable. You, as Wu-Chen in the league, by far, I believe his ports are super on point, but they're also so dynamic that you're able to play so offensively. It looks like JL, just like in their fashions, able to play for these gold armors, finding the great timing right now. And TE, former teammates, you love to see it. The salty runbacks, both teams looking at each other. VVV with the F3, able to Comet his way out of it, but it looks like he's gonna get connected to now. Forced to pop the ultimate, forced to pop Matari ult in order to stay alive right now. And this is what I was hoping to see. Can this team deal with Cannonball? And I just didn't see the answer. And it looks like the answer is to just run away, avoiding the situation altogether. JL managing to get out of sight, out of mind, all of TE's cooldowns, invest in his. They still have Yoda ult now. They have to be careful with Wolves lurking in the background. It looks like Wolves is just, that's a solo player in the bushes. So JL is still going to be under a ton of pressure from TE. The former teammates going in, want to take this fight, knowing that all the cooldowns are used. TE not able to. Great job kiting TE over here. JL taking the high ground, watching them counter grappling for their teammates, and they will survive going into this end game. Woohoo!
Indeed.
I want to see this come in the end game. What can they do?
I do as well.
Show me the technology, JL.
Oh god, this is it's a sight to see. You know, VVV on the Zai actually doing well as well. They did get a little bit overconfident coming out of that realm of Yang when VVV
Zai
just got
siphoned?
destroyed. Zai siphon. See, the thing is, that's low-key not actually a bad idea, as one of the things that really prevents Takeda from getting value is the fact that Viper can pop that V3 and keep him silenced for the duration, or if they happen to be running F2, they can use the silence on that F as well. So Takeda, if he's silenced, then he can't do anything. He can't use his ultimate. Whereas Zai, once she's used that ultimate, once she's popped the ult, she's able to just use it like any other weapon, and it gives you so much pressure, which is so useful when you're trying to fend off these Vipers. You know, the gold focus, just sending it out left and right, the fire wave from the V2 as well, giving you so much AoE damage, so much AoE pressure, and like the tech chase as well. Like, you're never running away from a good Zai. A good Zai player, they just chase you to the ends of the earth, especially with F3. If you're gonna run F3, you know, I've fought Mado a bunch in solos with his F3 V2 Zai, and it is not fun to play against, especially as a Tarka. It's probably one of his worst matchups. But even then, even if you're not playing Tarka, even if you're playing something else, it's still really rough. You just play it full aggro, you use the F3 to engage, almost immediately use your ultimate, and then you have another F3 if they try and disengage again. But speaking of disengage, GG. They've lost a member here. Member 330 almost dead here, almost timed out. They're trying to disengage. They're trying to apply some pressure here, making sure that they aren't the ones getting lobbied. Oh no, FPX Water may have gotten a little bit too close there. Not too sure about that one, Big Dog. He just sort of walks into them and just immediately gets destroyed, throws down the pillar, but is just not able to get into that Farrier mech, unfortunately. And LXM picking up another kill. CJS, oh, SS finds him and gets him with that cannon shot as well. Catches him healing, catches him unaware, and is able to pick up the elimination. Oh no! Joey, what are you doing? FPX, they're just trolling. They're just sort of wandering around without a care in the world. And just walks into GG, dies. And second one walks into the Thorny Roller, almost dies, forced to use his ultimate now. But he's managed to stay alive for the moment. TE now using that Farrier mech. applying the pressure onto Alliance here. Alliance Bow so low, he does get taken down. VVV. Oh, sorry, I can't help but laugh. What? But look at that. Yeah. See, that's the damage. That's the side damage right there, ladies and gentlemen. You throw out that V2 fire wave, the chain wave. What do? They just get all grouped together and they just get absolutely cooked. JL managed, like, they're going uncontested on this side of the zone, Raymond. This is tough.
I see the theory. I definitely respect it, but OUG is absolutely rolling this lobby. Already up to 15 kills, surviving and thriving still on the outside right now. They're just an assassination squad moving so viciously across the map. This roller, though, is making some NARAKA pizza. Some of these teams looking like pizza dough. FPX getting squished over and over, looking like a pepperoni pizza out here. Just what happened to FPX with this roller going around? We got JL on the outside, but JJH on the high ground, on the cannonball, looking to control this space and hopefully get their Feria active in the game. Good job by JJH Flame on the U-Shot, able to dictate a lot of this spacing right here. OUG trying to find their nook and cranny, but unfortunately for them, that attack on Titan not able to survive the situation. A Titan alive, taking up that space. Now, OUG still holding that little bit of location over there, but JJH is going to slurp that up. Will they be able to force OUG out of here? GG on the upside, staying alive.
He's
and
going in!
He's gonna
He gets the kill!
With the F3 on the Zai. Oh my goodness. VVV, what's going on over here? Does anyone need a little bit of cooking? The chains are out, whipping this lobby into submission. VVV with this Zai Siphon absolutely decimating the third party. What can you do? No ult in his name, but U-Shot is going to come out, able to slow down a lot of this pressure. Han on the Yodo is going to get taken down by JL's TXJ, and it looks like JL with the innovation, up to 10 kills, surviving on the edge against all odds, is looking to clean up this lobby. TE has one member who's really, really low. LYD is gonna try to die to zone, but it looks like JL is gonna get 13 kills and MVP, and you see that big smile coming out from BBB. He knows they've just changed the game forever. Big smile coming out from JL. You think you've seen it all, Duncan, but still to this day, NARAKA Pro League showing up and showing us some new stuff. Good stuff coming out from JL, VVV, TXJ, and crew.
What on earth did we just watch? VVV.
You know I'm running this. I'm running this tomorrow.
Are you running this?
I'm running this tomorrow. I see the theory.
This is crazy, man. This is so dumb. I think it's like, that's the funniest. The funniest thing is that they can't do anything into Cannonball, but they cook everybody else. So they see a Cannonball, they just run the other way. But they see any other team, they just immediately send it with that F3 and just get straight in there. The Zai doing so much work. Gold armor, gold weapon, Zai. It's so hard to deal with. You know, if you're, it's also just something that's quite funny. You're not ready for this. Going into the Nbpl, you're like, okay, we've prepped against the cannonballs, we've prepped against Sand Siphon, we've prepped against the Viper Tessa comp. Okay, we're ready. And then you go into game and you run into a Zai Matari zipping, and you're just like, what do we do, man? What am I supposed to do? Is this duos? Like, hello? The F3 actually doing work though, and I mean, I've been saying that it's low-key kind of good if you play it well. Wolves Kai Bao tried it in solos, not the play. F3 in solos, not the play. However, in trios, because it functions in a very similar way to Yoto almost. Yoto with the F2 and the F1 being able to just knock up a player with that gold focus, and also you're applying burn damage and we all know how strong burn damage is in trios. I mean, even in solos, burn damage allowing you to access the health bar directly, cut down, healing. You know, it does a lot. You are missing that combo break, but if you've got a Matari and a zipping to back you up, you can do a considerable amount with the Zai. And having the Matari to give you a third F, because if you weren't aware, Zai, she uses her F, then ults. The ultimate will refresh her F cooldown. If the Matari were to then ult on top of that, she would then have a third F to play with. So it's just a Zai zooming in like a meteor, just obliterating people, applying fire damage, the chain whips coming out. It's rough. It's hard to deal with. It's very hard to deal with. And they showed how powerful it can really be. It's great to see the off-meta picks. You know, if for a while it was kind of just every game felt very samey, you know, even though we do have more variety, we do have somewhat more variety than we used to, because back in the day, it used to be just one comp would also almost be played by every team in a lobby. So you'd have a Transformers lobby, you'd have a Viper lobby, you'd have a Takeda lobby. But now we have some of each team in every lobby, but it almost feels like every lobby is the same now. But now we're getting the crazy stuff coming in with the Zai, and hopefully more. Hopefully a team is prepped perhaps a target composition.
Again, very wishful thinking, but to build off what you were saying, you're right, Duncan, with the Yodo comparison of Zai. A lot of the modern day Yodo, the tough part is getting value off her ult with her positioning. Everyone's really good at kiting, so the F2 allows her to close the distance. The F3 on the Zai allows her to close the distance and stay on target, because the second that Zai gets near you, it's impossible to get away from her. And if you manage to somehow peel her off, get a focus attack when she's not holding gold focus, she has a second comment with the Matari able to lock you down. So it's a full lockdown composition for these Wu Chen and zipping compositions with the Takeda. There's just nowhere to go. As long as they can survive that initial Temi ult, there is a lot of pressure coming downwind, especially with Matari's Invis giving the Zai a lot of siphon in that durability from the lack of durability with the F3. We're seeing JL coming out on top, surviving the cannonball and getting a 22.2. Now, OUG was crushing the lobby. Their assassination play is definitely something to look into for this round. I'm going to note this mentally. Game 3, OUG going crazy as well. But TXG, Fong, VVV, you didn't know this, two of these guys were on the World Finals team TE. These two got picked up from JL, joined by Fong. We're seeing 20, almost 25k damage coming out from VV, and almost 25k damage coming out from TXJ on Matari. Matari normally looked at as a support character, but you're seeing how devastating Matari can be with that Invis in the hands of a very strong player. A lot of people think that character compositions make everything. No, it is the player behind the character that makes everything. EWG still with their work cut out for them. 47.8, which there's still a lot of NARAKA to be played. We're past that halfway point. We're going to be going to Morris next. WBG looks like they are out, but DRG still in the running. Can they bring it through? They're on that cusp at 70-ish points. It's going to be a tough day because the bar keeps moving up higher and higher. Alliance holding the gatekeeping right now at 77.4. FPX right there with them at 77.6. 5-2-1. They got to be crossing their fingers. They got to hope that all these teams have a bad day moving forward. XCG, same thing. 81.3 was looking comfy before. Not looking as comfy. We'll see if the rest of the bottom half of this lobby can bring this back. But JJH having a tough day with their innovation. JDG doing really, really good work off spawn, but their mid game, they're a little bit struggling of keeping that consistency going with, because just the ferocity of these third parties coming out from the likes of KLA, JL, not Bauda, OUG is just absolutely devastating. Now, Wolves started out the day very, very strong, but this is kind of where I've seen them in the past tempering off. Now, they don't have to worry. 118 points on day one is absolutely insane. So would it be surprising to me that they're just limit testing? They're trying out different ideas. They're keeping a little bit close to the heart going into this weekly finals. But I got to say, keeping your foot on the gas is really important. We're seeing a nice replay from VVV with the F3 coming flying in, having so much fun. The comms are popping off. this Siphon team was way more scaled with them. JDG had way more loot, and they just get upset in this realm of Yang versus this weirdo comp. There's no way you could have prepared for this. First time I've ever seen this composition ever put together. And on the outside,
look at him just flying around.
This was the killing blow. They somehow muscle out the position of forcing these cannonball teams out from their safe edge. VVV, their play a little bit earlier, getting that gold armor on and seeing that the intimidation, they turn around, they're like, wait a second, what is that, a Zion ultimate? And then the FP flying in, finding these extra kills, and JL just on the low ground, farming all the kills. There's just no way you're going to be able to kill this team at this point. So much durability with the Matari Siphon off Invis and the zipping heal. Now the question I really have is whether or not zipping was on V2 or V1. Just because
V2.
With Matari ult, the reason why we call this Siphon is the amount of healing that it pumps out from the double support onto the main carry character. And we're seeing VVV coming out with the 25k damage, Skyforce as well. So every time he's picking up a kill, we're getting that full armor reset. We also got Ruptured Gale with Dragon's Breath, keeping up that ultimate for that endgame and that 6 MVP. It's the reason why I've been studying this man ever since his first debut in the first world, seeing him on FPX. Good stuff coming out from him. I'm blown away, Duncan, that JL shows us some cool stuff. You know, I was a little bummed out with the old patch, but now I'm hyped to see what else we got and just what the future of NARAKA kind of leaves us. Because now with Zai and a 20% damage reduction and that F3 plus the skill cooldown, I just can't imagine a world where you can burst that character down now. She's definitely going to be played in the future, and we're going to see some craziness moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the kind of character that if you just give her a little bit more than what she has, she instantly becomes very, very strong and hard to deal with. You know, if it's some characters, they have just like this one thing that if you were to buff or to just adjust slightly in their favor, they instantly become much, much stronger. And Zai is one of those characters that they've always just been on the cusp of being extremely good and extremely viable. And now I think the reason she did receive a slight buff not that long ago, it was an odd one that sort of essentially made it so that she could use, like, there was less downtime between attacks. That it was like a less end frame lag on after certain animations that allows her to play a little bit more fluidly, I think. But yeah, no, very exciting. But for the moment, we are going to be going over to an interview. Perhaps we'll hear a little bit about this Zai, who knows. But we'll be back very shortly, so don't go anywhere.
Hi everyone, this is Yeager and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with Water and let him say hello to our audience. 来，阿水先和观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是方法大师朱雀的 Water。
再次欢迎 Water 来到我们的赛后采访。Okay, so we know that in the game 2, I saw that you guys also used the Arona Burst, and we know that when the Arona Burst just appear in our matches and a lot of players just don't like to use it, but now it's changed, so I would like to know why. 然后首先问一下，因为其实在第二把的最后，就不光是分 plus 朱雀，而且其他很多队伍都在用这个极光碎云闪啊。那其实极光碎云闪刚出的时候，我们很多的选手其实是觉得，哎呀，它可能前摇太长啊，然后觉得不是很适合在比赛当中用。但今天完全是换了一个景象，能不能跟我们分析一下为什么呢？
因为3排的话嘛，虽然人多嘛，然后极光碎云闪它的那个范围，然后加上带沉默的那个效果，就是如果说在别人就是不注意的时候打一个空虚的话，就可能就直接把对面给融化掉了。
Okay, so first of all, because the Trolls game, we have more players in the matches, and also because the Aurora Burst is control range is really wide and it also can charge in the sky, so that's why it has very high damage nowadays in the Trolls game. That's why we all like to use it. Okay, let's move on to next part, answer for treasure. 好，接下来也到了我们的下一个抽奖问答的环节。今天的题目是什么？让我们一起来看一下大屏幕。 So you guys can see the question on screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we'll take a screenshot, and lucky guy will be whispered. So let's see today's question. Which hero did FPXZQ Water use in the Game 3？ 这道题目呢是关于刚才这把比赛 Water 自己用到了什么英雄 ？A 是妖刀姬 ，B 是神庙 ，C 月山 ，D 玉玲珑。OK， 那在说我们这个正确答案公布之前啊，我先来问一下 Water。其实，在第三把的那个结尾，我们也觉得，有一点点可惜。当时自己被一个妖刀给斩杀之后，是发生了，就当时是什么样一个情况？然后队内马上做出了一个怎么样的调整呢？
当时的话就是一开始我们把自己就是射死一个，然后又想杀他们另外2个人，然后结果他2个人就直接交接人上来打我，然后再加上当时我自己没有第一时间上机甲，所以就后面就被压起身，然后就死掉了。然后后面的话就是因为圈太小了嘛，拉不起来嘛，然后就让他们2个人就是因为我们头还有几个头的，就让他们就是能活就活嘛。
So I just asked him about in the latest game, so what happens in the final circle for their team, and he just told me after he killed one player by the ranged weapon, and because he didn't use the ultimate suddenly, and that's why he just killed by other players. And after that, they only rest 2 person, and they find the way maybe to survive to the end. And also his teammate have find a good place and also kill someone. 那其实这边我想补充问一个问题啊，那就是在你刚才跟我们讲完后面2个队友其实找了一个位置，后面还有击杀，当时怎么会被那个滚轮给滚了一下呢？
因为当时我感觉能拉，然后我那个视角看着就感觉能拉，然后他们的视角其实看到是有一队在边上的，然后他第一时间过来，然后因为这个圈就是可能没注意嘛，然后滚轮圈就被滚了一下。
直接滚了。Okay, and so after that we know his teammate just damaged by the thunder roller, and I would like to know why. And he told me because at their view they saw that maybe they can just save him up, but they didn't see and focus on that there's a thunder roller there and just have damage by thunder roller. Okay, I think all players prepared, and let's start counting. 好了，在这个有趣的故事分享之后，我觉得接下来就应该进入我们倒计时了。应该准备好了，对不对啊？那让我们一起进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, and please find out the correct answer. 也有请 Water 给我们公布一下正确答案到底是哪一个呢？
正确答案是 B 神庙。
Yeah, the correct answer is B. Okay, and we know this is the last day, the regular game, and because I would like to know, so are you worried about that you will qualify for the biweekly this week? Because we know, so for the last week, maybe a little bit pity. 那这边特别想问一下，因为其实今天也是最后一个，就第3双周最后一个常规赛的时间，也是决定了谁将要进入我们的周决。其实对于第2个双周啊，我觉得对你们队来说是非常可惜的。那今天怎么样？有没有信心，或者现在还有没有什么顾虑？
现在的话压力挺小的嘛，因为这个赛季的话，我感觉是，常规赛比周决赛还难打的一个赛季。
So now for us, we don't have too much pressure because for the spring split, it's really strange. It likes the regular matches is harder than bi-weekly final. 好的，虽然说很难打，那接下来还有3把比赛，我们只能说对于分 plus 出去，让你们好好加油了。我也祝你们好运 ，OK? Good luck to you and thank you for today's interview. And we will take a break and be right back later.
我是林小璐，我是浙江泰顺人，是下属民歌、下属分享的真心人。
在小富姐姐吧，在最穷国你们仨。小鹿也要穿凤凰
装。我赛时者就喜欢对着台山唱歌，喜欢做山林都跑啊跑。时者只有老人头上嘅盘王記可以教我定路腳譜。我爺對我講，平安裝 是不你在台先嚟以後將可以做嘅，所以我經常能佢嘅平安中對住將在看待信仰，夢想地個台先嚟以後就像平安中嘅用處。每一次一趕上早前，我都好衝出去攔路，就為了多睇幾人信仰條上生好嘅法子。當時懵裡懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活大會，更是台面為大老都衝對過，其實都是平旺包容嘅人衝台，就符我人需要嘅象徵。這條台先來，就像是太太外班嘅時要是先落用住。體驗生活也好，網絡也好，出台小時都當然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
妈，你干嘛老给我带这个呀？我要带上这个。
伴隨我女面面台先來，也面面教我，像啲細事隻怪運，對平旺嘅熱愛盡心落書。所以我十分堅決將條歌上。我啲過一次當作出發。我想對地個嘅體會當作有平旺中，山下嘅歌啊，唱了一輩子。現在我在舞台上唱出地個嘅故事，啲民俗嘅進行都上了革新嘅色彩。革新意義唔只是俾你在相處嘅標誌。而是俾我人勇氣，讓我人無拘無束做啲個嘅披風弄開角。愛來自山下，我是熱愛嘅勇氣弄英雄，我是憧憬平旺嘅傳道中嘅一個。愛也是平旺，愛是書記，愛心無懼。
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back and we are going to be going into our second half of the day, the second half of today's Trios series, the final day before the bi-weekly finals, the last chance for these teams to qualify into that finals. And I'm joined by Raven, the Oogler, my good friend. I'm excited. Do you think we're going to see more spicy things? Some more Zai out of VVV, perhaps. You know, we are going to the Fireflies now. Firefly map, a lot more alt uptime. So, who knows? It
wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me, especially because on Morris, you actually have an easier time surviving in that competition. On Holleroth, since it's so spread out, and there's a lot of dead space between good POIs that you can kite on and hide and save yourselves away from Faria ults, it wouldn't surprise me if JL pops this out more. Now, technically, Siphon and Cannonball is a little bit stronger, and I know the teams were definitely caught off guard like that with that. OUG does a really good job of going around, really slowing down the lobby, and something that I noticed is that OUG was able to pick off a lot of the cannonballs, and as I suspected, Zai doesn't really have an answer to Yushan and Faria ulting on top of her. Their solution is basically disengage, use the combat to get out of there. If anything, invest that Matari ult to go invis and just hard grapple out of that situations. Now, a lot of the time, these Sandmech teams or these Cannonball teams do not have grapple distance, so it's very, very hard for them to lock down opponents who choose to run away. They really only do well in hard commitment situations inside Yang and as a zone closes in endgame. So really, really cool stuff from JL. All of the reasons of why they were successful kind of checks out. I saw the theory as soon as I saw it. I was like, wait a second. JL's cooking something. We got chefs in the kitchen. We got a gourmet meal served to us game 3. And not only does it do well, it actually MVPs the round. And we see how it's played in all instances. Off spawn, transitioning to that mid game, Yang, post Yang, inside Yang. And they do such a great job of beating out, I believe it was JDG on the Siphon. That Siphon team had double purple armor too. So it was really tested versus one of the hardest and strongest compositions right now. Now,
you know what I think it was? I think it was the Dragon Roar. So
Dragon Roar?
Yeah. Because so I think it was the zipping had the Dragon Roar, one thing. I think he just managed to catch them off guard with it, even though they had that armor advantage. I think maybe that was what made it actually possible. You know, he was able to buy time with it. He was able to lock a player down, and it just, I think it may have been the factor that carried the fight. You know, I think it was definitely possible it would have definitely been possible even without the Dragon Roar, but they would have had to have equal armor. You know, I don't think they would have come out on top if they didn't have it. I don't think.
Yeah, I think with the Temio, we see VVV barely get out of that situation. The mud in the wall, that slow, the ability to burst them, like it's definitely really threading the needle. But if you stack F1 onto him, if you stack plus the material, all he has to do is get a couple hits. Maybe if he gets the F3 off, that's enough to heal him back up to full. On top of the fact that he is invis, so you don't really know what he's doing on Zai. I think that's a big component of the composition. Still, moving forward, I still would like to see what happens when they face against Cannonball inside Realm of Aang. Does the comp just fall over and they just lose? Because like I said, stars align. OUG was going around picking off all the cannonballs. They were having a stellar game on their Attack on Titan. That Viper, Wu Chen, Tessa, especially with you on the Wu Chen, he's basically a frontlining DPS on the Wu Chen, keeping them safe and keeping them super active. Now, unfortunately, in that end game, OUG is not able to close it out. Not really the best type of situation for Wu Chen teams. The only situation where Wu Chen teams are able to kind of thrive is high tree situations where Wu Chen Port can come up on top. They can buy time and hold space up high and then come down and try to make assassination plays as Titans de-transform. But moving forward, first Firefly Day. Let's see if we still get some spiciness. We saw a little bit of Sandmac on Holleroth. Is anyone... Oh, do we have any more chefs in the league, is all I'm saying. It's the last time we're playing on this meta. I want the new meal. I want the specialty menu. Surprise me, guys.
The secret sauce.
Give me that secret sauce. Give me the spiciness. I want it extra hot.
Sauce.
I don't know if I want it Parka hot. That's a little too hot for me. We need a...
What do you mean?
That's too spicy. Too spicy.
Nah, you gotta go spicy. You gotta go hard or you go home. You gotta get that spicy hot pot, big dog.
we tried this.
I miss hot pot
with the pig.
I miss hot pot. Oh my god, hot pot in China, guys. If you ever go to China, you have to have hot pot. You have to have the spicy one. Even if you're not all that into spicy food, you have to try it. Especially if you go to Chengdu, oh my god, it is godlike. But back to NARAKA. I'm very, very hopeful that we see something interesting coming out in these next 3 games. It doesn't seem all that unlikely. It's not impossible because there's quite a few of these teams that have already qualified. And granted, they want to get as many points as they can to take them forward into the bi-weekly final, as you take a percentage, I think you said 9% of the points into the bi-weekly finals with you. So they do want to get as many points as possible. However, there are some teams that definitely can get away with limit testing. You know, live to limit test, boys, live to limit test. You just get in there, try it out, see how it goes. You know, it's possible that certain things could just actually be very, very strong, and no one's really thought to go for it. Like this Zai pick, we see it do so well, securing that MVP. Yeah, we had OUG doing extremely well as alongside them, but they didn't come out MVP. And JL just did an extremely good job of running that end zone, getting those pickups with the Zai, with the cannon, with that F3 flying in, just going crazy and having a good time. So, not gonna lie, I think we might see something a little interesting, but probably not the Taka. No matter how much I wanted to happen, probably not the Taka.
Getting a lot of hopium.
Yeah, but I think something like the Zai or potentially ACOS or something along those lines could rear its head going into these next 3 games. You know, ACOS I think is one of those characters as well that also can do extremely well in trios. It just needs that comp. It needs the right comp to really do what I believe it can do. You know, like you got the pounces, you got loads of pressure, you got those tiger grabs with the V2 if you want to go V2, or if you go V1, you got that triple tiger pounce attack that staggers everything. That as of recently, although it's not the patch they're playing on, did get buffed. So they might be prepping it for next week and might try it out this week just for the hell of it. You know, who knows? So I don't know. What do you think would, if not the Zai, what do you think could come out? What spiciness do you think we might see, Raven?
Considering it's Firefly days, most spiciness we get is a Justina variation of Cannonball, Ice Pick comp, that Justina, Yueshan, Yodo, just because of the burst potential off spawn and mid game, and all the Yang situations. Like I was saying before, it's very tough for these slow compositions. We're seeing that phase 1, all the siphons still coming out, the Karumi variations coming out. They're very, very slow because a lot of the times they're running full discount. They don't have grapple distance, so it's hard for them to get away. And the Ice Pick with that Justina is able to close it out. So if any of these compositions in the Yang depletion situations, the mid game invest, you see these Justinas come in and dive and close it out. And like was happening before, we're seeing a lot more Cannonball show up now. First bi-weekly, Cannonball didn't have a strong showing. It was actually 3rd pick most of the time. And then in second bi-weekly, I felt like it definitely overperformed more than Siphon. Now we're seeing it even in phase 2 being picked. Some of these teams feeling very, very comfortable on that nice, slow, methodical play. This kind of modern day Transformers on the Cannonball. There's a lot of examples going around right now, so most of it is ironed out. We're still seeing Wolves and JDG going on that Viper team. Now phase 3, pretty much everything is available with the exception of Siphon for these guys. Now we are on game 4. We are limited by 9 character points. So now the Temi and Zipping are worth character points. So your pick here in phase 3 is going to be critical. And generally when you go into a tournament, you kind of know what you're going to pick game 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. But because of the phasing, this mixes you up, so you have to know 3 scenarios. What you don't factor in is when a team's kind of go against the grain, and then you have the opportunity to maybe go your comfort pick again. There's kind of a tempo that comes to these tournaments. 6 rounds, you want to stay in tempo, you want no really surprises, you just want everything to go according to plan. So the question is, do you take an opening when a better composition kind of opens up on the map that and the round that you don't really expect it on? So going into game 4, we're past that halfway point. There's still a lot of NARAKA to be played. Faster NARAKA will be on deck. We got Fireflies everywhere on Morris. We got a lot of kiting potential. So we're going to see the lobby thin out a lot more. Not as many stacked endgames because of the ability for these teams to take risks. With more risks comes more reward, but at what cost? It means the lobbies are smaller. But you love to see this. A lot of rules changing for this faster action, less camping, less positional game, and more fighting, Duncan.
Indeed. I still can't get over the fact that we are seeing F3 Yueshan being picked up a lot. Do you remember when you and I talked about it a while ago? Like, it was a while ago. We talked about F3 Uation, and you were just telling me, nah, that's just troll, bro. It's just grief. And now, finally, it's getting picked up. You know, times change, things change, and finally, teams are opting to go for the F3
rushdown team. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Cannonball. It's just that the damage reduction on the Uation is absolutely insane. And when teams are going with these heavy burst strategies, it was a good counter to the anti-burst. Now, still, it weakens you in the outer battle royale. It also forces Yushan into a very uncomfortable position that he's basically all utility, when traditionally Yushan used to be a DPS character, used to be front lining. Now he's basically backline.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and then just looking to jump in with the peel, you know, acting as that sort of support character as opposed to the position 1. The F3, you know, it's, for those of you who don't know what it does, essentially it's a jump forward where you slam down in front of you, and anybody who's hit by the AoE of the ability will have their damage cut in half, essentially. Like, their damage will be reduced by 40-50% or something along those lines, and it does exactly as you said. It's a good counter into those rushdown burst comps that look to just one-shot you as quickly as possible. And if you're playing in that far back position where your teammate is taking that position 1, and you see the enemy team look to immediately engage onto said teammate, you can jump in with that F3, cut the damage down by half, and immediately the fight isn't as unwinnable. You know, if your teammate gets like, if the enemy team is trying to burst down one of your teammates, it can be quite difficult to prevent it from happening, considering the amount of burst that we're seeing in the current meta in this environment. Teams are just able to completely delete you off the face of the planet. You know, we saw VVV just get absolutely deleted in his Zai ult last game. You know, it's like, you can disappear very fast. Time to kill is very low. Something that is also going to be changing as we move into next week, as the new patch is going to be active for these teams. Everybody's health pool essentially got expanded. So shield essentially got a buff where a white armor, instead of it being 500 armor, it's now 600. 750 armor was your blue armor before, and now it's 900, etc. And each sort of little chunk of shield is now 300 shield. So time to kill is going down next patch. However, because of all these glyphs and all of these changes, it might end up being kind of the same to some extent. However, we also have the damage reduction from the glyphs coming in as well, making certain characters just unkillable. You know, we got the zipping Tessa, all of these characters being a menace right now on live servers. You know, so I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Next week, things are going to change drastically, and I am extremely excited to see what happens. The shop being overhauled entirely is probably one of the biggest things, though. Or do you think it's going to be? Do you think it's going to change all that much in terms of team objectives, Raven?
100%.
Because I mean, now you can't just roll Jades for 2,000 Darktide points anymore. Now it's way more expensive.
Yeah, I think we're moving to an era that I thought the competitive scene needed less RNG and more deliberate choices that really separates people as far as strategies. It looks more like what I expected in NARAKA, like League of Legends or Dota, where you're trying to figure out what your build order is going to be and how you're going to invest. Now, off spawn, you're going to be able to transition to that armor and weapon. Generally, you're not going to get hit by some random Jade of Destiny that just completely snowballs out of control. So a lot more skill is going to be involved, especially with the 8-round change and the MVP, as well as the Soul Bloom change. 2-minute Soul Blooms instead of infinite Soul Blooms makes going into the realm of Yang a lot riskier. So if you are one of the strongest teams, you have to weigh the pros and cons in going, and when you go in, why you go in. So a lot more counter strategy, a lot more tactics coming out to the coach, especially with the phasing, mixing in when people are playing what on what map, it's a lot to think for just like an in-game leader. You definitely need someone out of game to help tactically to organize all the different situations and find consistency in it. Now, a lot of people have gripes against Battle Royale, saying whether or not it can be consistent, that you don't know who you're fighting against, and this is just the furthest from the truth. In many other games, the same tier 1 pros have been at the top, and even in NARAKA Pro League, most of the top 5 teams who have dominated, that the GG, the XEG, KLA, TE, that domination has been there since forever. Now, one like dark horse that kind of comes out of nowhere every single world is definitely J Team, and that's what keeps exciting about a lot of the worlds, is that anyone can win on that day. A lot of the times we get a new patch, it's very volatile, sometimes new maps, sometimes like game breaking stuff like Realm of Yang being added, but Morris getting added, and you see that opportunity, that chaos allows new talent to find their footing, to find their way up. But you keep seeing over and over again the work ethic of these top teams finding a ways to consistently win. So is Battle Royale random to a certain degree? And I would say the future of NARAKA is definitely going to be more consistent, and I would say the skill ceiling is actually increasing rather than decreasing in this mode where there's less RNG. So it's a good time for everyone competing, and even better for newer players. There's still a chance for you guys to get in there. We're still going to get the new map this year. There's still another character around the corner, and Matari and Wu Chen are going to be reworked. So we're basically going to have a brand new NARAKA by the end of this year with the new patch, the new glyphs and everything. I like all the changes, having almost 10,000 hours in the game. I'm loving everything that's changed. Somehow NARAKA still finds a way to keep this fresh. Even in the Pro League, seeing JL coming out with the Zai, even though I personally hate fighting against that character, it's always her turn. She's just hitting you. It's really hard to dodge, especially unlike other characters. She can vary her timings and sit on top of you. She also has true combos, and the big thing is she can actually parry you. The only thing I can imagine worse than that is somehow Hadi became meta, where Hadi's flying around, swooping down on you, keeping the pressure on you. Now I'm like really considering what else.
Who knows?
There.
Hadi's getting changes too, bro. He's getting changes.
With Matari zipping, buffing you, anything is possible to the moon. Even maybe that Tarka, Duncan. That's one thing that I saw. Double F possibly can keep you alive, keep you active, getting in the fight, but still. The Fairy and Yodo, traditional Transformers, shutting down a lot of that for funness, that for fun composition, but when the Transformers are away, the for fun gamers will play, is what I say. And right now, Monk's extinct. So there's a lot of possibilities when it comes to maneuvering around and finding these new compositions, especially since a lot of the Vipers are running that F3 V3, which simplifies a ton of the execution for a little bit more burst on their end. But I still think probably in the future with this new adjustment, silence will be coming in to a factor, because Matari being able to line of sight pop that invisibility versus V3 Viper is really, really strong. But if you're looking to kick that Matari, now that composition can't be so willy-nilly, can't just go in and know that they hard counter you. It's more of a soft counter at that point. They still have to play.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think one of the big things though that still needs to be considered, even though we don't have the Monk and stuff like that, we do have the Yue Shan. You know, he's still a big factor, you know, and that's probably that's the main reason why VVV with Zai can't really do anything against Cannonball, you know. So I don't know what I mean. Certain characters can deal with Yue Shan pretty well, like Hadi. Even though the funny thing is, you mentioned Hadi, he can actually stagger Yue Shan when he's in his ultimate. So who knows? Hadi, Zai, Matari goofiness, who will know? Who knows? I don't know. It's do you think Hadi will ever come in?
It looks like we're having some tech difficulties, so we're gonna be taking a short break as they figure things out. After that short break though, I will answer your question, Duncan, but we will be right back after this short break.
何成为一名永劫高手，重点在于学习。我每天会花费大量的时间去研究刀法。
刀不是这样用的，你这样用刀是不会有人想看的，对吧，兄弟们？
那应该怎么用？
一句话，人刀合一。
难道说这就是
百战无限？
怒火焚身！
何成为一名永劫高手，重点在于学习。我每天会花费大量的时间去研究刀法。
刀不是这样用的，你这样用刀是不会有人想看的，对吧，兄弟们？
那应该怎么用？
一句话，人刀合一。
难道说这就是
百战无限？
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Tech issues. It happens to everybody. It is what it is. Some equipment issues, unfortunately, but we are back now. We're going to be going into our second half of the day reasonably shortly. But back to what we were talking about before the break. Raven, do you think that Hardy could ever really squeeze his way into trios here? You know, his ultimate can be rather obnoxious at times and can deal with things like Yueshan, but do you think it's actually feasible?
I think with his current speed, it's just too hard, mainly because Takeda counters him, and then with all the fairs, with all the monks, everyone here is top tier. They're at the highest skill level, right? So Hadi gets a lot of his value that you can't really hit him in midair, but these good players, they're sitting there, they're practicing every single day. They can find the hits, and with the guttedness of Hadi, they just slowed him down so much. He already could barely target a really skilled player as far as holding them down, landing those consistent gold attacks. Now, if they change something in this kit that allowed him to maintain that pressure, either reducing the time between attacks or increasing his damage, because they nerfed his damage, they also slowed him down, I don't see a world where Hadi really comes back. But I know NARAKA always finds a way to rebalance things. They do a really good job of balancing different characters and bringing them back into the meta. It would be interesting, I think, in NBPL to see a bunch of flying Hadis everywhere in trios, especially. Like in solos, it's kind of like, Hadi. But in trios, seeing it being utilized with some type of anti-air, I still think in the future, NARAKA could expand mechanically to having more aerial attacks. I think some of the most beautiful gameplay you can see in NARAKA is a lot of that high flying action. It's the closest thing that I've ever seen to Attack on Titan, and I would like to build on that idea. But that's the only way I really see Hadi being utilized as a realistic pick in an optimal fashion, not just for fun gaming mode.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that there's just so much that's not been discovered yet. I feel like Cannonball came in out of nowhere for Jacob last year, and those characters had been playable. Those characters had been in the game for so long, but nobody had thought to combine those three specific characters. And obviously the meta allows for certain things to be playable at times, so it's possible that there's a Hardy comp out there that just needs a specific meta for it to be viable. But I think that it probably exists. There's probably something out there that would allow it to come in and actually do very well. You know, Hardy, the amount of damage and the peel is pretty huge in a lot of situations. But we're heading right on in to our game number 4, OUG scrapping it out versus KLA, U and QGG. We're in a bit of a 1v1 there, throwing hands, using the fists, trying to create an opening, trying to get the hang sword that was on the ground. One of them finally does, and they do go down, but immediately going back on over to FPX and Alliance fighting it out. Alliance Revenge on the back foot, trying to disengage, goes for the double jump into grapple. Dongxing throwing those fan RMBs left and right. The double hold parry coming out onto Water. Water living on just a sliver of health. He's still alive, trying to run away. Dongxing trying to peel, goes for the jump parry, but unfortunately he does not get the timing, and Alliance are going to be able to take down FPX at the start of the game. And now FPX, they're in a bit of a precarious situation. They're right on the edge of qualification. They need to either get further up the leaderboard or just keep those below them at exactly where they are. You know, TEGG, DRG, they're all trying to get into that qualification spot. And speaking of DRG, we have them fighting against JDG here. One member already down, 2 and 3 members of DRG, all of them wiped out by JDG, only committing 1 Tessa ult and the Viper V3, doing so much. And this is why we've seen the Viper V3 come out and and get a lot of play recently, because it just you just prevent everyone from being able to use anything. No one can use their abilities. No one.
Interesting position here. We actually have Takeda casting the Moonbane, and Zipping is going to get taken down, but Takeda with Temi, still a ton of pressure going to be popping out now. Takeda didn't have ult right here, so it does make sense for Zipping to be on the background, but she does get instantly blowed up before she can pop her V2. The Moonbane is going to come down. JJH with the Viper, with the purple armor, going to be big chilling right now. They get their disengage, and KLA does get the loot to themselves, a big critical point. We saw KLA, they are the Moonbane masters. Even at Worlds, they just always have Moonbane on their deck. But first, TE versus JDG. JDG's been having a stellar day, staying aggressive all the time. But unfortunately for them, they are going to get triple Tessa ult, forcing out the Wuchen port. But it's going to the tether is going to reveal their position. They do get stagger, and TE is able to close the distance. No ult to their name though. No ult on Tessa either. So it's going to be a full neutral reset. And it looks like TE doesn't want to overcommit. Willing to back off here now. Let JDG recover. And Firefly Day, this evening day, looks like JDG is going to make their way to find some Fireflies, but down in mind, we're going to get JL versus EWG. EWG's member XG is going to get taken down. Fong as well, going to take down 14. JL running through and claiming mine to themselves. 2 Siphon teams able to claim their locations and scale up in the situations. Now VVV does have the purple armor, but if you look at his ultimate at the bottom, it is still white. They want to make their way up to gold ult ideally. If you get to gold ult in first Yang, you are good to go to win it. Oh my goodness. But FPX, triple purple armor and purple weapon, all of those players on Cannonball do benefit. Yodo, Yushan, Feria all scale up in damage by having higher weapon rarity, and the armor as well. Bigger armor gives you more mech armor going into it. Now, Alliance all the way in the north, still blue armor, a big threat for Siphon. As long as you can get to that blue armor point, it really depends on what your jades are. You can have purple armor with no jades. I would take blue armor with full jades all day. We're getting GG as well, known for their macro. Purple armor already on the Feria. Big telling sign that Feria is one of the focus fire targets for Cannonball, one of the weak points, part of the win condition. It looks like Alliance is going to take a lot of damage. Alliance bow on the Takeda, one of the prio targets for this Cannonball. Yodo, LXM staying on top of him, looking for that execution, looking for that slam. He's not able to get it. He takes up too much damage. He's forced to pop his Yodo while defensively. Yushan doing his best to connect to a target. Good job by Zipping, dodging this burst completely. Alliance Revenge doing God's work, avoiding all of this damage, but still Yushan with the nice tech chase, able to get the slam. And now Revenge, no dodges to his name. He's going to double jump away, fly to the trees. The counter to Yushan. Trees, Alliance bow going for a ride though, getting juggled by the turret and the shots. LXM is going to take him down. Now Revenge and his teammate have a decision here. Do we keep fighting it out? It looks like the disengage is called. DRG with the third party coming in hot. No Takeda wall to his name, but no need. Alliance lane is going to get taken down. Now JDG as well, a 4th and 5th party coming in hot. Now GG hot, trying to get away from this situation, using all their ultimates. Unfortunately, in the north, an unlikely situation where this location generally very, very safe, not many teams, and we're seeing this counterplay. Like I was saying before, Duncan, everyone's hunting path getting scouted out and teams finding nice third parties, some fourth parties, and getting these great timing attacks on rotation.
Yeah, absolutely. This is something that has been talked about a lot, something that you've talked about a considerable amount, is these hunting and looting paths. Like, these teams, not only do they prepare themselves for just sort of individual scenarios and that sort of thing, but they prepare themselves by trying to figure out other teams' hunting paths and other teams' loot paths, figuring out their rotations, figuring out when certain teams are going to be where, just by playing against them so much in scrims, playing against them so much in these Nbpl bi-weekly games, and creating opportunities for themselves without the enemy team really knowing if it's going to happen one game or another. You know, a team could very easily be waiting somewhere, waiting to see if the intelligence is correct. You know, like they've scouted out that this certain team likes to do this specific route, and waiting to see if they can find an opening, find that third party opportunity. And it also speaks to how much, like, how difficult it actually can be, and how, like, a lot of people in the past have always thought that third partying is just sort of like, oh, it's just easy, you just see a fight, oh, you lucky, you got a free third party, blah blah blah. But finding third party opportunities is a lot harder than people realize. Finding the correct timing and also engaging in the correct way is not easy. You know, you can try and third party two pro teams and just instantly get bodied. They just turn on you, or you get caught in the middle of all this, like, this crossfire between those teams, and you can find yourself actually being the team that gets hunted down. So it's not easy, and finding those timings, creating those opportunities for yourself, is what makes a lot of these teams really, really good and really hard to deal with. But we're going to be going into our first set of Realms of Yang. We have KLA waiting to see if they will find themselves matched by another team. A few of these teams lurking outside this Realm of Yang portal, trying to decide if they want to commit for it or not, if they are going to get griefed on entry. FPX do manage to get themselves a spot inside Realm of Yang, facing off against KLA. Now, two members of KLA do have blue armor, but they do have Jades. They have all of their Jade slots unlocked. They have quite a few decent Jades, so it's not a done fight just yet. Depends how this plays out. You have KLA taking to the skies, but QGG getting silenced and getting absolutely obliterated, almost just being instantly deleted. But thankfully, his zipping is there to keep him alive. The zipping ultimate proc, the F1 coming in as well, giving him that damage reduction, allowing him to find the time to use his ultimate and stay on his feet. The Ferrier ult in play here, trying to get value. The Yueshan as well, trying to create openings for his team. Dongxing, though, he's out of that Ferrier ult. He's on the run now. He has no armor and very little health to play with. QGG is trying to find him. The F2 in the air, managing to buy himself just a little bit more time, but 17S is going to be quick on that bow shot, catching him on that grapple attempt. And now Yueshan in the 1v2 there, trying to stay alive, but unfortunately not able to do so. And KLA is just a matter of cleaning up this fight. A beautiful double parry coming in from Water. I have to say, though, is not much more that he can do after that one. You get the double parry, but you're not on the Takeda. You're not really in a position to actually 1v3 here, and that is all she wrote for that team. And KLA, even though they have the two blue armors, do come out on top here. As you said before, you'd much rather have blue armor and Jades than purple armor and no Jades, and I completely agree. You know, I mean, the difference between blue armor and purple armor is only 250. You know, it's not that much in the grand scheme of things, and if you're trading that for a whole bunch of Jades, I definitely go for the bunch of Jades. You know, Jades win games. Jades of Destiny, as you like to call them.
Yeah, it's great. It's crazy. KLA actually pulls a wild play right there. Takedo's going to go down, and Zipping comes in with a hero play and drops her armor for him to swap, and then survives the burst. Really, really dicey play. Good swap, but it's not enough. Zipping able to tank the damage and able to fade away, just because when Takedo's not being pressured, he's going to get more value off each shove. So something to incorporate into gameplay. Really, really tricky stuff, though. That's really, really tough to do, because technically, if your enemy sees you drop the armor, they could just pick up the armor instead. So counterplay can be involved with the armor drop situation. Still, really, really cool stuff from them. You never saw armor drops outside of Wuchen port before. A lot of fights going down, and this is that discipline play I was saying. Like, after this Worlds, I feel like NARAKA is going to go up. Everyone's playing these no ult zones perfectly. Red Pup is going to come down. No ult situations coming down, but the no ult comes out at the last second, and now V3 is going to be engaged. Aurora Burst coming out from Wolves. KLA trying to find this hit here. B2 from the Zipping being invested. Takedo's holding onto his ultimate. He's going to get juggled 100-0 here. OUG coming in with the third party, but he still has V2 up. So technically, will Takeda invest into it, or will they hold ultimate? You, on the opposite end, only he popped ultimate. Instead, the Takeda ult is coming out, and you see the offensive capabilities coming out from OUG's U. Getting tons of work here, tons of value off each of the shoves. Yoda what's going to be coming on. Everyone's piling in right now. OUG's SS, the Temi, under a ton of pressure, but Yu's doing his best job to dictate the pacing of this third-party situation, stopping the Yushan from creating any pressure. Yu doing an excellent job finding the opening here, but the Ferriomech is going to come out. He has only one more shove to his name, trying to keep his team alive, trying to find this last hit. The King taking a mass amount of damage on the Zipping, trying to stay alive. Now the disengage is going to be called. They only have 36 seconds on their buff. They either need to die here or get out. Looks like SS is going to get taken out by this Feria. Will you end up going down or fighting this? He has to be careful right now. 24 seconds on this buff. He's looking for a kill. He does find a kill on to Don King inside the building. Now you chilling, slurping up the loot. FPX is getting picked apart by JL, and Wolves with the third party coming in hot. You is going to go down with that last 10 seconds left. Close call by him, but it looks like OUG is going to be able to reset up to 6 kills. But KLA and JGG having a massive game right now with 10 kills each. Woo, that's a lot of kills, baby. We're not even halfway. We're about hitting that halfway point in the round. EWG with the Yoda wall is going to be looking for KLA. Connecting the 17S, but 17S able to kite out of distance, and Wolves coming in. Non-stop third-party action going in the middle. Everyone has to be really, really careful right now, but Wolves piling in. Blood is in the air. These Wolves are hungry. 17S trying his best to survive, fighting off the pressure from those Wolves. The ult coming down from EWG, just too much pressure coming out from the lobby, and KLA is going to get deleted, and Wolves is going to make away like bandits.
Indeed, they're gonna go back into the woods, happy with their kill, happy with the hunt. And Wolves, also another team doing extremely well, sitting on 7 eliminations this game. JL sitting on 6. EWG, unfortunately, they've only managed to find that 1 kill that they just picked up with that Ferriomech, but they really need to try and step it up here. They, unfortunately, after the first game where they secured, what was it, 18.6 points in the first game, they've not really managed to get all that many more points in game number 2 and 3. I think it was less than 10 that they've managed to get in those 2 games. So they really need to make something happen in this game and moving forward if they're going to have any chance of qualifying into the bi-weekly final. Again, now we're going into the realm of Yang, a team going in uncontested for the moment. It's possible that could change at a moment's notice. JL do find the pickup on their teammate. One Fang, I think he had been taken down, been res, and now able to go and loot back up, finding that purple armor. JJH Godley out on his lonesome. A lonely blue armored Tessa is likely going to get found out, and here it is, the team DRG on the hunt. They've spotted him out. This is one of those places where you can kite for a considerable amount of time. You can just constantly loop people around these caves and these caverns. However, if DRG is smart about it, they can cut off the exits and just close in on him. But I think the main thing stopping them from doing that right now is EWG coming in, seeing the chase down, and cutting it down. They're going to potentially try and find a kill for themselves. However, I'm not sure if they actually have info on where this player has gone, and DRG, they're just going to leave it for the moment. They're going to go into the desert, into the open plains, potentially look to go shopping, find themselves some jades from the shop. OUG, I think they did go uncontested in the realm of Yang here, sitting on 7 eliminations with that Mystic Might buff. They're looking to go I think they're going towards this Morris Blessing here. They spot out Alliance. I can only see 2 members alive, or 2 members in front of them for the moment, but they do have 3 members alive. They managed to pick up this purple armor for themselves, as well as this White Tiger's Prowess buff. Pretty solid buff, but I'm not sure how strong it actually is in trios. It can definitely be good, but considering that the only real bonus that you get the majority of the time is the passive healing, it's not the best trios buff, unfortunately. It does do very well in solos for specific characters, but trios can be hard to find all that much value from it. But Godley, again, the Lonely Tessa, has been spotted out by a team Alliance trying to lock him down, forcing out the ultimate. He does find an armor swap here, but it's only blue. Might only buy him just a little bit more time. He's kiting around this building. There's another team as well. The Wisp lands, though, and Alliance do pick up another kill. But that is actually a question, Raven. When it comes to White Tiger's prowess, do you think there's any real reason to pick it up in trios, as opposed to Mystic Might, for example, in the realm of Yang? Because Mystic Might, it gives you the information. It allows you to find those solo players lurking at the edge of the map. Do you think it's ever worth it?
I feel like if you're looking to be aggressive and take a bigger risk, then White Tiger buff does come off a little bit better because it gives you a lot more sustain. Also, it sets you up for the end game. So it's a really, really big greed play. Mystic Might is definitely a more conservative play that you're able to scout out teammates coming in. Now we're going to get another pleasure. It's always a pleasure to see OUG's you going at it, and especially versus JL. 2 of the best dueling teams going at it. It looks like you on the outside controlling the tempo of the fight, looking for those shoves. Fong going for a ride. Good peel coming out from you finding the kill onto Fawn, but it's a 2v2 situation. But again, you and his teammate taking it down. SS holding him down. You finishing up with the fight. Uppercut's going to come down. Takeda in a tough position. No more plays left. Good flank coming out from you. And OUG just showing why they are the Siphon team to beat. JL, no slouch when it comes to this Siphon mirror. OUG has been nonstop impressive. I mean, they have the edge, it seems like, on everyone when it comes to this raw duel. And I don't believe OUG had this pressure before. I just believe that you, with his ability to quickly react to certain situations, to mechanically perfect a lot of situations. I'm surprised you isn't a solo player. I feel like if he had more of an ego, if he was a more confident player, he probably have been really successful in solos as well. After meeting you in person, he's actually a really, really humble and shy guy. Really thought that no one thought much of him, and I had the pleasure of sharing with him that most of us in the Western world actually think he was the best Wu Chen. Little did I know that my man was cracked at every single character that he plays, and we're seeing him carry OUG to new heights, as well as OUG picking up Mike in solos. OUG just a force to be reckoned with, both in solos and trios this NBPL season. Now looking over at Wolves, looking really, really stacked. This team proven me wrong, a little bit inconsistent. Will they be able to show up for this weekly finals? We are in a third weekly finals. Will they be able to keep this momentum? Because again, this is qualifiers. A lot of these teams have been here over and over again. We see the same teams dominating the situations. For the first time in a long time, we're seeing Wolves up there as well into the top 5 this season. Can they keep it up though? Now looking at the Jades and everything going in the later half, and surprisingly at 9 minutes we do have 25 people alive, so a little bit of conservative play going down now at the box. JL fighting for this, GG fighting for this. No one is going to be getting this box for the OUG is here as well. Temiel is going to be invested, but they have to be careful right now. OUG wants to put up the pressure, but TXJ with their Aurora Burst forcing them off. They looks like they are going to get the gold armor now. No Temiel to the name, but they still have the Takeda. Will OUG force the issue and look in? KLA is over there too. It's pretty dicey. Good job from JL. This is something that's overlooked of how spicy this team is. They know how to play the chess situation so perfectly. Now, unfortunately, in the future, we won't have the chess. We'll have the Thunderdome, the new spring that everyone will fight around. But for now, this box meta, the last little bit, a little bit of gatekeeping left in this gold armor is a big comeback mechanism within the game and has been for a while. So as long as you make it to this end game, a lot of these very stacked teams don't really go for the box because it's not worth it to them to double dip and possibly get hit. But if you are a blue armor team, getting that gold armor allows you to maintain your positioning a lot better, especially if you're to get your main carry character juiced up a little bit so they can survive a lot of the bursts going into this end game. But surprisingly, Duncan, we got 24 people alive. JDG is at 12, Wolves at 8, OUG at 7. So we thought the I really thought the threshold was going to be around 70-ish, but it's looking like the bar keeps going up higher. It's like opposite limbo. It's like 80-ish now. We thought it would be a pretty low. It's not low. How low we can go. How high is this going to go? And it's looking tough for FPX and GG. They still have 2 more games to go. A little bit of pressure. You want to get over that line first, but it looks not looking good for 5-2-1 in XCG. I predict by the end of this, at minimum, FPX and GG are going to go across, but so can DRG. They're doing really well this round with 4 kills transitioning to this end game. As long as they can play their cards correctly, play the good positioning game, they could find themselves getting across that finish line with this last push going into this end game.
Absolutely. We can see here GG, a team that does need to make it over this this threshold. They are extremely close now at this point. Only just under a point difference between them and 5-2-1. If they're able to pick up one more elimination or just get one place higher in the placement, they are going to be able to achieve that. However, DRG again sitting on 4 eliminations. They're only 4 points behind that threshold as well. So yeah, as you said, XCG and 5-2-1 are in the danger seat, the hot seat. They are going to be sweating in there, sweating in the back rooms. They're watching this play out, hoping to God that these teams don't manage to find any more eliminations, find those MVPs. And the thing is, again, after this game, we've got 2 more games to go. But so one thing I wanted to ask you, you mentioned Tamalk and mentioned how this team was so good at playing these box scenarios. Now that the Morris Blessing is going to be essentially removed from Immortal War, and we're going to be having these Thunderdomes, these sort of spirit wells to play around instead, as well as the caves that you could buy the key for in the shop. Do you think that will... I mean, obviously Tumult has value in lots of other ways and lots of other areas, but do you think that will end up seeing slightly less Tumult potentially? It's theoretically possible. He does still have a lot of value in the neutral. The ultimate is still extremely good. The F is extremely good at not only in and of itself as being a combo breaker, allowing him to iframe through certain things like Tessa ultimate, Viper ultimate, etc. But allows him to lock down enemy players if he secures the wisp onto said enemy player. But do you think that we'll end up seeing slightly less Tumulk because of the lack of a box situation to even be played for?
Excellent question, Duncan. An excellent answer that you answered your own question by listing out
I essentially
all of
kind of did.
strengths, and it just he's such a good facilitator, like you pointed out, and you're very astute. EU known for their tumult play, knowing that character is absolutely busted, especially in trios. But going into the action, OUG's U activating this position, wanting to get locked down. 23 people alive, so much action going down. All the cicadas activating across the map. Everyone has to hold their ground, hold their spacing, and you get shoved away by Alliance's lane and that jabbing, but the V2 is going to be invested. They do have this building to keep them safe. All the Farias activating, shooting across the map, peppering in, looking at tons of damage from LXM, peppering into this house right here. Everyone just trying to survive. Temiel's going to be invested. OUG desperately trying to find some breathing room, but U is going to be able to find a kill. VVV doing a ton of damage as well, but U does, it looks like he has Skyforce. He's able to get the kill and go back to full gold armor, and he has his ultimate again. He's sick of the bullying on this side. Shoves are going to be coming out, looking to get active here and create some space for his team. The King is still alive, but DRG has been holding this corner. These two teams have been sharing off. No one able to actually take hold of the situation, but on the outside, JL on the cannonball doing tons of work controlling the other side of the map. OUG is able to pick up their Temi though in this house. Just a little bit of room here keeping them alive. You doing an excellent job. The King doing his best to support his teammates, but DRG is going to be able to take down Zai Wuxen. DRG trying to work their way up the leaderboards. They're at 4 kills. They're trying to get over 80 points. Their Takeda is still alive, but you thriving, surviving. He already popped 2 ultimates. He's already at 75%. He's going to take to the sky. But on the other side, JL is absolutely dictating the pace of this lobby with GG. 2 of the GOATs of Endgame dominating their lanes, dominating their positions. But EWG has something to say about it. They have their Faria mech online. EWG's 14 goes into the trees. We got a Faria mech in the trees, shooting down, shooting at GG. GG's going to activate their Faria mech 330, stopping the pressure. 14 coming out with the ult, trying to look for the kill onto LXM. LXM trying to desperately survive here, but he is going to get taken down by EWG's 14. 11 players alive, 2 people alive on EWG, but in the skies, we got OUG's U. We got Lane in the skies. On the low ground, though, we got a triple ult. JL with the Takeda ult, gold armor, gold ult with the flamethrower. VVV, a pioneer of this strategy, just saving his ultimate, ready to start the cook. He's ready to start the Takeda hibachi grill, the deep fry everyone as they fall away from this tree. But EWG's XJ into the Faria mech, trying to get some pressure going. VVV weaving around, cooking the Faria inside the mech, trying to deny the pressure. VVV, look at him go. He still has ultimate to his game. Now, Takeda or Yushan activating, trying to deny this pressure, but VVV with the flamethrower. 7 people alive. JL has been here so many times before. Just a master class of cleaning up this lobby. You staying alive though with 12 kills. That multiplier is going to be coming in big. GG's gonna get taken down. 330 trying his best to survive to the very end to secure that 2nd place, and you trying to outlast him, but the ultimates from VVV gonna be pushing him out. One ditch effort, you goes to the sky. He's not able to do it, but GG is able to clinch up that 2nd place, and GG, JL and VVV making it look easy with that flamethrower Takeda.
Absolutely, holy moly. They just had the positioning. They had the positioning. The golden flamebringer doing so much work. If anybody steps even remotely close, they are eating the flames to the face and they're going to burn down. And JL, again, just being able to dictate that end game into their favor. GG doing an excellent job of staying alive until the very end. Unfortunately for JDG, they had 16 eliminations by the end of that game, but they just weren't able to stay alive. They were on that Wu-Chen Viper Tessa, one of those compositions that does lose some of its value going into that final zone, as Wu-Chen's ultimate, unless you have a lot of trees, as you said earlier, isn't really able to find that value. He can't really do all that much except potentially teleport his team onto the other side of the zone, which is already very small. You know, it's not the best ability for that end game, but that doesn't mean that it's not a good ability. We've seen time and time again Wu-Chen getting so much value so far in this series, and I mean throughout this split of NARAKA BLADEPOINT. You know, it's Wu-Chen is still a staple. He still does so much for the team, but unfortunately in that end game, he can't really do all that much. Definitely can't do as much as a Takeda, let alone VVV on the Takeda with that golden Flamebringer, just chefing it up like a Michelin star chef, getting those spicy cooks going. You know.
VVV has been cooking all day on the Zai.
He has been.
And now on the Takeda, just chefing it up, cooking up everyone with that fire. And now one of Faria's weaknesses is the fact that even though she's in mech, she does take health damage if she is getting hit by either Flame Breath with a cannon, Fire Arrow with the bow, or the flamethrower that VVV showed. And traditionally people think a lot of Takeda is this get that shove in, get those focus attack in, but what's even better is getting that shove in and taking zero risk and bursting out with that flamethrower. Has a giant spread, a nice AoE, and it does deal with the current Faria meta in there. And you see JL do a perfect job. Now I'm surprised that GG in that situation doesn't try to force JL off, because both of them were in the best positions and they kind of just like are picking off the rest of the pack. But I feel like for GG's position, they could have secured this round if they were able to pick up JL. But first, we got a Spring Split random grips. They are dropping. For your question today, chat, which team is leading in the total scoreboard right now? Is it A, BBE, B, OUG, C, JL, or D, CD Wolves?
Make sure to keep an eye on the chat and your whispers as well. You don't want to have won the prize and then miss out on the reward. I think I know the answer to this question. But were you paying attention? Now, don't get baited. Now, there's been a little bit of strategy going on, some top tier, Nbpl level strategy going on in the chat. Certain viewers, certain people have just been putting in the wrong answer deliberately and then baiting everybody else into spamming that answer. And then when it comes down to that little 3-2-1 counter, then they put in the right answer and then they secure the dub. So think for yourself. Don't be a sheep.
Don't be a sheep.
Yeah, put in your own answer. Think for yourself. You're all capable. You're all big brain gamers. You are NARAKA enjoyers after all. But here we are taking a look at the standings off of that game. JL coming in with that MVP, 11 eliminations, 19.4 points, sitting at the top. What a performance. The thing is, off the back of that last game, they were able to find that spot in the final zone that just call home. They in the previous game they were holding the other side of the thorny roller. They were able to just sit there and chill, having sectioned it off, having asserted dominance on the rest of the lobby and forcing them all out and then holding it down. And then again here they were able to hold that northern side of that, the upper side of that final zone, hold it down, and then keep it with that Flamebringer, keep every other team at bay. But here we are taking a look at the total standings. EWG, I mean, they've done better than their first day, but still, they need to crank it up a notch if they have any chance of qualifying into the bi-weekly finals. Unfortunately for 521, they are going to be knocked down and they are not going to be in the bi-weekly finals as they're not playing today. They can't They can't defend themselves. They can't do anything about it. It is what it is. But another team on the chopping block now is XCG. TE literally 0.2 points behind them. They are going to get knocked down to that 12th spot and then very easily potentially get knocked down into not playing in the finals this week. However, on the other hand, if you didn't know the answer, you do now. The answer to who's sitting at the top of the leaderboard is OUG, off the back of a very solid performance in that game. So many teams were doing so well that game. Literally, so many teams popping off, getting a crazy number of kills. The thing is, it didn't really feel like there were, like, it was going that crazy. You know, we got to that 9-minute mark and there were still 25 people alive. And leading up to that point, we definitely had a very chaotic mid game for a certain amount of time, but before that it wasn't too crazy. It's more interesting to note that a lot of the kills were consolidated onto quite a few teams. You know, multiple teams having 10 kills, multiple teams having 6 to 7 kills, that sort of thing. It's very impressive that a lot of these teams are able to find these opportunities, but unfortunately for the other teams that are getting taken down, they're just coming away with 0 to 3 kills total and then getting eliminated before getting to the end game, unfortunately. But here we are, back to the replay. VVV doing God's work with this pulse sword, with this flamebringer. They're having the Aurora burst on TXJ, on that Tumult, just sectioning off so much of the zone. You can definitely see why they were able to hold this part of it. They have the Merciless Havoc as well. Jays of Destiny, Jays win games, as you say, so rightly so. Very
Never seen a
evidently.
backslot win a game. I've only seen Jades and items win games, and you're seeing it right there. VVV and his team putting a masterclass of how to play that end game. Just when Siphon activates not right when the circle's tiniest is when they get that huge power spike, just because Takeda all pushing people in the zone, and what does the most damage in this end game is actually the actual zone. You instantly go to max corruption, you take massive dot damage in it, and if you're burning as well, you can forget about any type of healing coming from your support players. None of that matters, so just a massive amount of dot damage coming out with the amount of space control. There's not really much counter when it comes to shoving, other than if you're playing Monk, and the Temis and Farias do a good job of picking off all the monks. Now, we did see on round 1 a little bit of monk play coming out, but the Takedas and Temis made monks go extinct traditionally, and we're seeing exactly why these teams at the top, GG, JL, are at the top with a performance from VVV. One of the carries of TE when they made their Worlds run to take down the championship. They finally get over that hill, and it's because of excellent play from VVV. He's just so solid, so consistent. You don't see any type of overextension. You see him switch to his pulsar when he needs to. You see him dodge when he needs to. He's not overextending. He's facilitating for his Temi and Zipping to get kills, and he's just sitting back with that flamethrower, just setting up the barbecue, deep frying a lobby, and let those points roll in. JL showing exactly how it's done. I'm glad to see TXJ and VVV in a new home and taking another organization to the top. TE is still doing really well as well, letting everyone know that they were half the team. So instead of one really fantastic teams, we have the pleasure of seeing 2 wonderful teams kind of come together and ascend to that next level. And like you were pointing out earlier, multiple teams doing really well, Duncan, in this time. And it's something I noticed when I was at Worlds, when we were competing, that I was like, man, there are a lot of holes before in teams' overall strategy, and what I saw at Worlds is that the holes are closing. There's a lot of the skill gap being closed in, and a lot of the strategies are out there and are open, and teams are taking this way more seriously. That the details, or the devil, is in the details. Every little bit counts. The game is about inches, and those inches turn into yards, or for you in the EU, centimeters into meters. It just makes that space creation, and you're seeing it with these new teams kind of putting it together. We're seeing the Vietnamese teams put it together. We're seeing BBE put it together. We're seeing Wolves put it together. And if anything, I love to see the game push to its absolute limits. The optimization is through the roof on this old patch. We've been on this meta for almost a year, so for optimizations to still be found, for JL to bust out the Zai to counter this F3 and V3 Viper, and a possible solution to Siphon is amazing right at the end, because I can only imagine if Siphon just started out and people started running Zai versus Takeda, would the meta have evolved to what it is right now? We'll see after this next patch how this kind of evolves, whether or not Zai can deal with the fact that everyone has 20% damage reduction who will want it for these bursting composition. But I think it's beautiful that we're seeing lots of advanced tactics and a lot more thoughtfulness when it comes to decision making with looting, with fighting, and every aspect of NARAKA.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So many changes coming in. You know, there's going to be I don't even know. There's so many implications, so many different changes. You know, the fact that you can't get anything above blue rarity out of normal troves, you know, out of normal stashes on the ground. You have to open a golden stash to get anything purple. You know, you can't find those things just lying around as easily as you could before. So it's going to mean that early game can potentially, you're not going to have as much. It might inherently slow down some teams who are looking to scale and feel more comfortable once they have decent loot. But then again, there are going to be some teams that thrive in this kind of scenario where they want to fight with white armors and white weapons. They just want to go in head first, and they have been able to practice in these kind of scenarios, practice those low health situations. And it might also birth quite a few different team compositions. You know, certain team compositions do much better off spawn when they don't have these kind of things like scaled armor or scaled weapons. And you know, like for example, Viper F3, even with a white blue weapon, you're still doing a lot of damage with that Viper F3. You can get a lot out of it, and it's just like it's going to cut down the healing if the enemy team has a zipping. You know, if you don't have that much armor to start with, you're going to get bursted very quickly. And there's going to be, I think, potentially a shift where some teams will double down and try and look for that scaling earlier. And then there are going to be some teams that double down in the opposite direction and then try and go just head first, get seriously oogly at the very beginning of each game. But certain team comps are going to thrive in those kind of situations, and certain team comps are going to thrive in the other way as well. You know, we're going to get Monk buffs as well, which is kind of interesting. Monk is actually getting a buff where he's going to be slightly more self-sufficient. So when he leaps, when he does that big jump, he's going to slam down. If he lands on top of someone, it secures him a grab. So he's going to be more self-sufficient, allowing for potentially his team not to have to facilitate him so much. Might birth new Monk compositions potentially. We're already seeing the Sandmech make a reappearance, so who knows? Who knows? Maybe that is a hint to Sandmech coming back into the meta, and that thing that I talked about, Tumult potentially dropping out because of there not being any boxes anymore. Who knows? It might. He is very good on his own, so we don't know. But we're going to be going into our fifth game, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like we've got a sub coming in. Is that the first female NARAKA trios player to take the stage?
It's definitely the first
I don't know.
I've
actually
personally seen it, and it's on the shoulders of JL. It looks like VVV and TXJ will be playing with her. I'm curious to see what role she was playing. Now, Shaoran was it solos, but I don't recall ever a trios female player. There might have been one more. I might recall one.
I think
more.
there was one from EU. I remember back in season 1 at the very beginning of Nbpl at J Cup. Yeah, Hannah from EU with Alliance went to Worlds, went to J Cup, and she played trios. But since then, I don't think I've ever seen another female trios NARAKA play.
It's a bright day for the female players out there on the world stage. JL taking a gamble to see whether or not Mirror can carry the weight, fight with all these guys out here. Now, I think it's possible. I've seen plenty of excellent
I think so too.
Players to see how she'll perform on this world stage, though, depending on her role. Now, VVV and TXJ kind of have defined roles, so I saw her on the big screen, and I was like, wait a second, is that a woman, a girl playing in the league of trios like that?
Is that a female
unicorn, Duncan? It's definitely when it's out of the ordinary. So we see all the guys out here, we see the hairstyles,
represent.
But for her to come out and represent and show up, I'm curious how she's going to do on this world stage. Now, she probably earned the right to be here, and definitely with VVV and TXJ in her corner, she might have the opportunity to shine here. I'm hoping she does really well to open up the doors to show that anyone can compete on this world stage. I always kind of disagreed with the separation in esports between the female gamers and male gamers. I like to see that in NARAKA that we're all kind of integrated together to show that if you put in the work, anyone can kind of do it. So we'll see going this game 5. So we still get more spiciness. That to me is spiciness.
Yeah.
Seeing the potential female trios player, because we got like 99% males, one girl. Hopefully we can get this percentage down in the future. More girls take up the mantle of leading their trios teams to victory. We're seeing OUG chilling. Look at my man. He always just looks a little bit nervous, but he looks nervous when you see him in real life, but in game he's an absolute demon. Just relentless, mechanically perfect, and just really calm, cool, and collected. Just finding situations in that previous end game. His team is just getting absolutely obliterated from long range by GG's Faria. They're dealing with DRD. They're trying to save their teammate, and Yu is able to clutch up tons of points, doing his best, actually getting up SS, their Temi, with the King, and the King sacrificing his life to bring up the Temi. Unfortunately, they end up battling out, and the pressure is too much from the outside teams that Yu is forced to take to the skies, but you see him able to clutch up that critical placement points and multiplier. So the name of the game, if you're new to watching us in the Pro League, you are scored not just on the amount of kills that you get, but your placement, and with that placement comes a nice multiplier. So there is a little bit of a mix that you go for. Now obviously you want to have tons of kills, but past a certain point in the game, it's all about placement, just because the return on laddering up, getting a little bit more placement, and letting the kills come to you become very, very obvious. Now that's why we do have end games in NARAKA. We do have these 20 people small circles that end up happening. It doesn't really go off to heal off anymore, just because the level of aggression, the level of ferocity these teams are able to bring, it normally just comes down to 1 or 2 teams duking it out. But we've had a lot of exciting play, especially with the new rule set. It's always come down to the wire. It's literally for the two weeks come down to 1 point. No team has come out there and absolutely dominated. There's usually at least 2 or 3 teams on match point. Really, really exciting stuff. But going into game 5, a ton of these teams are under a ton of pressure. This is the qualifying round. They need to get over this bar and make it to the finals round. So they have 2 more games. I always call this the clutch round, championship round. You want this game to go really well, because the next game is going to be a game of desperation and very, very volatile. So this is one of the last consistent games you can kind of get out of the lobby. Now, if you thrive in that high risk situation where you love that Hail Mary, game 6 is for you, but generally game 5 is what decides who is clutching up. Now, normally, if this was a grand finals, we'd be looking at the top 3, but since this is a qualifying round, this is the clutch factor for those teams on the cusp, for those dark horses who are trying to ascend and establish themselves, to show that they can be a consistent team, to show that they belong. And we're seeing more of the same thing as far as the mix. Did I see anything new? We are
Wait, is the Zycomp again?
JL coming out with the Zycomp, And Mur is stepping in on the zipping. So good stuff. That I didn't think they could get any more spicier. This definitely got spicier. Tagging in Mur to go into their new Zai anti-Viper and Siphon comp. The Zai Siphon comp coming in with that Comet Zai. I'm hoping that they do really, really well off spawn. No matter what, it is a pleasure to watch, to see VVV and TXJ do their thing. Still showing us new things 2 years later. Still innovating after their Worlds win. Still pushing the meta. Really, really cool stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I am hyped for this. And so, I mean, here's the thing. One of the reasons why I'm assuming Mur is getting brought in here is because JL is in somewhat of a comfortable position, and this obviously, you know, bringing in like regardless of gender, you know, bringing in a new player to sub in for the team when they haven't been a staple team member for the series so far, you know, bringing in a new teammate just to. No, she wasn't. She wasn't. She hasn't. I don't think she's played at all. She hasn't played at all so far in this series, or even in the last couple bi-weeklies. I don't think I've seen her play. So bringing her in here, they're in a comfortable position already. They've almost certainly secured qualification into the finals. It's just one of those opportunities where you feel comfortable bringing in that sub that you know, like, I mean. If it was really clutch, and if they were in that kind of situation where they need to get those points, that you don't want to bring a variable in that hasn't been tested, so to speak. So this is the perfect opportunity for Mur to come in and show what she can do, and I'm very excited to see how JL performs with this different third team member. Very exciting, especially considering that they're on this Zai composition. Raven, we have an opportunity here, by the way. We have an opportunity. What are we gonna call this composition? You know, you called it Xiphon for a second there. The Xiphon isn't. It's not. I mean, we could call it Chain Siphon
for sure. It's
Chain Siphon. Chain Siphon.
Chain Siphon. Oh my god, why are we?
But then there's something. There's something to be said about the comet with the F3
Comet
though.
Siphon.
Like shooting stars. Stars.
Oh my goodness.
Or something
now
like
we're
that.
reaching. Now we're reaching for the stars. What are we talking about here?
Reaching for the stars.
We're reaching.
Star Siphon. Comet Siphon.
I'm okay with Comet Siphon as long as we keep Siphon there, because the origin of why we call anything Siphon is because of the zipping Takeda, that ability to get that Siphon as you're fighting. And it looks like JL is going to be going with that Firefly strategy next to oh god, I just slipped my mind next to mine, but it looks like they're going to be going for a timing attack into Celestia. But OUG first versus KLO. These two at each other's necks. Former teammates, Yu showing his team what's up. Now Yu is going to get taken down early. Now KLA getting the best of a nice triple charge going to come down, and the follow-up, the Tesla, just too much to deal with. KLA on the board, taking down the leaders. Now over to the side, TE versus JDG. Another Firefly location. Justina ult's going to be invested. Takeda, Temi ult out. Takeda does have ultimate. All the ultimates going down non-stop. Ultimate action. Shoves coming into the center. Harry is going to come down, slowing down Han. Struggled right now. He does have one more shove to his name. Justina recognizing Takeda's low is going to be able to get the kill. 2v2 situation though. Great parry coming out from the Justina, and the freeze on the Temiol. Now 2v1 situation. Can LOID find a 2v1 clutch? No, he cannot. The pressure from Justina is too fierce, too fast, too quick, and JDG is going to secure their off spawn.
Very nicely done. We're heading on over to Celestra. JL starting to close the gap between themselves and Alliance, but recognizing that they are at a bit of a loot disadvantage here. All three of them on the white armor, on the common armor. Alliance, on the other hand, all have blue armor, the blueberries. They're definitely at an advantage in this situation. However, this composition that we're seeing coming from JL does do extremely well into the Viper. So if they play this correctly, they could find the opening that they need. Mur trying to find an opening with this fan, trying to engage onto Revenge, but gets, there it is, Mer's first kill. First kill, her first appearance, getting the kill on the team, onto Alliance Bow. Get wrecked, son. Mer coming in, chasing these teams down. Alliance having teleported into this building. The Tessa ult coming through. The zipping ult has been committed now to protect herself and her teammates. Mer getting bounced around. Alliance trying to lock them down, but they're both teams in a bit of a precarious position here. One member already down, Lane very low HP, but the third party coming in from Wolves. The unsuspecting JL getting cooked by the Wolves. The Wolf Pack has arrived, picking up all of these eliminations. Even though they don't have the best armor, they are sitting on some pretty solid weaponry here, having that purple longsword already for XCM. Wolves playing that Justina variation of the Cannonball comp, getting a pretty solid start to the game with 4 eliminations, sitting on the kill leader title. OUG, though, they're coming in and they're looking to try and take it away from them. XCM getting caught up by that Tessa ultimate. The charm is going to be popping very shortly, but he iframes it with that teleport. Beautifully done by the Yoto here. And now OUG are forced to immediately disengage. Having not found value from that Tessa ultimate, they are forced to commit the Wu Chen ult to get out of there. DRG coming in for another third party, trying to lock down Wolves, but Wolves immediately exploding one of their team members. And now the Wu Chen port is going to come out again. Wolves just fending teams off left and right. Each of these teams trying to get a piece, but the Wolf Pack stays together, and they are stronger together. Together strong.
Definitely wolves, a group of alphas indeed, Duncan.
Absolutely.
Able to fend off all of this assassination attempts. Great job from Wolves inside Celestia, and that's always the gamble of going into Celestia. Just non-stop action going here with lots of line of sight, lots of kiting potential, so everyone's willing to take a risk here to find some kills. Now, the good part about Justina and that ice pick variation is Justina is just so adaptable to terrain. She can secure kills, she can chase down Wu Chen, she can find those kills. The same thing with Zai on the JL comp. Very adaptable in those situations, can fight in multiple terrain situations, and really ice off the pressure from that cannonball. Now going over to Shipwreck. This is a nighttime day, so fireflies galore everywhere. Every single firefly location is a guaranteed spawn, unlike those evening games. And we're seeing FPX scale up with the Kurumi variation of Siphon. Still one of the modern day adaptations, considering that a lot of the Cannonball matchup versus Science Siphon is going for that Takeda, so that extra bit of durability that the F3 comes with can keep the Takeda alive. Now, the downside of it is that Yodo and Ferio can push you out of that Kurumi circle, so it's very, very high skill on the Kurumi to get maximum value out of their armor circle to keep their team alive. TE as well on their Siphon. Now, interesting situation here. TE's strategy is to actually put the armor on Temi. Now, I've seen ice picks actually go for Temi when it comes to the Takeda versus ice pick scenario. The Justina, as soon as she gets away from that Temi ult, she hard punishes the Temi, because usually they have their gold F down. Now we're gonna get Alliance versus EWG. Mushrooms everywhere around. Everyone has to be careful not to get that poison onto them. Looks like Takeda is gonna be the prio target right now. Double, triple Tessa all coming out. Now Alliance Bow doing his job. The V3 is gonna be invested. They're looking for the kill right now. Onto the zipping. They are gonna get it. Now Temi versus Takeda. Takeda's ult is gonna be activated. They have to be careful here. Alliance Bow needs to get a nice ultimate off. He does get another double Tessa ult, doing his job. Alliance Bow coming in big, and they're able to clean up this Siphon. Oh my goodness, great job by Alliance right here. Perfect execution onto Siphon, and we're seeing exactly why that V3 is so powerful. If the stars align, you will be picking up all those kills. Normally zipping getting countered by that F3, but surprisingly enough, they are going to go down, but FPX versus Wolves right now on the side, but Sem is just gonna get absolutely deleted by the double O. Takeda and Temi, the pressure is too much. Now can Justina bring it back? She's gonna get shoved off once. Can she find the opening again? Double dash gonna go pro, triple dash. She's moving, she's cracked, she's going outside of her mind. She wants this last kill, but good job from Donkey to slowly ease it off, cool it off, and wait for the Justina to commit, shoving her off of that focus attack, and FPX is going to win that fight cleanly.
Very nicely done there. The Billy Justina almost coming in clutch there, but unfortunately wasn't able. That's what it's called.
The montage 1v3 situation.
Yeah, the montage coming in. The music playing. Unfortunately, he's not able to do all that much in that 1v3 situation. It is what it is. It's a tall order indeed. And Wolves now, unfortunate timing that they go down here. They are going to be missing out on the realm of Yang, whereas quite a few teams are posturing to go in here. Speaking of, we have GG jumping in to this realm of Yang alongside JDG. And we're going to be taking a look at this fight here. Quite a lot of loot here on the side of GG. CJS already having that gold ultimate ready to go. The purple fan on lock. He's popping that ultimate. The Justina getting locked within that Tumult Cult, losing all of her armor. Oh, the follow-up coming in here off of that dual halberds knockup. Justina just not able to get any value, unfortunately, having not had any stamina, going through that sand wall, unable to really do anything. Unfortunately, the Yueshan trying to find as many opportunities to appeal for his team as possible, but Tutik now left on his lonesome in the 1v2 with that F2. He's trying to do something, he's fighting till the last, but hey, it's kind of unwinnable at that point, unfortunately for them. But we're going to the other realm of Yang. JL scrapping it out against Alliance. Mer getting caught up by this Tessa ultimate, taking to the pillar, scale rushing away, popping that zipping ultimate for the team here. Alliance doing a pretty solid job of taking TXJ down, very low HP, but the zipping ult is still in effect and is going to be keeping him alive. The Zai now, trying to find openings onto Revenge. The damage from the Zai as well, the lockdown, it's so unbelievably difficult to escape. The Zai pressure, the fan CLMBs, there's nothing you can do, and JL come out victorious in this realm of Yang, picking up another 3 eliminations and the Million Birds Might. Cheeky gold staff as well, very nice.
I'm a fan. She actually plays that situation perfectly on the zipping. Your main job as support is to deny the burst onto your teammate and also deny getting bursted while still getting in there and doing damage. Now, a lot of people, when you look at other games like Overwatch, support is looked at as like this healing class, but in the NARAKA at least, you're still doing damage. You're still a part of a lot of the offense, and even though position 1 has all the abilities, it's up to the support player to kind of thread the needle to help defend situations and secure kills. And we see Mer perfectly scale rush after getting Tessa ulted, after creating enough space for the flank, and TXJ actually gets put in a really tough situations, and Mer comes over with the peel, able to keep him alive and secure the win by getting the Takeda kill. Really cool stuff coming out from jail. And another Siphon win. This it's definitely been the wild card, the wild mushroom that I did not expect.
The wild mushroom.
More counters, because Siphon has just been the most dominant comp for the last year now. JDG with the V, it's V1. Justina getting the freeze off. JDG ZDI needs to find the opening here. Temi ult is going to slow things down, but the Yoda ult is going to be invested to ice down the pressure. FPX doing a good job of avoiding this initial burst. Yushan in a tough position right now. Can get bursted. He has to be careful right here. ZDI is going to activate, looking for the double dash. Is not able to get it. No dashes left in the same. It's going to be able to combo break. The healing circle is just doing so much work. Maximum value coming out from this armor circle, but we're still going into the later parts, and KLA is going to be showing up with the third party. Unlucky for both of these teams, all in their ults, and KLA looking to secure more kills. Donkey's going to go to the trees, but CZX on the hot pursuit. Everyone is up for grabs, but JDG is going to come out. V3 from QGG is going to come out. Kiki is under a ton of pressure. One try is going to come out, looking for the tech chase. Tesla with the LMB trying to find the next opening. Where did this guy go? Kiki just...
he disappeared, didn't he?
My man just teleported out. What the heck was that? This lightning speed reflex is coming out from Kiki. He does have Dreadful. That's what was coming out. He's creating up the space with these kicks. Nice job to him. He is in a last situation. Nice F coming out from CXZ. Trying to secure this kill. Looking for the shot. Kiki bobbing, weaving. We're out of here. We're going straight up. Looking for the hit. But he can't get away from 17 as his pistol. Able to secure the kill. Woo, so much action going down there, non-stop third parties, and with this current meta, it's just so dangerous to take these fights. But over to the south, we got TE versus EWG. V3 is going to be invested. EWG with the triple Tesla ult on top of them. JJH snowballing. No ults left in the name. They fire their full shot. No ult zone is going to be invested here. Now triple purple armor. EWG nowhere left to run. They have to hold their ground. They have to fight back to the 3 situation though. Nice heals coming out from the Wuchen Godley, keeping up the pressure, letting 14 zone out, keep the pressure. Flames is taking a lot of damage, and on the outside, multiple third parties potentially coming in. GG with the triple ult showing up, wants to take up the kills wisely. JJH is going to give up the kills, give up their fresh meat to the new wolves. GG showing up, securing some kills, sitting in the no ult zone, but GG known for their very disciplined play, especially when they're on their sedan siphon. They know that end game is where they get most of the kills. They find a little bit of kills right there, but they let it go. They don't want to overextend. The rest of the lobby is descending upon this absolute chaos. Just so much opportunity going out to all the teams. JJH is able to get the flames up again and make their way into zone, cutting down their signature. Same thing with KLA. This is a underutilized strategy, Duncan, that I see in NARAKA a lot, especially even in other battle royales. The healing situation for these early zones, if you look in the top right, the shadow corruption is really, really low. So as long as you have decent white heals that heal your actual health bar, you can reposition and find yourself way back in. So taking these risks on the edge aren't as risky as long as you can tell when you should be in or out.
Indeed. We've still got so many teams fighting it out here. XEM getting taken down by Alliance here, unfortunately. Sort of left out. The wolf pack has been separated, unfortunately. GG on the other side, sandwiching wolves. EG, he's trying to stay alive. He's using those nunchucks to his advantage, using that horizontal block, but unfortunately, it's just not going to be enough. Doesn't block as much damage as it used to, and Wolves has been picked apart at the seams. So many fights going down, even though we had the Realm of Yang coming up. It looks as though GG are going to immediately rotate over to that Realm of Yang portal and try and see if they can pick up that buff for themselves. Potentially go uncontested here. JL seems as though they picked themselves up a White Tiger's prowess. I'm not sure if it was due to another Yang win or if they happened to get the Morris Blessing locked down. I think it was probably the Morris here, considering that they're positioned very close to it. OUG very close by. JL not looking for the engagement just yet. Oh no, it looks as though they spotted them out here. They've seen them. They spotted OUG rotating over towards this spot, over towards this zero band zone. Even though that might not be the destination, JL is on the hunt. They're looking to chase them down. They're a bit split off at the moment. TXJ, he's got red in his eyes. He is locked in, and he's not gonna let OUG go quietly into the night. He's locked in. He's still chasing. His team's just so far behind, but OUG is scared to death. It's like, run! He's coming. The Matari's coming for us. The Matari's chasing us down. Run, boys. OUG, they don't want that smoke. They haven't really been playing all that aggressively this game, it seems. They did get taken down early, unfortunately, and have just sort of been playing the scaling game. They've only picked up 1 elimination so far this game. It does look as though GG were able to secure that Realm of Yang for free, as I highly doubt that they picked up Draco Storm after having used their ultimates in the Realm of Yang. They do go uncontested, pick up the Draco Storm, and are on the hunt for some teams. Got quite a few teams sitting in Celestra here as well. KLL, DRG, Alliance as well on the other side. And none of these teams have actually engaged or committed any resources for the moment. I think it's going to be a matter of waiting for the zone to move, finding good positioning, and then playing for the end zone. We have 28 people alive. Quite a few, a little bit more than before, though there is still a little bit of time left until it hits 9-minute mark. JL lurking around this Morris Blessing. Potentially looking to see if any of these teams in the area are going to try and pick up some scraps, potentially. The buff about to expire. CJS closing in on them. But no connection, no commitment from any of these teams, it seems. GG pick up the red bounty. They're looking for fights, but they're just not finding them, unfortunately. That's one of the issues with Draco Storm, that you just can't really get all that much value if there aren't any teams looking to fight. Mystic Might being the more commonly used buff at this point in the game, so that you can find those opportunities. You can find those teams that potentially missing a member or two lurking on the outskirts and then chase them down with that defense buff. It doesn't look... Ooh, actually here, looks as though OUG may have spotted out ZK. I'm pretty sure he's the last remaining member of Wolves left alive. Thankfully for Wolves, they are sitting pretty at the top of the leaderboard. I think currently sitting in second place. They're not in any danger of not qualifying for the finals, but they definitely want to get as many points as they can.
Yeah, with the JL's comp, I imagine moving forward, more teams are going to run the counter for this, because I feel like this is probably the most overrated composition within Nbpl right now. The Ice Pick comp with Justina. I just don't see how Justina survives versus any type of Takeda situation and the mirror matchup. So you're basically going for one matchup. What JL has discovered that if you play this Zai Matari zipping composition, you actually counter two compositions, but you do get hard countered by the transformer setup. Now, because of that, we may see a full rotation all the way back around to monks being prevalent, because another comp that I see them having trouble with, if that comp counters all the traditional sand siphon, it's going to be extremely hard for them to come around. But first, B3 is going to be invested. OUG with the nice execution onto Kurumi. They miss out on the execution. SS is going to get taken down. Good job from FPX to stop the pressure. They look to land the shot from long range, but good job from you to drop the armor onto SS. Now everyone on the team can fully recover. Are they willing to take this fight again? Really, really cool stuff. We saw armor swaps earlier today. Zipping becoming MVP. We're seeing you, and traditionally, not as surprising to play. Something that you should always do when you Wu Chen port and you res a teammate is immediately drop your armor so your teammate can get picked up and doesn't get instantly fragged again. Just because the Soul Bloom in Immortal War, unlike normal rank, heals you for a boat ton. You just have so much heal coming from it, as well as almost 50% ult, and especially down the line with the new patch, with the new talents, eating a Soul Bloom almost takes you up to 70% ult after getting a kill. So lots of snowballing potential coming into NARAKA in the future, but we're going to get FPX versus Wolves. ZK still trying to survive here. FPX has been on the hunt for this last Wolves matter, but unfortunately for them, they thought they were hunting the Wolves. The real Wolves is OUG coming in with the third party again, coming in hot. FPX just seems to be fending off these non-stop third parties. OUG so ferocious when they come in, hit and run. They don't get what they want, and they're just off into the shadows, off into the night like ninjas getting out of there. We're gonna see Alliance so playing this smart, playing this wisely, able to yoink a nice gold armor onto lane, onto their Viper, making her extremely tanky. So if you're not used to this current meta or seeing this variation of Viper, the F3 actually scales with your weapon, basically a giant AoE nuke that gives you a healing debuff, as well as the V3 giving a giant AoE silence. A lot easier to execute. Tether is a little bit slow to connect to your opponent, so they can reaction ult if they see the tether come out, but still, this actually frees Viper to attack and lead the charge onto her opponents, because she gets a massive amount of damage reduction as she chases her opponents. So instead of 2 people trying to hold people down for a stagger, you get a nice 3 player. And normally, if you're bursting someone down, that stagger at the end of her ultimate is enough to get another focus attack down. So we're seeing why that V3 has been so successful, but we're also seeing why Matari is starting to play a wild Matari on JL. TXJ running that and having some options to counter it. Now going to this end game, I'm surprised actually, Duncan, that we got a little bit of a stack here. 26 players, those teams in the clutch round, they need to get across. And speaking of one of those teams getting across, it's DAY3 investing. They find the kill onto Tessa. JJH Godlay was not going to be able to pop her ultimate to help slow down this pressure, and now Wu Chen is gonna go down. Flames with the Tessa ult on top, gonna get surrounded and absolutely cooked, but he gets the sap. The 1v3 situation isn't possible. Wu Chen is going to be able to pour down. Oh my goodness. Flames with the big parry brings it back. He is going to be able to get one team in, but he will get Wu Chen up going into zone. There's no way that he can get the follow-up. This team's going to be sitting on the edge, and it looks like Wu Chen does barely get in, but Alliance right on the edge is going to see this team coming in. Will JJH be able to survive? The cannon shot's going to come out, but the F-Wisp coming out from GG. The Titans of Endgame are here to show up and let everyone unnoticed. This game is theirs.
Good lord, that guy disappeared. Literally, the Tumultuous, but that's what I was talking about earlier. You know, I was thinking it's possible we might see a little less tumult when the Morris Blessing gets removed, but that kind of thing right there, the value that I was talking about from the Wisps, just being able to lock a player down and just completely 100-0 them, is so huge. Jinyu, even with that damage reduction that you were talking about with the V3, unfortunately, he's not able to stay alive. He pops it to try and stay on his feet, but it's just not enough. OUG forced to use that Wu Chen teleport, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to actually stay alive here. They teleported into a... they teleported very close to a few other teams. It's not looking too good for them. Again, I talked about earlier, Wu Chen losing quite a bit of value as you get further and further into that end game, as you just can't teleport to a safe position, really. You can try, and it looks as though they might have managed to do so, but they're still under a lot of pressure from the surrounding teams. Trying to stay on their feet, they're applying pressure in retaliation. It looks as though they might have the Jades to survive this. Spear, Dragon Slayer going back to back, trying to use it for the mobility. Very strong utilization of it. We started to space out a little bit, but OUG still on the run. They do find the confirmation with the Dragon Slayer, but only to force out that F from the Tumult. Tumult now on the run, having lost a chunk of his armor, but OUG, they're still being focused by a few of these teams. A few of these teams still not wanting to let them reset without pressuring them at least somewhat. The zone's still quite open for the moment, but I'm not sure. It's going to start getting very hectic very soon. JL, again, have managed to find themselves a very nice little piece of terrain, a little bit of real estate, a little place to call home, to settle down, just to chill. Going it somewhat uncontested. GG, though, they're not about that life. They're not ready to settle down. They're going straight in. They're getting oogly. CJS pulling out the bow shots, but unfortunately wasn't able to get it for himself. TXJ snipes it away with the musket shot. CJS having committed that Takeda ultimate, trying to get as much value as possible. 3-3-0, finding the kill onto Jinyu with that musket shot. Musket's going crazy in this endgame. LXM picking up a kill onto OUG's U. OUG unfortunately just not able to really do all that much after that precarious situation they were forced into earlier on. JL now still pretty strong here. They're still pretty healthy. TXJ is trying to get involved. He's trying to find some openings onto GG. He recognizes that GG has just used their cooldowns, but it doesn't look as though they're able to get all that much value. Unfortunately, Mer and that Wu Chen getting caught up by the Tessa ultimate here. Alliance Revenge getting taken down by the Musket again. 3-3-0. He's just popping shots left and right, picking up these kills. OUG SS, no armor, but still alive. VVV having been taken down, unfortunately. The Zai just not really having that healing or that peel to really stay on their feet. And that's kind of one of the main weaknesses of this composition. You don't have that Wu Chen wind wall. You don't have the Yoto F. You don't really have all that much to hide behind or use except for that zipping. The zipping is the only factor that is just going to keep you alive. Mer trying to do exactly that, trying to get the res onto their teammate, onto VVV, but continuously being pressured off. TXJ now getting 100-0, just getting bursted down. Mer, now the last remaining member of JL, getting clipped by this Aurora burst, trying to stay on her feet, trying to schmoving right through the crowd, managing to get up onto the high ground for the moment, buying herself some time. TE now fighting it out against GG. The Karumi ult has been popped, the Takeda ult as well. GG LXM taken down so unbelievably low, the zipping ult saving his life and giving him enough time to get that F off, sends the Wisp into the crowd of people. TE and GG both caught up by this Tessa ultimate. I'm not sure whose Tessa ultimate it is. It might be Alliance's Tessa, still alive. KLA as well has a member remaining. TE Han, though, he is going to be taken down by that Merciless or the Dragon Roar, sorry, and it's looking pretty cooked, I must say. GG playing this endgame extremely well. They're not playing passive, they're playing aggressive, and it is paying off. CJS still sitting at full HP, he doesn't have his ultimate, but he has that F1 active. SS, he's getting cooked. He's got the Tessa charm active, and CJS gives him a moment. Ooh, base, ooh, you thought, buddy? Nah, you're going down soon enough. SS, he's running into the zone. He's like, okay, bro, I'm out of here. See you later. But they are not letting him go without picking up the kill. And GG picking up the MVP for our 5th game of the day.
Like I was saying, Duncan, the OGs, best to do it on the Siphon. Once they get it going, the going gets good. They find an MVP right here. But the second I saw they were looted up, they play endgame just so meticulously, just so perfectly. Going into that endgame, you just see them dictate the pace. They know exactly when they need to engage. They know exactly how to, with their Takeda activating, going through, controlling the space, making sure that they're not the ones getting lobbied, that they're instead getting everyone else lobbied first, and GG is able to pick up a ton of kills. And that's one of the things that I was very surprised JL was able to find an MVP with the Zai, just because Zai is a little bit more committal when it comes to those end games. The shoves that we saw from BBV when he was on Takeda, able to land bursts and stuff, really, really good. Now Mer, unfortunately, in that end game, BBB does go and activate the Zai, and the V2 was a little bit late, so he ends up getting picked off. TXA tries to stall it out. Mer with the good kiting, but still not much room to kite in that end game. Just a cliff side end game with a singular high ground. That definitely benefited more of the Takeda playstyle, where you can find these nice wide open grounds, keep that ultimate rolling, keep the Takeda nice and happy, fat and juicy with this soul bloom, so we can keep it going through all of it. And that's where GG thrives. They always find themselves with these great Jades, these great range setups, and their Takeda juiced up, and they know how to support him super well to control the lobby and pick off everyone. And no surprises here, GG is gonna make it through. The only surprising thing is when GG doesn't make it through, just because of how consistent they are. Like I said, Duncan, the competitiveness of this lobby, it's not how many times if you can get up there. Anyone can get up there. It's just when you get up there, when you're studied, can you sustain that? Because the amount of counter strategy that comes out when you're actually looked at is absolutely insane. All these players, insanely talented, and we're still seeing that GG has not gone anywhere. There's still a force to be reckoned with in the league.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right. But again, it is time for Answer for Treasures, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to get your answers into the chat. The answer to this question: which player used Zipping Ying in game number 5? Was it A, CDGG CJS? Was it B, EWG14? Was it C, JL Mer? Or was it D, JJH Godley? I think most of us know the answer to this question, I have to say. It's, I think we talked about it quite a bit. But make sure to get your answer into the chat when the countdown starts, and you could be a lucky winner of the Spring Split random gift box. But make sure to pay attention once you put your answer in. You don't want to be missing out on your rewards. But back to the games. We're going to be going into our 6th game relatively soon. I'm interested to see if we see any more spicy compositions. You know, I doubt that JL is going to be bringing out the Zai comp for the 3rd time. I'm not sure if
they ran it twice, so I'm happy. Yeah, they ran it twice.
Yeah.
To run it 3 times, that's pretty wild. We're just
this is pretty crazy.
I feel like we're just showing our hand a little bit too much. But the anti-Viper strategy on this Zai Siphon is amazing. And it's not even just anti-Viper, because traditionally Matari is there to play counter to Viper. It looks like it does a really good job in Siphon. Now, one of the weaknesses that all Matari comms have is that endgame. How are you able to sustain versus the Transformers around versus the Takeda? And we saw a little bit of shortcoming there. TXJ and VBB not able to find that snowball effect, getting cut a little bit short. Now, that's where I debated on whether or not F3 was the best choice for Zai for durability, but I guess for the mobility and the memes, like it's definitely maximum meme.
The memes.
If I'm gonna play that comp, I want to go all the way. And TE is known for that. Like VBB is known for that. They used to run F1 Yodo back with Viper as well. The uppercut into it, and our team Conquerors actually died to it, and we were very, very surprised that the F1 opener was used into a silence, and we just got instant deaded super, super fast with the silence. We're seeing GG absolutely dominate right there. Almost equal damage, all the heavy lifting being done by everyone on the team, everyone around that 19k mark. But Alex Sem on the Temi 10k, that's no easy feat. Temi is kind of the unsung hero of this composition.
Absolutely.
A lot of threading the needle comes from the Temi, coming out with that good peel for the anti-burst, and then perfectly putting down a circle so they can have that free pressure. And also initiating, looking for those Fs. That F1 comes out really, really fast and sets up for easy pressure from long range. Now, looking at the leaderboard, EWG is having a decent day at 40.9, but they still got a 20-point deficit going to Endgame. They pretty much have to go pedal to the metal, put everything on the line, and try to make it past this like 84-point threshold. And now XEG, another surprise, seeing them not make it through.
Unfortunate.
Same thing with J Team, the 2-time champions. But generally in weeklies, J Team kind of does pretty troll. They just show up at Worlds, but close at the edge. DRG is able to get across. JJH is able to get across. Alliance is able to get across. GG, no surprises there. Their Siphon just too powerful, having a monster day, almost up to 100-point singular day. Surprising though, JDG has been playing amazingly consistent today. Every single time I saw a fight, I was impressed by their executions for today. KLA, just another standard top 5, super solid team. JL with the new comp, still doing super, super solid. The innovators of the league. Wolves at 44.7, still. They did super well the first day. 40.7 is a still good day. Normally, if they were going to get around 40.7, they would be on the edge. They would have to do a little bit more, but no surprises here. OUG, probably the most consistent team overall as far as macro, micro, fighting, looks. We got the thing. We got the king. Got the baby face. OUG just doing well. ZDI with the crack, going with the double, triple floor, quad dashes. We're just cracked out of our minds. Caffeine through the roof. We've been sipping on that tea. Now, off spawn, JL dominating Celestial. Alliance, though, very, very active with their Viper team, especially on this nighttime. The Viper teams be coming out of the woodwork, just assassinating you out of the shadows. Unfortunately for Wolves, fighting versus DRG against the ropes. Flames, I remember this with the sap, bringing that back, but unfortunately for them, the Juggernauts show up, the OGs, the big guns, GG coming over, rolling through, dominating the situation. We're seeing GG LXM with the Temi, laying down the law with his musket, taking shots across the map. And that clutch game, that clutch factor, GG, they got ice in their veins, Duncan. They're just making that look easy. That is not easy. Those end games have to be incredibly calculated. MVP 4 times his CGS. Look at my man's loot. We got the Phantom Step, the glitch in the Matrix, doing almost 12k damage with that fan, almost 6k damage with that cannon, just keeping his team trucking along, scooping up the kills, and taking it down. Even with that Hepta doing most of his damage with the fan. The fan being recently added to the game definitely kind of mix up trios, because traditionally spear, longsword, and pole sword was used, but fan kind of replaces 2 weapons in that.
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
it just good crowd control coming out from the focus attack, good focus attack and damage, just good overall in neutral. Still one of the strongest weapons, and we're seeing it there. Traditionally, Takeda has played with a pole sword, but you're seeing a lot of the top Takeda switching over to fan, and I thought that the same thing as well. It's just you're able to actually out chip when all things are equal with the other Takeda, and I just felt like you're a little bit more mobile. Now with this current meta, they don't have full stamina or even a little bit of stamina. They're usually running a full discount or full rage. But folks, we are finishing up that game from that championship round. GG popping off, but we are going into game 6. But before then, our last clutch round, we are going to take a short break, but we will be right back for some NARAKA Pro League trios. Don't go anywhere.
所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看这03年、32年要国的是吧？07年注册58年，那这个哪一年？这个51年，概况8年。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for our last round for NARAKA Pro League Trios. I am Raven PLZ, and I'm joined by the great sword, Mr. Duncan Donuts, the Tarka himself. When it's been a fabulous day, Duncan, of trios, JL has blessed us with a new composition and a possible new meta, the Zai Matari zipping, building off the foundation of that siphon composition, the zipping and Matari, a nice counter for those Vipers, and surprisingly, a counter towards those cicadas. Now, is it the composition? Is it the players? Because if anyone was to make this work, it's always VVV coming up with the craziness. They were one of the leaders with even Cannonball running that F3, running that high rage Faria where she's just feeding the ultimates to THJ. A lot of the Chinese teams weren't really willing to run Cannonball, and then we saw them kind of set the meta. And we've seen the league all say this. They're just like, you know what? Seems like a new comp, but we're going to let JL kind of iron out the details. Then we're just going to rip from them. And we're seeing that opportunity is still going through. Stay true to this day. Cool stuff, though.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's kind of something that has been present for a long time. They're just some teams that are just the chefs, you know, and they just come up with new funky stuff. And then everybody else is just like,
they're cooking.
Tasty. A little salt, perhaps, you know, just you know, the original Takeda Sand Siphon comp, for example, that went through so many different variations. We had Takeda Tamulk Matari, we had Takeda Tamulk Monk, we had Takeda Zipping Monk, I think. Then we've had so many different versions, and then finally we landed on the Sand Siphon we know today with the Takeda Tamulk Zipping. But yeah, it's just like, I mean, I can't remember which team originally came up with that composition, but yeah, I mean, it's just like that, isn't it? There's gonna be a team that just comes up with a brand new composition, just starts up with something oogly, brings it out, and this could be the beginning of Zai gaming in NBPL trios. Who knows? Who knows? I think all we need is Pandaman to get put on a trios team, and then we'll get a Fire Dog comp at some point. We'll get a Tarka comp cooked up at some point. Yeah, I just embrace the copium, man. You know, like, thing is, obviously, it's kind of ass. Tarka is kind of ass in a lot of matchups. And if Tamulk just puts the sand walls around him, puts him in the baby cage, he's kind of screwed. However, one of the, like, there's always possibilities, you know. There's things that can mitigate it. You know, like if you have a Yueshan on your team as Tarka, you can just run through that Tamulk ult, no problem. There are possibilities, and with the new season, with everything changing, with all the new glyphs, the new setup for the Spirit Well instead of Morris Blessings, you got the cave as well. There's going to be so many new things coming in. Who knows? I feel like Tarka could definitely thrive with the right composition. It's just, again, I was saying this earlier, there are gonna be compositions that people haven't thought of, and or perhaps the compositions just they require a certain meta, a certain lobby to be playable. And as we saw with the Zai composition, it doesn't really do anything into Cannonball. They just have to run away. So if they're in a lobby which isn't very Cannonball heavy, then it can work. Same thing could be said for lots of different compositions that are a little bit off meta. If they're played into a specific lobby, they can work. You know, Tarka in solos is still a pick that can only really be picked on a nighttime Morris Isle game, because if you pick it on daytime Holoroth, you are in for a very rough time. So who knows? One of the things, though, that I have to say I think would make things very, very interesting, a lot more interesting, would be that trios, Nbpl, pro trios, required you to play more compositions. Because quite frankly, you know, each trio's team member kind of just has to play 3 characters and that's it. You know, maybe 4 if they're pushing the boat out with something else, but realistically, they just have to play 3 characters. Whereas solos, you have to play 5 minimum. And it's just like
7 now with the current rule set. But
oh yeah,
I agree with you as far as character matchups. The harder part in trios though is the multi-way fights, because in solos, right, you know certain matchups, you know certain 1v1 matchups, but they're pretty straightforward once you understand. You know the counter matchups, and you get 1v1v1 situations, right? It gets extremely complicated in trios because of the 3v3 action, because you know each matchup, right? Everyone has this character versus this counter, but when you add another team that gets involved, then one more, and now you're managing ultimates and you're target selecting, it's extremely hard to play off this, and it gets complicated really, really fast. So I agree with you. I do agree with you, and I think to your main point is like more variety makes things more interesting. And speaking of interesting, JJH resurrecting a comp from the depths, the traditional Transformers coming out in the last round. How does traditional Transformers go into this modern era of NARAKA? We saw it pretty much go extinct. Now, technically at Worlds, no one was really playing Transformers ever. Everyone had given up on it. And HLG, who basically, I would say Worlds was a tie, considering they lost by 0.5, did run double Transformers and managed to get big value off their Transformers as far as Yang, and even endgame being only the singular monk. So if 4 monks are able to get the endgame, do our endgames look very, very different? Especially if we're running counter strategy to these Vipers. The Vipers are going to have to go back to the drawing board if Mataris are going to be on the table. And so is Sand Siphon going unnoticed, because if they're not able to get that power spike, if it is actually true that Zai, Matari, and Zipping can beat them in Yang, they're not going to get that critical power spike by winning those first Yang and second Yang versus the other compositions if they're getting counter comped on the outside by this new composition. So interesting stuff, Duncan, especially with the new talents. I'm very curious how things go forward, especially since this might be the last patch, the last week that we see this patch going into this trios finals, this third bi-weekly finals. We are on this game 6, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the Kurumi circle, we're seeing a lot of teams favor this, DRG, EWG, and I gotta say, I'm curious to see whether or not the Zai composition can deal with the Kurumi variation, because the burn damage definitely really nerfs Zipping's healing effectiveness, but unlike Zai, the Kurumi healing circle does cleanse burn, and she does have her F3, which cleanses burn as well. So will you be able to burst people with that Zai, get that crowd control going, especially with the F3? It's gonna be interesting moving forward. They definitely had the surprise factor, that gimmick factor, just the ooh, what's this? A reverse Uno. By the way, Matari exists. Haven't seen a Matari since the Stone Ages. So cool stuff from JL. We'll still see whether or not this composition will survive in the future, but if anything, it's been a pleasure to watch something new, something fresh. And it's kind of weird to me to say that seeing a Transformer team is going to be fresh, considering how old this composition is, and how trios, pretty much if you want to be a trios player, you have to know this comp. So it's been the staple and face of trios for so long.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing that I wanted to note, though, when you were talking about the Kurumi circle and how it fares up against the Zai, is I don't see it being all that bad. I think that Zai in that situation can do quite a bit, as when you have a Kurumi on your team, you're looking to play inside that circle. But one of the things that Zai does extremely well is when people are grouped up together, she can get a lot of AoE damage. If she has that empowered V2 attack, and she has the fire chain wave, then she can essentially hold all of them in a specific spot, because not only does it hit all of them, but it pulls them all into the center of the wave, allowing your teammates to follow up with I mean, you know, a pulse sword R&B or whatever you might have at your disposal. And especially if you're, I mean, if you're running F3 Zai, you can also throw it down into the middle of the Kurumi circle and knock all of these players out unless they're able to tap dodge it in time. So I see it doing it all right, as you said, the burn damage would definitely be cleansed. However, I feel like Zai's value has sort of moved away from the burn damage that she can provide and more to the chase down and the crowd control potential of the Zai ultimate. Ooh, beautifully done here. Wait, we have the zip. We have the. Wait, hold on. We didn't notice this. This is the old school siphon. Matari zipping Takeda. Did you see this? I didn't see it. Wolves running the Matari. We both missed it completely. Just completely clueless. We didn't see the Matari Takeda zipping. That's huge. So this actually is kind of low-key really, really good for them because there's a lot of Vipers in this lobby. And it prevents that the big counterplay factor from Viper where she just pops that V3 and negates Takeda for a certain amount for the duration of the ultimate, preventing him from using any of his shoves. If Matari breaks line of sight, then she can just ult and then Takeda can just have fun. Just go have fun, bro. Go have fun. But then, on the other hand, let's say Matari gets focused down by the Viper. If Takeda breaks line of sight for a moment, then he can use his shove from behind terrain and peel for the Matari for a moment, that sort of thing. So it definitely is actually a pretty good comp going into this final game. But we're going to have to see how it works out. But for the moment, we're heading on over to the Mines. JL fighting it out against EWG. EWG getting locked down by this Tessa ultimate. But they do have that Takeda ultimate online. They are able to peel for themselves. Neither team... Oh, there we go. The first takedown coming out onto TXJ. The port gets called for. And the Wu Chen is going to take them to safety. But OUG coming in out of nowhere. From the sands, they just pop their head up around the rock, say hello. Tessa sends out the fox. The Kitsune is ready with the charm and locks down JL. OUG, the third party from EWG. It's an absolute brawl at the moment. The V3 coming out from Jin Yu, and they're getting so much value. 3 kills now picked up. OUG trying to get as much as they can. The staff juggle onto Jay-Shi, onto that Kurumi, trying to lock them down. He's able to do so. In EWG, they're having a rough time recovering. JL, he's on the run. VVV, he's trying to make something happen, but it's pretty much cooked at this point. The F3 from the Viper coming in, not dodged. You're eating a brick for breakfast, my friend. And we're heading on over to JDG versus DRG. Geeky already been taken down. Two-Tick finds the Dragon Slayer onto Wushin. The Kurumi is not going to be able to do anything about it. WFZ getting tech chased by this Dragon Slayer, by the spear, the bomb coming in, going wide, the whiff. It doesn't look like it's all that good for this Tessa, unfortunately, but he does have his ultimate, gets the confirmation, and dodges the Furin Blast as well. He gets his soul back, but it's not gonna matter, and JDG are gonna come out on top.
Oof, the northern side Firefly is just so spicy over here, so committal. These Fireflies on the side, there's not much you can do other than all in that situation. FPX going around, and this last day is what I was saying is very, very hectic. And if you're able to save, I would say, your Viper composition for this last day, you're going to have the best bet because you can avoid a lot of the dive bombs from the teams who are very desperate, trying to make it past that bar. We're seeing that bar. We're seeing that desperation coming from FPX. DRG desperately trying to hold their grounds, hold that 5-point lead, but the top 12 is looking dicey right now. Only FPX is left. They need to find some kills. They know if they just play this wisely and safely, they can get across. Unfortunately to them, they're going to run into the macro gods themselves. GG is going to open up. They are going to get triple Tessa ult. No V3 to Viper's name, though. Water going to get faded out by the F, trying to come back and influence the fight for his teammates, looking for the parry. He's not going to be able to get an overhold going down. Not going to get it. We're just getting cooked. Good job by LXM to not flinch under pressure, to stare him down. Now now FPX against the ropes. Can his teammate get out of here? Do we have a second life, or is it cooked for us? And it looks like we're going to be eliminated in the top 12 is going to be solidified. DRG is able to fade their competition. FPX unlucky, not going to be able to make it through, surprisingly enough, with the other Titan XCG for this third bi-weekly. But we still got 32 people alive in this lobby. Still a lot of NARAKA to be played in this round, but Vipers are running wild. We got OUG's SS on the Tesla, getting dove on by the Wolves. Tesla ult is going to come out. He gets a nice two-piece from it. He is getting poked in the back. He is going to go back on to the Ballista. This team is going to have a rude awakening as the shots are coming down. Kablowy, non-stop action. They're desperately trying to get onto him, but Wolves, Matari, not able to get there in time, is going to get blown up, but a third party is coming out. JL coming back with a vengeance. They reset with blue armor and white armor. They lost initially here in mind, and they will have their vengeance onto OUG. JJH Dinosaurs within this lobby running the Transformers versus JDG on the Viper com. Godley been playing Monk all day, can't get it going, is gonna get put down by Monk's Bane. The crossbow lit up in the knees. My man's old knees, the old Monk. We can't handle it. We are gonna get taken down. JDG looking real rich, transitioning into this mid game. Yang is coming up, and so many teams actually inside the zone, rotating in a little bit late. This bottom right of the map, the mine, just a graveyard for so many hopes and dreams for this trios finals. Unfortunately for FPX, they aren't able to make it in the top left. They did get taken down, but first Yang is going to come up. Are we going to get some Viper action in Yang? It looks like TE is posturing to go in with the purple weapon on their Yodo. They're looking pretty juiced for this Yang fight. Is anyone going to step up to the plate and try to take this fight? It's looking rough. I don't know if I want to go to, but GG, also the macro gods on this siphon. Give me a good VOD to watch. Give me a good fight. Get in there, GG or KL. I'll take either one of you. Let's see some more Cannonball versus Siphon. Now, traditionally, these two teams have been going back and forth, but who will take it this time? We're going to get TE versus KLA. Great fight. Gonna go down. Is it a Cannonball though on the other side? I can't really tell. It looks like it. We're gonna get scale, a nice grapple to this guy. Looks like Zipping is gonna be diving on to Leo on the outside, trying to stay alive with the fan. It does look like we're gonna get a Cannonball matchup. KLA looking to execute on to the Feria. Initially the Takeda QGG diving the Takeda, the Feria immediately, but immediately pushed off. Temiel is going to go down, isolating that Feria pressure. Yushan is trying to push him out of it. QGG is going to make his way back to the Temiel. Temi doing a ton of work onto the Feria, but good job by Leo on the Feria to peel off that pressure. It's looking even right now. It's anyone's game. Yushan taking a ton of damage. Yodo as well is going to activate. A little bit of a delayed execution from DE, but is delayed good and ready. They waited. They slow cook KLA, leading their Takeda into a false sense of security. He's put into the boiler, slowly getting nice and juiced up. And it looks like TE is going to be taking this. Ooh, focus line being revealed. Unlosable neutral, blistering edge as well. KLA realizing what they're up against. TE just scaled to the moon right now with the Jades. 17S, last man standing, trying his best with the staff to make something happen, but the focus slide is going to take his knees out for them, and TE is going to take this first realm of Yang.
Very nicely done from TE, just showing the prowess of the Cannonball composition. You know, we talked about how the Transformers have just sort of fallen out of meta, and it feels like they're just the dinosaurs that we just don't see anymore. They've gone extinct, and we occasionally see a lizard every now and then. But I think it's largely to do with the Cannonball, because it kind of functions in the lizard. It functions in a very similar way to Transformers. You know how it's not obviously not the same, but when it comes to Cannonball, it's a lot about that ult rotation and getting it. I mean, you can just go crazy and just use all 3 ultimates at the same time, but it is a lot about rotating that Feria and the Yoto using their ultimate, going into the Feria ult, or just Yoto using the Feria ultimate and then going out and having Yoto ult immediately available, Feria then charging up the ultimate and then repeat, that kind of thing. I mean, Transformers was a lot about rotating ults, so that you had the Monk ult, and then the Yoishan would cover for the Monk when he comes out of ult. But it's just like the Cannonball just kind of slightly just does it better, you know? It kind of just does it better. And then Tessa being used on that Attack on Titan composition that has kind of moved away from it being Attack on Titan. It's kind of lost its identity somewhat, considering that there aren't any Titans to attack anymore. Speaking of, we have T.E. Han popping that Yoto ultimate, trying to get some value here, but JDG doing a good job of avoiding it almost entirely. Han, pretty low HP. Looks as though 2-Tick's going to come in, get that Tessa ultimate. ZDI to take him down. LYD as well, going to go down shortly after. And JDG picking up these eliminations, getting those Soul Blooms. Very nicely done from them.
I beg to differ, Duncan. I saw 2 Titans just get attacked right there. Immediately, Feria gets executed, and then Yushan. I saw 2 Titans go down. It looks like Attack on Titan still alive in 2024. Don't get it twisted. Viper.
I mean, it's kind of like it's still the same, but it's like no, I get it. It's like
for different strategies. That the strategy is still the same. We just get a little bit more stun, a little bit more ultimates out of that 50-50, but the attack will still always be there, and it's the only way to slow down the Titans. It's kill them in that mid game and when they cannot transform. That's why we coined the phrase Attack on Titan, because if you were back here in the old days where Transformers was the only composition, the only thing that showed a chink in the armor, which is why the initial J team was able to win, was the Viper composition coming in and attacking those monks against all odds, finding those kills onto the monks. We're going to see KLA versus JL. Tesla ult is going to be invested, but JL is going to back off. They don't want the smoke. They're going to retreat into all this kiting, but nice grapple coming out from QGG. Shove is going to come out. V3 is going to be invested. We got to hold our ground versus then Zipping immediately gets deleted for leading the charge. Unfortunately for her, not able to get peeled from her Takeda because of that AoE silence. And now JL activating and catching that overextension, playing a game of cat and mouse. The mouse looking a little bit mousy, but actually a lion waiting there to eat your house cat. House cat beating KLA. Unlucky to them. Good job by JL. And the parry is going to come out again. Another cat and mouse play. VVV pretending he was vulnerable, getting that big parry stab CXZ in a 1v3 situation. Temiel's going to be invested. Can he find the clutch like his former teammate? You can do one overhold. That's how it starts. First hit's going to go down, but Fong is going to deny the play with the grapple parry. JL letting everyone know this is how they do it. Still the champs, just a new name.
Indeed, JL doing God's work here. And yeah, I mean, they have two of the 3 champs from TE from that J Cup team. It looks as though we're gonna get right back into the action though. JDG jumping in with that Viper ultimate, with the Tessa ultimates flying out as well. ZDI though sending a rather bad blue focus here, getting parried, but making up for it with a huge parry onto that pole sword. Immediately turning it back around. The Wu Chen coming in with that F3, able to heal up his Viper, get them out of danger. TXJ did get taken down there, but a Wu Chen port teleports them away, gets that resurrection off. Now VVV trying to buy some time for his teammates to get that heal off. Sends out the Tessa ultimate. 2-Tick uses the F1, does manage to get his soul back from the lantern. VVV is not happy about it though. He sends out the bonk. Is he going to catch him out of the air though? They managed to hold on to him for just a moment, but it's not looking too good. Going back and forth. Oh, JDG looking to try and stabilize just for a moment. The longer this fight goes on, the greater the risk of a third party. Both of these teams know that if they get too low, it could be very dangerous for them. JDG do have their Wuchen port available, so they are safer to continue fighting than JL here. And you can see that it's evident in the way that they're trying to chase them down. JL forced to try and move through Celestra, try and maneuver around these buildings and prevent the engagement from being so easy. But they're trying to force it regardless, JDG. But here comes the third party, the Tessa ult coming in, and the Wuchen port there to save them. Exactly what I was talking about. The longer the fight goes on, the more risk of third party. GG being that third party coming in with the Draco Storm are a force to be reckoned with. A very scary team coming in here. Not only are they a very good team, but they have Draco Storm. And Draco Storm, if you've ever fought against it, it is an extremely good dueling buff here. Just constantly sending out those lightning strikes, preventing you from from doing all that much at all. You know, it's also constantly healing them. It is very hard to take down a Draco Storm team. And unfortunately, they weren't able to make it out with their lives. Two of them did, but one of them does get taken down there. But Wolves, now in a bit of a precarious situation. They need to try and force a fight. Running that Matari zipping Takeda composition, having lost a Realm of Yang. The Realm of Yang, the Yang depletion situation is starting to take place. They're trying to find an opportunity to engage, but they are in Celestra. It's just one of those places, makes it very hard to lock certain teams down, but they do manage to find one Soul Bloom, cleansing one of the Yang depletions. ZK getting locked up by the Tessa ultimate. The parry's coming through. GG doing so much, but they are taking a lot of damage, and Wuchen has been given the call to teleport them to safety. They don't want to overcommit. Even though Draco Storm is strong, you can get bursted. Healing's not going to help if you get 100 to 0'd, and that very nearly happened just now. But Wolves, they can smell the blood in the air, the blood in the water. The wolf pack is on their heels, nipping at their ankles, trying to chase them down here. They spotted them out on top of the building, but the parry coming through from CJS, and he gets absolutely destroyed. XEM disappears from this plane of existence. EG now taking all of his armor, trying to disengage. It is Matari and Celestra, so he is going to be able to maneuver, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think. And EG does get taken down. ZK now the last remaining member on Wolves in a 1v3 against OUG, and that's all she wrote. Wolves get eliminated in our 6th and final game.
The Wolves have the blood in the water, but the blood in the water is actually their own blood. OUG and GG, the OGs letting the new guys on the blog know that you're going to be hanging with the big leagues now. We got you on nose. We see you, and we're not that impressed. Taking them down in quick, dead fashion. Now going into this end game, 22 people alive. Last game of the day, 10 minutes left. Vipers galore, picking off everyone but DRG and TE. Last non-Viper team standing, a lone cannonball team in this pack of darkness with Viper, Tessa running around, laying and waiting. Just you wait, Titans. I can't wait for you to ultimate. Everyone licking their lips for this last Titan team. Can we get this last kill going? Only Viper teams can really only grief Viper teams, but I wonder if, because especially in solos right now, a lot of the matchups, as long as you're the same character, there's like a family plan going on that you don't necessarily go for each other. For these end games, if the Titans get there, or when the Siphon comes get there, technically Viper teams have a really, really hard time living. So I wonder if in the future, until they make an official rule on this, will the Viper teams avoid necessarily attacking each other and start going for traditionally just the Siphon teams? Because technically the Siphon teams don't like going for each other, at least in a raw battle, because they will get picked off the second they commit. It's really those Yang depletion situations that open up scenarios that teams start trying to actually go for each other. Now, until that point, we usually need range to force out cooldowns, force out ultimates, and we saw the cannon shots coming up from EWG, pressuring Alliance to bob, weave, and get out of there, and they're retreating into that nice hot breath of Moonbane, that nice smelliness, getting away from all of this hot action of these super scaled Takedas, these Sand Siphon teams. When you're running into that just twin shot purple, it's just not worth it. We'd rather just get hit by Moonbanes. But unfortunately for them, OUG, known for their Bane surfing, follows them in and finds Alliance struggling to get through this Moonbane. Nice pick off coming out from OUG. The most consistent team, the most dominant team, and the current dominant team this weekly during the qualifiers. They won the first week. They got second the second week. Arguably, they tied. I'm gonna say it came down to literally the last kill, so I'm gonna go with the tie, even though WBG does take it. Where's WBG this week though? Not here. OUG still showing up the work, still clocking in, still popping the number, still holding up rank 1, letting everyone know that they're going nowhere. Everyone adjusted to them, but now they just adjust to everyone, and they're coming in hot, looking spicy for this last weekly. Now going into this last leg, everyone slowing down. Dust is settled, but it looks like EWG doesn't want to go into that good night. Up to 70.2. Is there a world, Duncan? Is there a world where they can fade these 20 points, calculating the mathematics here? Is there a world? Can they climb up here? What do you think? What's the percentage we're looking at for EWG to get through?
I mean, it's pretty rough, I'm not gonna lie.
Looking cooked?
It's looking pretty cooked. I mean, DRG, they're on the cusp right now. They're at the threshold, and they've lost 2 of their teammates. So, the threshold at which they need to get to would be is somewhat set in stone at this point. The likelihood of DRG getting more points is pretty low. So EWG essentially needs to get another 19 points, or 19.1 points technically. So if they were to
22
eliminate
people alive, I see 19 kills. 22 minus 3 is 19. We just need to get every kill in the lobby, Duncan.
I mean, yeah, they would have to get the majority of those.
We gotta believe, Duncan. We gotta believe.
I mean, I do believe. I am always one to believe, but it is gonna be rough. It's gonna be hard to actually pull off, unless they just... I don't know, man. I don't know if it's really feasible. You know, like, I'm all about that copium. You know me. You know, advocating for Taka. You know, I'm all about that copium and hopium. But
on brand.
I'm also a realist at the same time in a lot of ways. So
realistic copium, you heard
realistic copium, exactly. But yeah, realistically, EWG has like 1% chance, maybe, I would say, of doing this, actually achieving this. Like, they have to get every kill. And it's already looking pretty rough. They're already getting pressured by this Attack on Titan team. They're sandwiched on both sides by JDG. It's not looking too good already. And the problem is that the number of people left alive in the lobby is going to progressively get lower and lower, get less and less, as more teams start fighting it out on the other side of the zone. And unless they're able to just constantly be moving around the zone, picking up every single possible kill, I don't think it's going to happen. OUG, though, losing a member, this is probably one of the conditions that would have to be met for them to actually achieve it. So, I mean, it's possible. It's possible. I don't know, though. JL looking pretty solid right now as well, picking up another kill onto LYD. And EWG are nowhere to be seen. They kind of... The kind of play style, the kind of strategy they need to be taking is just go absolutely pedal to the metal, just go crazy, and they have to just start running the lobby. But the problem with that is that no team is going to let them really do this. They do see an opportunity, they're going in, they're trying to take it, but immediately they're getting Tessa ulted. They aren't inside the building, so they're not in immediate danger for the moment, although 9, he's taking a decent amount of damage. He's going to be taking more very shortly. He's trying to apply pressure onto this team, onto JL here. The V3 getting popped, the Wu Chen ult being forced. They do have the Kurumi circle to keep them topped up. 9. He knows that it's his job to try and make things happen. He's trying to take every opportunity he can, but it's just so difficult. He knows that his ultimate's about to expire and that he's going to have to go into a slight downtime. They're going to have to slow down for a moment. They do have their Tumulk ultimate available, but they don't want to overcommit. They don't want to commit with the Tumulk ult and then just immediately get peeled off by the other teams. They are looking for this engagement. He does have the Rampage, but again, Wu Chen ult is going to come in and save the day for that team. EWG, I don't think they've noticed that Alliance is sitting inside this building. Alliance playing the stealth game here, being as inconspicuous as possible and succeeding. JDG losing a member, now 2. Kiki and ZDI both getting taken down. EWG picking up another kill. It's starting to look decent, but again, they've only managed to pick up 1 or 2 kills since we started talking about it. Now 3. They're going to have to pick up every single kill left in this lobby. They're going to have to kill every single player. 9, he does apply that F1, but he does get taken down. The Aurora Burst is too much, and GG coming in and crushing the dreams of EWG. Only 1 member left alive now. No ultimate available just yet either, and Alliance are lurking on the bodies. It's not safe to res. He's forced to get out of the building, maybe buy a little bit more time, but I doubt that Alliance are going to exit this building. They know that if they leave, they're going to be in the line of fire. They know that they're going to be in the line of sight of GG, who are just trying to kill every single player left alive. 14 now, locked up by the Tessa ultimate. The parry coming through as well, taking a lot of damage, and he's brought on the attention of LXM, and there it is! He does get taken down, and unfortunately, EWG, it was a solid game. 8 eliminations, but it's just not enough, my friends, and GG now setting up to win this lobby, with OUG and JDG already back in the lobby, back in spectator. GG have the opportunity to take the MVP here. They're getting they've gotten quite a few kills, 10 eliminations, and there it is, 11. Alliance Bow eating a meteorite to the face. And it looks as though it's cooked, Raven. GG just running the lobby.
And you're seeing exactly why GG is known for their endgame prowess. Their target selection there, finding the right time. EWG is not able to find the kills that they need to. They invest all their ultimates and do not get any more ultimates because they don't get a kill for that Soul Bloom. But GG, on the other hand, we're just rolling through the lobby with LXM, finding more and more kills. And just like that, GG has been absolutely crushing it today. Is that 3 MVPs? Every time I look in the mirror, I'm seeing this man with the white hair with the GGs. I'm thinking, GG, are they back? They're back. They look like they're back now. JDG also having a wonderful game, and I was talking very highly about them earlier today. Just their non-stop aggression really impressed me. Normally, we don't see JDG that active, or at least I don't, especially in the VODs, so we see a different side of them, the real dog in them, that wolf pack energy, searching out the lobby, going out, and you see the body language, the confident day, pretty satisfied in what they do. But you see GG nonchalantly, these are ice cold killers. Just another day in the office, clocking in and clocking out. We're seeing the goats right now, OUG. Thinking about it, you see you is like, I need to carry more, I need more weight on my shoulders. It just doesn't feel good if we're just not full hard carrying every situation. But good stuff coming out from them, and that's gonna wrap it up with the game 6, Duncan. I was hoping for some more spiciness. The spiciness we got was not that spicy. It was like pepper spicy. We get the old school Transformers coming out, getting suffocated and zoned by the Vipers. And like I said, that last game, if you happen to save your Viper pick, you happen to get that phase 2 and you're able to go Viper, you're gonna have a good time because everyone is all in. Everyone is trying to make it happen. We see the hopes and dreams of FPX come short. They come up short off spawn. EWG gets all the way to that end game with all of the cards in their hand. They just kind of misplay. They play the wrong card here, the wrong card here, and just GG just scoops up all the Chips takes it down with their Viper composition, but EWG did have a fighting chance. Now, it wasn't just 19 kills because placement with 4 points plus the multiplier is closer. Just they needed at least 10. They needed to close out the round with the placement, and it was definitely possible. I saw a future that they could do it, but when I saw their execution, their shot call for that last little bit, they just don't get their Takeda going. You need to make sure that you have the win condition set for these end games to see a sequence of killing. I'm going to kill this team, then this team, then this team. We're looking for these opportunities. We're looking for these spacings to seize the opportunity and get your destiny in their hands. But EWG, still a good showing for them. They were right there on the cusp. Not everyone can make it. Only the top 12 can for this trios final. So good stuff from everyone today. I love to see JL doing that work. I love seeing OGG doing their thing. Even though I'm not a big fan of Wolves, still new faces coming up. The inconsistently, hopefully, Wolves, can they ascend? Can they let everyone know that they are now a top 5 team, that the old guard will be put on notice? Every time I see this, the old guard just smacks them all back down. Just get back down there. What do you think you're doing? We just need to do a little bit of VOD review on them. Okay, download it. See you later. So we'll see going into those trios finals whether or not Wolves can keep up this momentum. But any surprises for you today, Duncan?
I think the Zai was probably the biggest surprise from JL. You know, it's spicy. You know, I can definitely see value there. I can definitely see value, even with F3. You know, F1 might be the better pick if they were to try and play this composition more regularly. It might be the better pick, but then again, F3 giving you that rush down potential, functioning almost like the Yoto can, where you use the F3 as an engager, you knock somebody up, look for follow-up, and then you can pop your ultimate again, or you pop your ultimate and then use it again, potentially, as well. The mobility on that F3 is very, very strong. And then pair that with the zipping and the Matari, the siphon, the lifesteal from the Matari ultimate, and then that healing from the zipping. It's definitely a force to be reckoned with, you know. And I definitely know how strong as I can be. I think a lot of us can. It's very, very good. It can be very, very good. I think it'll definitely be a composition that can only function in specific lobbies, unless I mean, I don't know, unless they would potentially swap out one of the characters for something else that would allow them to then deal with Cannonball more effectively. They're probably going to have to hope and pray that they pick it in a lobby where there aren't all that many Cannonballs and that there's just more Vipers. But then again, you know, as we go into the new patch, the new season patch, things are going to change. You know, we might not see as much V3 Viper. We might, I mean, who knows what we're going to see. I think we'll probably still continue to see Sand Siphon. I think that will probably be a staple for a very long time. But the changes being made to Monk, the changes to the glyphs, I think Transformers might make somewhat of a resurgence, or at least a Sandformers or Sand Mech kind of composition will probably be coming back in. And again, we saw Sand Mech as well today. So we actually saw quite a bit of variation, quite a bit of diversity in the team compositions, which is very nice to see.
Yeah, looking at the leaderboards, you're not first, you're last, and WBG took that to heart. They weren't first, they were absolute last going into the finals. But the qualifying teams, DRG getting across the finish line. We got TE, former champs, making it across the finish line. It's just qualifying round. That doesn't matter. What playing for keeps is this next round. Only 9% of your points will be going on to the next, so not a big deal right here for these top teams. Bauda, BBE, JDG, JL, Wolves, and OUG. BBE holding the mantle down, holding the foreigners down, letting everyone know that the foreigners can compete even at the highest level for CN. Still, the lobby is on notice. OUG is back in top form. It's not a fluke. They're here to stay with you. They are a force to be reckoned with. JL, they don't have all of their teammates from their finals team. Normally, this is them crushing it, but still, BBV, TXJ doing work, showing us the Zai stuff. Now going into this last game, we see Wolves going around, Wolf backing around, with the how it is, the full
Matari
with the damage, with the Matari, the Juggernauts coming out, but still not able to fade through all the Mataris. Just the hit and run of this last game is just really, really tough to deal with. GG, on the other hand, doing super well, finding these kills. And this end game right here, this is just a veteran play, a finesse right here, coming out from SS, switching to this Ballista. Midair, where you going, son? Gets him out of midair. TE now versus KLA. The cannonball is out. Takeda. I remember this fight. They were lulling them into the corner. Now looking at this, the attack on Titan. Still killing Titans 2024. Doesn't matter, 2 years later. Vipers still killing down the Titans. We will find you. We will crush you when you don't have ulta. Don't need silence. We're following those kills. GG with the Draco Storm. Just unkillable with Draco Storm. Without Draco Storm, Calvary Bloom doing in work. EWG, their hopes and dreams alive. Gonna set aflame by GG. Snuffing them out, scooping them up, and eating them like they're a snag. GG, still one of the OGs, one of the veteran endgames player. They make it look easy. It is not easy, but JDG showing up just like Wolves. Another team. Is it their pop-off team? Are they going to ascend this season? Is this leading up to a possible JDG top 5 finish at World Cup? We shall see. Tesla F1 V1. There's still so much NARAKA that is going to be played in the future. New character, new patch coming up. How are the pros going to adapt to this? I'm really excited to see this. And surprisingly, Duncan, normally when I looked at this old patch, I've seen this just so many times over and over again, and it was just like a rock that we just kept squeezing for some more and more new stuff. And today we did see a JL show us a Zai variation that I didn't know existed. We also saw Sandmac come out, that a possibility of playing even slower than Cannonball still kind of works on Holoroth, but the question still remains, can you fade the F3 V3 Vipers running around assassinating? Now first day might be a good contender if you want to play really slow, just because the lobby's heating up, everyone's sitting down, we're all a little bit tight, so finding that opportunity to play slow right there may pay off. Monks may be played on that first day. I know at Worlds, even on the first game, it was a nighttime, it was a full Monk lobby, so maybe the tempo of the lobby may be considered in the future, especially when you think about an 8-game stretch going into the trios finals going into this weekend.
Yeah, no, you are right. I don't know, there's a lot to be said today. There's so many new things, a little bit of variation here and there, a little bit of spice. I will say I was hoping for Wolves to do better today, based off of their first day having gotten 118 points. I was hoping for a little bit more. Hopefully today was just a rough day, or potentially they were just taking it easy, who knows. Hopefully they can come in this weekend in the finals and just run the lobby. But we're going to be going to a quick interview real quick. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Hi everyone, this is Yeager and welcome to Post Game Interview. And now I'm standing here with Scott Lay and let him say hello to our audience. 那小雷神先和观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是极骄号的高老雷。
欢迎高老雷来到我们的赛后采访。So first, we would like to say congratulations, Team JJH finally qualified for the bi-weekly. And I would like to know, so how's your team? So all the teammates, how's your feeling right now? And also, so in the past, we see a lot of teams, they just changed their teammates. But for you, your team didn't do any change. So how you guys just consider about this? 那首先要问一下，就是恭喜终于机器号其实也是可以参加到这一周的这个周决当中。其实在过去的2个双周周决，我们可以看到很多队伍都进行了人员的轮换，但是集结号呢一直还是就是没有做任何的改变，就特别想问一下，那整个队伍是怎么去考量的？然后今天可以有资格进入周决之后，现在心情怎么样？
现在心情是激动的。然后那个人员调整的话，就是我们新招了一个木染吧。我们这赛季主要是培养新人吧。
Okay, so first I would like to say I'm really excited because we qualify for the bi-weekly. And so for the plan in the spring split for our team, why we didn't do any change? Because we have a new teammate Muran, and our ambition now is to make him like more convenient and more like familiar with the Trolls game in the matches. Okay, let's move on to next part, answer for treasure. 好，接下来也到了我们的抽奖问答环节了啊！也要看看今天我们能给观众朋友们送出哪些福利，来让我们一起看一下大屏幕上面的题目。Okay, so you guys can see the question on screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and lucky guy will be whispered. So let's see today's question. Which hero did JJH God Lay use in the game 6? 好，这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中，雷自己用到了什么英雄？我们先不公布一下正确答案啊。A 是月山 ，B 胡桃 ，C 天海 ，D 吴尘。那在公布正确答案和倒计时之前，我要先问一下，最后一把拿出了自己擅长的这个阵容，队伍怎么考量的？
我本来是想让他们选那个妙乐月的，但是他们说双变吧，我可能就是比较相信我的服吧。
Okay, so I just asked him about why they choose the hero combo in the latest game, and Godley just said, cause actually he want to choose another hero combo, but all the teammates want him to choose the hero he really good at because they really have confidence with the hero in Godley's hands. Okay, and I think our players prepared, and let's start counting. 那我觉得小雷神应该已经准备就绪了。那接下来就让我们一起进入倒计时。
1, 2, 3.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 那也有请高雷给我们公布一下正确答案是什么？
天海。
Yeah, the correct answer is Tianhai. Yes. Okay, and we know that upcoming bi-weekly for you is really important. So I would like to know, so in the past, did you just reply all the bi-weekly and like your ambition this week? 那我这边要问一下，因为马上到来的周决是大家非常期待的，怎么样，高雷？你们队伍这周进了周决之后，有没有定下什么样的目标呢？
前5吧。
前5直接上来目标还是定的，就是其实也是给到了一个很高的一个目标啊。Okay, so our ambition in the upcoming bi-weekly is top 5. 好的，再次感谢小雷神接受我们今天的一个赛后采访，也再次恭喜你们。Okay, thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
And welcome back after that short little interview. It's always nice to hear from the players. I'm with Raven, the expert analyst from the arena. He's been in there. He's been in the trenches in those games many a times. And I wanted to ask you, in your expert opinion, do you have predictions for this weekend for the finals? What would you say we should expect to see, not only from trios but also from solos, most likely?
I think there's a really cool narrative happening this season between WBG and OUG. Unfortunately for WBG, their trio team's not going to make it, but in solos, Spider and Mike are always going at it. They always go in toe-to-toe, and we can't forget our man T225 KLA. He's always been there. He's gotten back-to-back seconds at Worlds. Tough break for him, but he really shines when it comes to these really, really hard lobbies. I think the way he plays neutral really benefits versus smart play. The no mix-up really strong with him. But Mike, with the new setup, the whole lobby has to counter him because he was winning games in 3 or 4 games with the new match point. Now for trios, I think it's more of a wild card this time around. What everyone's shown is that if you let OUG run away with it, let their macro go in, they will win this tournament outright. I feel like right now their 3v3 is way stronger than most teams. It's probably like 60-40, not a huge edge where they're just a slam favorite. They can still lose if they misplay a situation, but with you, that extra horsepower, I just don't see them really slowing down. Now, that doesn't mean that GG, KLA, and JL are not hot on their heels. I think everyone's going to be reeling from the fact that Matari can be used on some of these Viper days. So people are going to have to consider, like I was saying, is like can Juggernaut come in? We saw Wolves run that old Siphon comp with Takeda being involved, but if you can save some of your character hero points, especially going the distance, 8 rounds, you were saying you want some variety. We're going to be seeing some variety moving forward, and because Matari existing, will F2 Silence on Viper be coming out. So I predict a little bit of a shakeup. Will Monks really show up? I don't know if there was solid enough evidence with that. I feel like Monk is still going to continue to be extinct. But what's really, really wonderful, Duncan, that all this off-meta stuff just proves to show that maybe one day Tarka will be viable in all this meta.
Maybe one day.
With all the buff, with all the nooks and crannies, maybe it's just something that's just so far out of the box. It's out of this galaxy or something that no one's put together. But there is a chance that somewhere, somehow, in some weird counter meta, Tarka could possibly use. I'm not ruling it out completely, but there is a possibility. And if Tarka does come into meta, will we see the return of Dunkin' Donuts in a different light, a different arena? You did show blessed us all with your Tarka gameplay in solos, but can I get a promise now, if Tarka comes to trios, if we put that energy out into the universe, you answer the call? Will you answer the call, Duncan, and come to trios?
Hey, yeah. I mean, if I got the right team, yeah. Yeah,
I mean, you heard it here, folks. We'll hold him to it. Everyone in chat, remember this day. What is today? May 3rd. Dunkin' Donuts agrees to coming back to come play. No more just for fun game. We got him, folks. We caught him in 4K. He's coming back to trios if Tarka ever comes in the meta. So I will be hoping and looking for that Tarka comp.
We're gonna find it. You're gonna find it
back in there. I'm gonna find that somewhere in the diamond in the rough. We're gonna pick it out. We're gonna pluck it out. We're gonna show everyone that Dunkin' Donuts that we love to see.
Hey, well, we're gonna have to do some research, see if we can figure something out. I'm sure I'm sure there will be. I'm sure there will be one day. But here we are taking a look at next week's groups for the trios. I think this is for the trios. We got OEG, KLA, GG, WBG, TE, and 521 all in Group A. Wolves, JDG, BBE, DRG, JJH, FPX in Group B. JL, Bowder, XCG, Alliance, EWG, and J-Team all in Group C. Group A looking kind of nuts. I'm not gonna lie. Group A is gonna be. Ooh, that's gonna be frightening when those teams are going up against that Group A on the day that they do. You know, I mean, Group B is pretty solid too. Group C seems a little bit as though it's got the majority of it seems as though it's got teams that unfortunately weren't able to qualify for the finals this week. But you know, hey, I mean, Group C got something to prove. And you know, it can always be flipped on its head. You know, we can always see those teams that unfortunately just weren't able to do as much this week come into the fourth bi-weekly and just show up, just turn it on its head, especially with all of these changes that are going to be coming into play. I'm pretty sure, I mean, initially we thought it was going to be the third bi-weekly that we were getting the new season patch, but then we were told that it was probably going to be the fourth. So, I mean, unless that changes, which I hope it doesn't, we will be seeing all of these changes in effect on the Nbpl stage, which I'm very excited about.
Yeah, but, changes. Just like you said, the wave of changes. I mean, BBE showing up, doing work, showing everyone that the foreigners can do, and I think they're finally finding their stride. Well, I mean, Wolves as well, JDG as well. So still a lot of competitiveness left in this league. No one's just letting it go. Everyone's still fighting for every inch, and this is still early on the season. This is still the first season of Nbpl. We're still gonna get up a follow season, but for today, that's going to be all for us, folks. I am Raven PLZ, and I am joined by my brother, my main man, Mr. Dunkin' Donuts. It's been a pleasure casting with you guys and being with you, sharing this beautiful NARAKA. But unfortunately, we will see you next time. Tune in tomorrow for solos finals, trios finals with match points, rule sets. For everyone out there, stay safe and have fun out there.